What's up, legends? Welcome to What If Deku Had a Lightning Quirk, the movie, our New Year special. Shout out to My Hero Academia fan 132 for crafting this electrifying storyline. Make sure to show them some love and support, so buckle up for an epic ride filled with high-voltage moments. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next spark of action. And to all my returning legends, thank you for your continuous support. You're the real MVPs. Alright, enough talk. Let's jump straight into the storm. Chapter 1, The Boy and UA. It was a nice and warm night as Aizawa walked back home from another mission. Man, even though I usually work in the dark and sleep whenever I want to, those missions really tire me out, he stated as he walked through an alley towards his home. After a while, he saw someone running, as well as shouts and small explosions. "What is that I'm hearing?" he said silently. "Don't let him escape." He heard from behind him, right as Aizawa turned around. A kid around the age of 8 ran past him. The boy gave a quick glance to Aizawa but kept running. Aizawa was too shocked to react as then a few men ran past him. "We have to capture him," one of the men shouted. "That boy." His eyes were full of fear Aizawa managed to bring out. He then quickly turned back around and ran after them. Since Aizawa did a lot of hero work, he gained a lot of power and speed in his body, as well as endurance, so it didn't take Aizawa long to catch up. "Get back here, you brat. Our boss wants to see you," one of them shouted. "Leave me alone," Izuku shouted. Aizawa noticed that the guy at the front was creating fireballs in the air. Aizawa wanted to erase his quirk but couldn't because of the other men in front of him. The fireballs shot towards Izuku. However, he noticed them in time and charged his lightning around him. Izuku then jumped from wall to dodge the fireballs. Eventually, he took a turn but noticed it was a dead end. He kept on running even though there was no way out. "We've got you now," the men shouted. Fireballs were shot at Izuku again, however he kept running in a straight line as he ran up the wall and jumped. He flipped a few times before landing behind Aizawa as he then ran away again. "Who might you be?" one of the men said. "Why are you after that kid?" Aizawa asked as he ignored the question. "None of your business, now get lost before you get killed," the man stated as his arms and fingers became sharp like knives. "I'd like to see you try," Aizawa stated as the man then charged at him. Aizawa activated his quirk to undo the man's quirk and pummeled him. "Next one, tell me, why are you after that kid?" Aizawa asked again. We're just following orders, man," one of the men stated. "I see. Next question, who is your boss?" Aizawa asked. "Oh, no way. Our boss is way scarier than you are," the man stated as he just surrendered without telling anything else. Aizawa turned around but Izuku was gone. "I wonder why he was running and who it was. He didn't look that old to me. I wonder if he's going to be okay," Aizawa thought as he then called the police to let them pick up the bad guys. Meanwhile, at Izuku, he was still running. He didn't know where to, he just ran. Eventually, he stopped at a giant pond in the park. He walked down the hill and sat close to the water. Izuku was a little boy. At the moment, he's still 8 years old and has been on the run for over a year. He didn't know what happened to his mother. Izuku and his mother were attacked when he was 7, and the attackers were after Izuku. His mom bought him some time to get away, but he never found out what happened to her. He did know that more people came hunting him afterwards and that it was happening for over a year already. "I wonder how mom is doing, and how long I can keep this up," Izuku stated as he pulled his legs to his face, while placing his arms on his knees and then placing his head on his arms. "I've gotten more used to using my quirk in that past year though. They never managed to catch me. I normally run using my own speed and only use it when I need to, but maybe it's time I learned to fight back properly. I can use it a bit to fight, but I'll need to learn how to fight," Izuku stated as he clenched his fist. Time skip 8 years. Again, the sound of running filled the alleys, but instead of an 8-year-old Izuku running from people that wanted to catch him, Izuku was injured and was running to stay alive. "Damn, how many of them are there? I defeated at least 30 of them. But there is still so many of them," Izuku stated as he kept running. He had cuts on his arms as well as a slash on his back. He also had bruises and burn marks on his body. Izuku was ambushed by a big group of villains out of the blue, and even while being outnumbered he beat 30 villains. However, when they went down, more showed up. But Izuku had changed since he started running 9 years ago. He became able to fight with his quirk, but he also got more quiet as he actually rarely talked anymore. He almost barely showed any emotion. Izuku quickly jumped between walls as he landed on a roof and kept running. A few of the villains also got on the roof and chased him. One of those villains was a man named Muscular. "Come on, brat. Stop running already," he shouted. Izuku looked behind him and saw Muscular running behind him with a few other villains. Izuku then used his quirk as he jumped from roof to roof as lightning swirled around him. This kid is such a pain in the ass, Muscular stated a bit frustrated. Meanwhile, Aizawa was in his classroom, Class 1A. Welcome class. I'll be your homeroom teacher from now on, Aizawa stated. I still can't believe Izuku didn't get into UA. He was always so hell-bent on becoming a hero, Bakugo stated. Izuku? Who is that? Aizawa asked. He's a childhood friend of mine. However, he went missing when he was 7, Bakugo explained. 7? Can you tell me more about him? Aizawa asked. Sure, he has big green hair and freckles on his face. But I guess the best way to recognize him is his quirk, Bakugo stated. That all sounds familiar, Aizawa thought. What's his quirk? Aizawa asked. He has a lightning quirk, Bakugo stated as Aizawa was surprised. Then it might be him I saw back then, Aizawa stated. Wait, what? Bakugo shouted as he got up. 8 years ago, I went home from a mission. I heard some yells, running and explosions, and a kid that looked like the description you gave me passed me by. He got away with a lightning quirk, Aizawa explained. That's definitely Izuku. Where is he now? Bakugo asked, a bit worked up. The class was a bit shocked. Even when everyone walked in, Bakugo was an argument prick. However, he actually cared about this. I honestly don't know. That time was the only time I saw him. I don't know how he's doing or where Aizawa stated as suddenly something shot through the window into the class. Tables and chairs were pushed away, and some students were pushed away as well, but the window was broken, and there was a bit of a smokescreen covering whatever crashed into the wall. Suddenly someone ran out of the smoke. It was Izuku. Aizawa immediately recognized him, and so did Bakugo. Izuku! They both shouted. Izuku glanced at them but still ran away as Muscular jumped inside with his body covered in muscle veins. He saw Izuku running out of the door as he quickly ran after him. I'll still get you, you little runt, he shouted as he ran after Izuku. The other teachers heard the loud noise and made it to the hallway. They saw Izuku running and thought he was the person responsible, so they tried blocking him. Izuku noticed this but charged his quirk as he used the walls and even the roof to make it past the teachers. Izuku kept running through the halls but felt like he was running in circles. Suddenly a wall broke down and Muscular appeared from it. I'm tired of you running around all the time, he stated as he grabbed Izuku's head and slammed him through another wall. Muscular then kept running forward and crashed Izuku through another wall. However, this time they got outside. Even if it was a few floors higher, Muscular threw Izuku to the ground, but Izuku managed to regain his balance and landed safely. However, so did Muscular. But there was more bad news. All the villains that were after him had caught up and surrounded him. Now there is nowhere left for you to run, Muscular stated. TSH was all Izuku responded to Muscular as he charged himself in lightning. Class 1A was looking out of the window as Izuku was surrounded. They were shocked by what suddenly happened, but they were also worried. They didn't know Izuku. However, a kid versus so many villains was never a good thing. Bakugo wanted to jump outside and help him. However, Aizawa stopped him. Let me go. I have to help him, Bakugo said. You can't, there is too many for you to face, and the big guy is called Muscular. He killed a lot of pros before. We don't know about the others, their quirks, or how they fight. Let us teachers handle this, Aizawa stated as he ran through the door outside. Bakugo kept watching while gritting his teeth. Izuku took a fighting stance as he glanced around him at all the villains, but none of them moved. Izuku looked at Muscular, who was just smiling like a maniac. So you're gonna fight now? Well, at least it's better than running. But what do you think you can do, kid? Muscular stated. However, Izuku didn't respond. The silent treatment, huh? I can live with that. Let's make our fists do the talking, Muscular stated as he charged forward at Izuku. Izuku jumped as he placed a hand on Muscular's head and pushed himself up in time to dodge fireballs and icicle spears. They're not even fighting fair, Uraraka stated. True, but look at how calm he is, Ida stated. Yeah, it's like this is normal for him, Azui stated. Izuku landed again and jumped back. Muscular charged at him again. However, Izuku backflipped to dodge the punch. He began flipping in the air when he suddenly spreaded his body and lightning shot from his body to all of the villains. The villains surrounding him tried dodging it, however, were still hit by the lightning as the lightning just bended towards them. Muscular, however, didn't really notice that attack as he blocked it with the veins covering his body. It's not a bad attack. It might work on those weaklings. However, it won't work on me, Muscular stated. It wasn't to take you out. But the real fight starts now, Izuku stated as he looked serious. Izuku then disappeared and appeared again just a few centimeters away from Muscular as punched Muscular between the lungs. This made Muscular cough as he was then also struck by lightning. You brat, you'll pay for that, Muscular shouted. Izuku jumped backwards but Muscular followed him as he tried punching Izuku. However, right as the punch was about to hit Izuku, He jumped sideways to dodge. Muscular went after him again and tried again. However, every time Muscular tried attacking, Izuku jumped sideways or backwards to avoid the blow. "Stop mocking me!" Muscular shouted as all the teachers made it outside. However, once they made it outside, they noticed the villains on the ground and Izuku dodging all of Muscular's moves. "I told you to stop mocking me!" Muscular shouted in anger, throwing another punch. This time Izuku stood his ground and caught the fist. Muscular then threw another punch, however this one was also caught. Izuku held his fists tightly. "Let go of me, you little brat. I'll make sure to kill you," Muscular stated. "Keep talking big. It'll only make you look weak," Izuku stated as he tightened his grip on the fists as Muscular was then struck with a lightning strike again. Muscular kept being damaged by lightning as Izuku used it through his hands. Eventually, he let go of Muscular as Muscular then wobbly took a few steps back. "You little sure," he stated before collapsing. "Tsh, another plan in a failure," Kurogiri stated as he suddenly showed up. Kurogiri glanced at Izuku as Muscular and the other villains then were taken away. Izuku closed his eyes and fell on his butt. "Are you alright, kid?" he heard someone ask. Right as he looked, he saw Midnight sitting on her knees. He only nodded and looked away. "You've got some nasty injuries? Let's get you fixed up," she stated as she approached him. Izuku noticed this and jumped up while taking a few steps back. "It's alright, we don't want to harm you. We just want to get you fixed up. You can do whatever you want after that," Aizawa stated. Izuku looked at him and recognized him. Izuku nodded and followed Aizawa to Recovery Girl, who kissed him with her quirk to heal him. "I've healed you with my quirk. However, it will drain some of your energy because my quirk speeds up the healing process, and that takes a lot of energy," Recovery Girl explained. Izuku just nodded. Izuku then stood up. "Didn't you hear me? You should rest. You've lost a lot of energy with just healing those wounds," Recovery Girl stated a bit worked up. "I've got energy enough. Thanks for treating my wounds," Izuku stated as he walked out of the room. "So where are you going now?" Aizawa asked. "I don't know," he said. "You can always stay here at UA," Aizawa stated. Izuku thought for a little but then walked away. "We'll meet again. I'm sure of it." Chapter 2 Usch and the Girl. Izuku had walked away from UA, but ever since that day, he hadn't been attacked anymore. Izuku had been walking through the city peacefully for a few days now. Izuku had been to his former house very often. However, he never saw his mother there. To be exact, nothing changed since the day he left. "I wonder if she got away, or maybe she got taken away. Worst case scenario, she got killed," Izuku thought. "But for some reason, I haven't been attacked anymore. They either think I'm too strong, or they are planning something else." Izuku jumped on a roof and went from roof to roof. Ever since he was on the run from the villain groups, he also fought villains that attacked others, so he was basically almost every day fighting day in day out. This, however, helped him gain a tremendous amount of stamina, and it helped with mastering his quirk as well as powering it up. "I should have apologized for breaking UA's windows though. I just shot inside and got attacked. We even broke down walls. Maybe I should go and apologize," Izuku thought. He then made his way towards UA. On his way, he took a few small villains out, but that was just a sweep and it was done. Eventually, he reached the walls of UA, but then he saw a bus leave. He noticed Aizawa in the front. "I wonder where they are going. I recognize that man from years ago. Did he save me then? Or did he want to capture me as well? But then again, if he wanted to capture me, he wouldn't have just let me go like he did," Izuku thought. "Maybe I should follow them and see what they are going to do. I can also apologize to him about breaking the windows and the walls," Izuku thought as he then jumped on a roof again with his quirk. Even though the bus was quite a bit ahead, Izuku could still see it and follow it. He didn't really rush to follow them, and he only used his quirk to jump towards the next roof. Once Izuku got closer though, he heard a lot of commotion, and when he saw the place where the bus had stopped, he noticed a student running out a bit panicked with fear in his eyes. "I wonder what's going on there," Izuku thought. He jumped down and ran towards the door where the student had run away from and noticed Kurogiri disappearing and a hero on the ground. Izuku walked inside. He saw a few students standing around the pro hero that was down. The students noticed Izuku. "Hey, it's you from the other day," Uraraka stated. Izuku glanced at her, then walked forward towards the stairs and looked downstairs. He noticed Aizawa fighting villains, but he also saw Azui and Mineta watching while hiding. Izuku, however, then turned his attention to Kurogiri, who appeared next to Tamura Shigaraki. He could hear them talk even from way over at the entrance. That was thanks to being on the run from villains for years. He learned how to hear the smallest of sounds. This also made him able to hear talking from a large distance. "I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki. One of them found an opening to escape," Kurogiri stated. "Tamura Shigaraki," Izuku stated silently. However, the students could still hear him, but they wondered what he meant. "Kurogiri, if you weren't so useful, I would have killed you right here and now, Tamura stated. Shigaraki and Kirojiri Izuku then stated, as if he told himself their names so he would remember. Oh well, let's kill some of those kids before All Might arrives. It will certainly be entertaining to see All Might's face when he notices his dear students crumbled to dust, Tamura stated. Nomu, get rid of that pro over there, Tamura stated. Izuku frowned. What is that thing? He called it a Nomu, but it just looks way too buffed to be able to do anything, Izuku thought. Suddenly the Nomu disappeared and appeared behind Aizawa as it smashed him from the side, breaking his right arm. Aizawa laid on the ground. He tried erasing the Nomu's quirk, but it slammed on Aizawa's left arm, breaking it like it was a little twig. Izuku gritted his teeth after seeing this. He then saw Tamura move. Tamura suddenly appeared in front of Azui as he tried grabbing her face. However, before he did, Aizawa used his quirk to erase Tamura's quirk. Pros are just so cool, Tamura stated as he let go of her head and tried again. The Nomu then smashed Aizawa's head into the ground. Seeing how Aizawa tried to keep his students safe even though both his arms were broken with an enemy on his back made him remember how his mother tried buying him time to escape. Izuku couldn't hold back any longer as he suddenly created a bow made of lightning. Wow, that's amazing, Uraraka stated. Izuku glanced at her and aimed. Lightning arrow split shot, Izuku stated calmly as his lightning arrow shot forward at incredible speed. Then halfway it blasted open, creating multiple lightning arrows as the shot threw all the villains on the ground. It also pierced Tamura's arm, as well as the Nomu's back. Tamura pulled back his numb arm. Azui and Mineta quickly looked to where the shot came from and saw Izuku standing there with a bow of lightning. Izuku then aimed at the Nomu. Lightning arrow, exploding thunder, he stated as he shot the arrow towards the Nomu. Once it reached its back it exploded, which blowed the Nomu away. Wow, all the students behind Izuku stated. Suddenly he disappeared from next to them and appeared next to Aizawa. Izuku lifted Aizawa up. Thanks for blowing that thing off me and saving my students, Aizawa stated. Izuku just nodded. That's Izuku Midoriya, Kirojiri stated. The master wants him, but he'll have to do it from his dead body. No one attacks me like that and survives it, Tamura shouted. Nomu, get back here and kill this brat. Once Tamura shouted that, the Nomu suddenly appeared in front of Izuku. However, Izuku wasn't surprised, nor did he look. The Nomu then slammed right at him. However, when the punch was about to land, Izuku disappeared and appeared in front of Azui and Mineta. He lifted them up and then appeared upstairs again and placed them down. Izuku then channeled the lightning through his body and jumped downstairs. So tell me, what do you have to gain from saving those kids? You're all alone. You've got no one. So why save them? Kirojiri asked. Izuku didn't respond. The only response he gave was showing lightning around him. Still the silent type, I see, Kirojiri stated. Are you done chatting, Kirojiri? Then we can kill this little brat, Tamura stated. Nomu, get him, Tamura stated as the Nomu then shot to Izuku. Izuku jumped to the side to dodge. However, the Nomu didn't stop as he kept charging at Izuku. However, Izuku was faster and managed to dodge every hit. All of the students at the entrance were watching in amazement. Aizawa was also looking as he laid on his back. That kid is incredible. It's hard to believe that he was that scared boy from back then. But those 8 years did change him. He almost doesn't show any emotion in his face. And he became so quiet, Aizawa thought. TSH. He's a bigger pain than others. Nomu, time to get serious, Tamura stated as the Nomu suddenly gained a lot of speed and was actually able to keep up a little bit with Izuku. Heh, Izuku said with a slight smile. If he can keep up, then it's time I start countering, Izuku thought. Nomu threw a punch at Izuku. However, Izuku countered it by punching Nomu's fist. This created a shockwave of power, as well as a small discharge of lightning. Izuku then kicked the Nomu's leg as it lost its balance. Izuku then pulled it over his shoulder and smashed it into the ground. The crash created a small crater in the ground. Izuku then jumped back to create some distance, that way he wouldn't be hit by a surprise attack, or so he thought. The moment he landed, the Nomu appeared behind him. When Izuku noticed the Nomu, it slammed down on him from behind. Izuku managed to block. However, the force made him crack through the ground a little. Izuku then placed his hand on its chest. Raging thunder, Izuku stated as Nomu was struck by multiple lightning strikes as lightning also shot from Izuku's body towards it. The Nomu began to smoke from the lightning as it took a few steps back while its arms hang limply beside its body. What's happening, Nomu? Tamura stated. Damn it. You were supposed to be able to kill All Might. Don't you dare lose to this little brat, Tamura shouted as he ran towards Izuku. He tried grabbing Izuku, however Izuku deflected the hand and wanted to counter but was sent flying before he could. Izuku crashed into the roof as he then slowly fell down. He opened his eyes and saw the Nomu coming from him as it slammed him towards the ground. Izuku used his lightning to keep him in the air just before he hit the ground. That way he would at least avoid that damage. See, Nomu is a lot stronger than you might think, Tamura stated. You can't kill it. Not only does it have shock absorption, it also regenerates itself. The only way to kill it is to burn its flesh away, cut its flesh off, Tamura stated. Should have said that from the start, Izuku stated as he covered his hands in lightning while creating claws from it. Izuku launched at the Nomu again and slashed its chest. There were slashing marks on its chest, and not only did the Nomu become numb from the attack, his wound wasn't healing. No way, that's working? Tamura shouted. Kurogiri, he then shouted. Kurogiri then created multiple warp portals around Izuku. Nomu jumped into one with a lot of speed. He suddenly appeared from the warp on Izuku's left. Izuku barely dodged it as the Nomu disappeared in another portal. He then appeared behind him and tried punching again. Izuku grabbed its arm and threw it away. He then stopped his claws and created a bow of lightning. Paralyzed shot, Izuku stated as he shot Kurogiri with it. Once he got hit with it, the portals disappeared. I can't activate my quirk, Kurogiri stated as his whole body became numb. Damn it. How are we losing to a little brat like him? At that moment, the teachers got inside with All Might up front and Ida to the side. I've come back with backup, Ida shouted. Nizu and the teachers then noticed the state 13 and Aizawa were in. They noticed 13 was unconscious. However, Aizawa kept looking downstairs. All of the teachers did the same and noticed Izuku standing in front of the villains while lightning sometimes charged around him. Suddenly the Nomu appeared again and slammed on Izuku, who blocked it. The Nomu then gave an incredibly strong and fast barrage, however Izuku was able to block, even counter every punch with a punch of his own. What kind of monsters are they? Midnight asked. This is no time to stand here and watch. The students have been split up. Everyone go towards the facilities and rescue the students. All Might please help that young boy fight, Nizu stated. Yes, sir. They all stated as they split up. All Might jumped downstairs, however, right as he did, the Nomu suddenly appeared in front of him, already throwing a punch. However, this was stopped as Izuku kicked the Nomu to the head, smashing it into the ground. Thank you, young man, All Might stated as Izuku just glanced and concentrated on the fight. Young man, what do you think about us fighting together to defeat this thing? All Might asked, holding out his hand. Izuku looked at him, then at All Might's hand. All right, Izuku stated as he grabbed All Might's hand. However, a little bit of lightning shot through his hand towards All Might's hand. He felt the shock but didn't pull back. This kid is very powerful. He's been fighting this thing on his own. Something that left the teachers in that state, All Might thought. Step back for a bit, Izuku stated. All Might took a step back as Izuku placed his hands on the ground. All Might could tell Izuku was placing a lot of power in his attack. Suddenly the ground cracked open. Even underneath the Nomu, and a line of lightning appeared from underneath it as it launched the Nomu up. It fell to the ground, but even as it laid on the ground, lightning was still swirling around it. You really are powerful, young man, All Might stated. Thanks, Izuku stated. Let's finish this thing, he added as the Nomu got up. Right, All Might stated as they then both started a barrage of punches on the Nomu. All Might's punches held a lot of force, where Izuku's punches also held a great amount of force, but also lightning in it which numbed the Nomu's body bit by bit. After a few punches, they started to notice that the punches were starting to have an effect. What's going on? He has shock absorption? He should be able to handle all this. Tamura stated, shocked. I see, normally it would, however shock absorb has a limit to what it can absorb, but Izuku's blows are counting as double hits. Not only does his punch count, but his lightning Oswell, Kurogiri stated. Can you keep up at this speed? Izuku asked as he punched even faster. All Might didn't stay behind and matched Izuku's speed, even though he had trouble to do so. All Might then pulled back for a final punch as Izuku charged his lightning. Plus Ultra, All Might shouted as he punched the Nomu one last time. At the same time, Izuku used his move. Dragon Thunder, he stated as fierce lightning shot towards the Nomu. Both attacks reached him at the same time, launching it away at tremendous speed. All Might was panting quite a bit. Nomu was created to take him on in his prime at 100%. In order to beat that, All Might had to use more than 100% for every blow, and to top it off, he had to match Izuku's speed. This really took a toll on All Might and his power. No, 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 this can't be happening, Tamura shouted. I'll kill you myself, Tamura shouted as he ran at All Might. All Might got into a fighting stance even though he reached his limit. However, before Tamura actually reached All Might, Izuku appeared in front of Tamura, punching him in the gut as lightning then also charged through Tamura's body. The punch hurt like hell, and the lightning made Tamura's body numb, making it hard for him to move. "This is it, villains," All Might stated. "You've got nowhere to run to, and you're outnumbered," he added. "Kurogyri," Tamura stated as Kurogyri managed to get the paralyzed arrow out of his body. Kurogyri quickly wrapped his warping power around Tamura and vanished. "It's finally over," All Might stated. Izuku just turned around and walked towards the stairs. He was bruised at places but didn't have a serious injury. "Where are you going?" All Might asked in half-skinny form. "I don't know," Izuku stated. "Then why not come to UA with us?" All Might asked. Izuku turned around and looked at him. "It seems to me you don't have anywhere to go, and maybe it would be better to stay in a place filled with heroes and heroes in training than on your own in the streets, especially with those villains after you," All Might stated. "That's true," Izuku stated. "Just come with us, we could use a hero with your power and skill," All Might stated with a smile. "All right," Izuku answered shortly. Not long after the battle, the ambulances showed up as they took Aizawa and 13 to the hospital. All Might quickly got away as his secret was about to be revealed to all the students. Nizu heard about Izuku from Aizawa the other day, and he was told by All Might that Izuku would be coming to UA with them. "Hello there. My name is Nizu. Can I ask what your name is?" the bear-slash-mouse-like creature stated. "I'm Izuku," Izuku answered. "Hello, Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Shall we go to UA?" Nizu asked. Izuku just nodded. "Well, let's get on the bus then," Nizu stated. "Actually, I'd rather walk. It's not that far anyway," Izuku stated. "That's fine too. I'll come with you. But is it alright if I borrow your shoulder then? I would like to talk to you and get to know more about you if that's alright," Nizu stated. Izuku nodded again. Class 1A heard that Izuku would be coming to UA Oswell. But little did they know, Izuku started walking back with Nizu on his shoulder. "So Izuku, can I ask? I heard one of my teachers, Aizawa, encountered you 8 years ago. He told me you were on the run from people, but who were you running from?" Nizu asked. "Those were villains trying to get my power to their side. They wanted to force me to work for them," Izuku stated. "I see. And how long has that been going on?" Nizu asked. "I've been running since I was 7. Some people caught wind of my power and tried to kidnap me. My mother shielded me so I could get away. I don't know what happened to her. However, ever since that day, I've been chased and attacked every day," Izuku stated. "That's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that," Nizu stated. "Is it true?" Izuku asked. "Is what true?" Nizu asked. "That I can join UA," Izuku stated. "Well, if you really want to, yes, you've shown you've got the heart of a hero by risking your lives for the students and teachers, and you've got a lot of power and skill. If you really want to become a hero, we'd gladly accept you," Nizu explained. "All I ever wanted was to become a hero with my power, but I've changed. I'm only talking with you to explain things, but normally I'm very quiet, and I barely have any emotions left. However, my will to save others never stopped," Izuku stated. "Tell me, Izuku, I've been hearing rumors lately about a mystery person with a lightning quirk that takes down villains in a flash. That's you, right?" Nizu asked. "Yeah," Izuku stated shortly. "I see, they also have quite some names for you, Oswell," Nizu stated. "Like what?" Izuku asked, a bit curious. Nizu smiled as he awakened some curiosity in Izuku. "Names like Lightning Flash, and I also heard people refer to you as Reiko. It said it's the name of a Japanese thunder god. People actually started calling you that because you appear and disappear in the blink of an eye, all while defeating the villains," Nizu explained. I like Reiko," Izuku stated. "Well, why not make that be your hero name then?" Nizu asked. "That's an idea," Izuku answered. "Where will I be staying when I join UA, like what class? And do you have somewhere where the students have to live? Is it really alright for someone to join mid-year?" Izuku asked. "You'll be joining Class 1A, they have an empty spot and you've already met them. As for the living part, we have a dorm system where a class stays in one dorm, all with separate rooms of course. You'll be staying there Oswell form now on," Nizu explained. "And don't worry about joining mid-year, we allowed you to join UA. If it wasn't alright, we wouldn't have said so in the first place," Nizu stated. "Alright then," Izuku answered as they then walked back to UA. On their way to UA, Izuku noticed a burglar. Izuku created a bow of lightning as he aimed at the burglar. Nizu just sat on his shoulder watching closely. He was very interested to see what Izuku could do. "Lightning chain shot," Izuku said as he shot the arrow towards the burglar. The moment it reached the burglar, the lightning arrow bursted open as then wrapped around the burglar like chains. The burglar was then captured by the police, and the stolen bag was brought back to the owner. "Thank you very much," the person stated to Izuku as he just nodded. "That was very impressive, Izuku," Nizu stated. Thank you, I can make a bow made of lightning and even have some moves for it. I can use my lightning in long-ranged and close combat even without the bow. But it helps with things like this, Izuku stated. After that, Izuku continued walking to UA. Once they arrived, the teachers were waiting for Nizu and Izuku to arrive. Welcome back, sir, and welcome to UA, Izuku, Midnight stated. Thanks, Izuku stated soft but silently. Izuku was then brought to his dorm. First he was shown to his room so he knew where he would be sleeping. After that, the teachers and Nizu left and Izuku was left with Class 1A. Izuku didn't really know what to do there, so he just sat down in the couch. All the students were surprised to see him there. I'm apparently a new classmate of yours, Izuku stated. Awesome, Mina shouted. Welcome to the club, she shouted. What's your name? Uraraka asked. Izuku Midoriya, he answered. Afterwards, everyone introduced themselves Oswell as their quirks. So Izuku, what was that lightning bow you used back there? Uraraka asked excited. Izuku then stood up and created the bow again. It's a bow made from my quirk. I also got some special moves with it, Izuku stated. I can fight both close and long-ranged with my quirk. Awesome. I also have an electric quirk, but I can't use it like you do, Kaminari stated. Really? Touch my finger with your fingertip, Izuku stated. Why? Kaminari asked. Izuku didn't say anything and just sat there holding out his hand. Kaminari then placed his fingertip on Izuku's finger as there was a spark between them. However, this discharged Kaminari's lightning, which fried his brain. Yay yay, he said with a stupid face as Jairu then laughed. Everyone else started laughing Oswell except for Izuku, who looked with a blank face. Some of the students got a bit worried by that. Izuku, they heard coming from the stairs. Everyone including Izuku looked towards the stairs as Bakugo stood there. Hi Bakugo, Izuku said. So it really is you. Where have you been? You've been away for 9 years. Bakugo almost yelled. Izuku's face turned from blank to a bit sad. Everywhere, he answered. After you disappeared, Inko disappeared Oswell. No one has seen her since. Do you know where she is? Bakugo asked. No, Izuku answered. Wait, what's going on? You guys know each other? Kirishima asked. Yeah, Izuku stated shortly. We've been childhood friends, however when we turned 7, Izuku suddenly disappeared, and so did his mother, Bakugo stated. What happened to you and your mother? Azui asked a bit concerned. When I was 7, my mom and I got attacked. My mom shielded me from the villains so I could escape. I haven't seen her since, Izuku explained. Everyone looked a bit worried. What have you been doing those past 9 years then? Azui asked. Surviving, he answered. Ever since that day, I've been running and fighting every day as villains chased me. Just like the day I first got to UA, Izuku explained. So the attack from back then wasn't the first? Momo asked. It's been like that every day for 9 years straight, Izuku stated as they all had wide eyes. Well, I guess that's why you're not tired after fighting so intense, Ojiro stated. You gain a lot of stamina by running and fighting every day, Izuku answered. So now you joined UA? Bakugo asked. Yep, Izuku stated. You don't talk that much, do you? Toru asked. I talk now to answer questions. I barely talked at all the past years. I don't even know what smiling and fun are anymore. But I've gotten very quiet. Apart from answering questions, Izuku stated. I'm just glad you're alive and in UA now, Bakugo stated. Who would have thought that Bakugo can actually be nice if he tried? Azui stated, making everyone laugh except Izuku and Bakugo. What did you say, you damn frog? Bakugo yelled. Well, we have some time to get to know each other. Because of the villain attack, we've been given Sam's free time from school till Monday. Momo explained. The days passed pretty quickly. Everyone stayed at the dorm, just talking and getting to know each other. Izuku didn't really speak to anyone. He only listened and answered questions. Monday finally arrived and it was Izuku's first day at school. He was a bit nervous since he really didn't know what to expect. However, that tension was broken once Aizawa walked in like a mummy covered in bandages. Good morning, class. Glad to see you're all doing well. Izuku, good to see you again too. And thanks again for saving us, Aizawa stated. No problem. I'm sorry for wrecking the windows and walls the other day, Izuku stated. That's been handled, don't worry about it. You might not know me yet. I'm Aizawa, hero name Erase Your Head. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa stated. After that classes started, at first Izuku had trouble keeping up since he was at least a week behind. However, he caught up pretty fast and easily, even without studying for 9 years. Then it was time for lunch break. Everyone went to the cafeteria to grab some food. Everyone had their groups who they were sitting with. Izuku just grabbed some food and sat alone. So, and what do we have here? Someone suddenly said from besides Izuku. I've heard they accepted someone mid-school year. I heard he protected a group of students from a villain attack. But I doubt it's true, you look like a wimp, the boy next to him said. Izuku didn't respond and kept eating his food without giving the bullies any attention. Everyone else was watching them. You don't even have the courage to say something back? You're that much of a coward, the guy said. There is no point talking to someone who's not worth it, Izuku stated. Quite a big mouth for a wimp. But the people who should really be ashamed of themselves should be Class 1A. He shouted as Izuku looked towards him angrily. I mean, come on. Aiming to become heroes, and all they could do was send one person running back with his tail between his legs just to get back up, he stated. Ida clenched his fist while gritting his teeth, trying to hold himself in. I'd bet if you faced what we did, you'd be pissing your pants even now, Azui stated. So the pathetic losers think they can make a fool of me? The boy asked as he suddenly got the legs of a leopard and appeared in front of Azui. However, when he got there, Izuku already stood next to him. Try it. I'll show you fear, Izuku stated. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change in Izuku. For everyone's information, Class 1A wasn't pathetic or a coward. Sure, they were scared, but everyone is scared by what they faced. It was their first week, and they saw their teachers getting hurt and being beaten. Some of them were scattered around, but they were fighting. However, we faved a creature that could kill All Might. There is nothing wrong with fearing something that's created to be able to kill the number one hero, Izuku stated. I heard you fought that thing on your own until the teachers arrived, someone said from behind the bullies. Izuku looked and saw a blonde guy with a cartoonish face and a cowlick, Mirio, standing behind the bully. That's true, Izuku answered. Ha ha ha, and I have to believe that this puny weakling is as strong as All Might? Don't make me laugh, the bully stated. Believe it or not, but this boy is on the same LVL as All Might. He might even be able to beat All Might with that quirk and his skill, Aizawa stated as he walked in. So you even made the teachers believe such a thing? The bully stated. Izuku just ignored it. Hey, I'm talking to you, you should have some more respect to your upperclassmen, the boy stated. Respect is earned, not forced, Izuku stated as this pissed the guy off. Seems I need to teach it to you, he stated as claws formed on his hands. Leave him alone, they heard a long blue-haired girl, Nijire, say. Shut up and stay out of this, the boy stated as Izuku stared at Nijire. Nijire looked at him with a curious look and then smiled. She then turned towards the boy again. He's done nothing wrong, so leave him be, she stated. Fine, I'll start with you then, the boy stated as he suddenly charged at Nijire. However, once he arrived there, she was gone. The bully looked behind him and saw Izuku holding Nijire at the spot he was standing at before. How did he? The bully shouted. He turned his body around and wanted to launch, but once he had turned around, he felt lightning close to his skin. When he looked, Izuku's hand was covered in lightning, which created a claw, and the claw was placed in front of the bully's throat. Do you still not believe what people said? Or do you need to feel my power for yourself? Just say so and I'll give you the full force of it, Izuku stated calmly. Everyone was shocked by how fast and calm Izuku was. However, the bully started to piece his pants. And then you call my classmates pathetic? You would have died in seconds if you faced what they did, Izuku stated as he walked away. The bully got pissed and tried attacking Izuku but was suddenly hit by an energy beam. Izuku looked up and saw it was Nijire that attacked the bully. She looked at Izuku while giving him a wink and a smile. Izuku kept staring at her as then a small smile formed on his face. I don't know what it is, but something about this girl makes me want to smile. She's so bright, so beautiful. Even by looking at her, I can see that she's a very kind girl, Izuku thought as he kept staring. It seems our Izuku has a bit of an interest in Nijire, Nizu said silently on Aizawa's shoulder as Aizawa nodded. Well, he smiled a little, so it's a start to him opening up. But he is definitely interested in her, Aizawa stated. The bell rang and everyone went back to their classes. However, Izuku couldn't help it and was still staring at Nijire. Hey, sorry for the trouble he caused, she suddenly said as she walked towards him. It's alright. Thanks for having my back, Izuku stated. It felt nice someone actually having my back for once, he added. She looked at him curious. Say, do you want to hang out after school? We could talk some more. You seem really interesting and I'd love to know more about you, Nijire stated. Sure. You'll have to pick me up somewhere though, because I don't really know the way here, Izuku explained. I'll pick you up in front of the school after school, she stated. Alright, see you then, Izuku stated. Oh, by the way, what's your name? He asked. Nijire Hato, and yours? She asked. Izuku Midoriya, he answered. Alright, see you later, Izuku, she said with another smile and wink as she danced a little in Alice, then ran off. She stopped for a little bit, looked back at him and gave him one last bright smile before she was gone. Chapter 3. Nijire and Sport Festival. School was over. Izuku was standing in front of the school waiting for Nijire. Everyone was looking at him curiously as they saw that he was actually waiting for someone. After a while, more students walked out as the guy from lunch break also walked out. When he saw Izuku, he looked a bit scared and quickly walked back to the dorm. Hey Izuku, hope you haven't been waiting long. Snipe had to explain something before we were allowed to go, Nijire stated as she walked out. Hey Nijire, no I haven't. Good to see you, Izuku stated. Wait, did I really say that? Why would I do that? I don't even know her, he then thought. Well, I'm glad to see you two again, she stated with a smile. Hey, Izuku was it? Mirio stated as he also walked towards them. Yeah, what's your name? Izuku asked. My name is Mirio. I'm sorry for not introducing earlier, and I'm sorry for my classmate his behavior, Mirio stated. It's alright, Izuku answered. Oh yeah, this here is Tamaki. He's a bit shy and doesn't talk much, Mirio stated as Tamaki nodded. Is it alright if we join you guys for a little bit? I'm quite curious about you, Izuku. Don't worry, we won't stay that long. We just wanted to know a bit more about you, Mirio explained. I'm fine with it, but it depends on what Nijire wants, Izuku stated. Well, I don't mind, but I really wanted to talk to you one-on-one, she stated a bit sad. Don't worry, we won't stay that long. I just wanted to ask a few things, Mirio stated as Nijire then got a smile again. So, where do you want to go and talk? Nijire then asked. Somewhere nice and quiet, so I can relax a bit, Oswell, Izuku stated. It sounds like the Park of UA is a good spot then. You can enjoy the weather there. People do come there but only walk by, and you can choose to either sit on a picnic table or just lay down in the grass, Mirio explained. Sounds great, Izuku answered. They then walked towards UA's park. Once there, Izuku immediately walked towards a big open spot with grass and just let him fall backwards as he enjoyed the cool breeze, as well as the sweet weather and sun. But mostly the silence, no students or teachers constantly talking about boring stuff, and the best thing of all, he didn't have to watch his shoulder the whole time or focus on anything he heard. He could finally relax. This is great, Izuku stated. Seems like it's your first time for this? Mirio asked. Actually, I've laid like this a lot when I was a kid. But yeah, it's been a long time, Izuku stated. So, what did you want to ask, Mirio? Izuku asked. Actually, I was wondering what your quirk was, and how you got in UA while the year had already started, Mirio explained. Don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against you, but it made me curious. You didn't take the entrance exam, and you didn't get in by recommendations, from what I heard. Aizawa and Nizu asked you themselves, Mirio explained. Well, I guess it does raise some questions, at least you ask about it instead like that other guy, Izuku stated. Izuku held up his hand and activated his quirk, as he then made lightning appear around his hand. Ah, you've got a lightning quirk. That's so cool, Mirio stated. But isn't that something completely different from what you did in the cafeteria? Mirio asked. You mean this? Izuku asked as the lightning covered his hand and created a lightning claw. Oh so, that claw is actually your hand covered in lightning. That's so cool, Mirio explained. I can show you some more about my quirk if you want, Izuku stated. Sure, I'd love to see it, Mirio stated. I want to see too. It looks really interesting, Nijire explained. Izuku then got up and held out his hand as he suddenly created a bow of lightning. Lightning arrow split shot, he said as he shot an arrow of lightning as it suddenly bursted and created more arrows as they all shot in the middle of the trees. Wow, that's an amazing move, as well as incredible accuracy. That needs a lot of control, Mirio stated. I had a lot to practice on, Izuku stated a bit uncomfortable. Izuku then sat back down. So, how did you make in UA? I heard about Class 1A being attacked, and you mentioned something about it earlier, but we don't know the story, Mirio explained. I met Aizawa before. I was attacked by villains and got launched into his classroom. I fought some villains and won. Aizawa then asked me if I wanted to join UA. I declined at the time. However, the day of the attack, I wanted to apologize for breaking the windows and walls, and noticed them going somewhere. I got curious and followed them, Izuku explained as he then laid on his back with his hands behind his head. Once I got closer, I saw one of the students run away from the building at high speed. I quickly got in and saw a teacher wounded on the floor, and Aizawa was being badly beaten. I recognized one of the villains as he was there on the previous attack on me. However, their leader was about to kill a student. I couldn't sit back any longer and joined the fight. I also fought a creature that was able to kill All Might at 100%. He had a quick called Shock Absorb and Regeneration. My claws of lightning created wounds on it that didn't get healed, and my lightning quirk helped with his Shock Absorb. One hit of mine counted double. Since the lightning was a hit on its own, we managed to beat it, but I decided it might be better to come to UA anyway, Izuku stated. So, why did you decline then, but accepted now? Mirio then asked. Back then, I thought that if I stayed, they would be attacked. However, even when I didn't stay, they still got attacked, so I decided to come since it would be safer with so many heroes around, but also to try and protect them, Izuku stated as he closed his eyes. Well, I gotta say, that's a nice reason to come here, but you also aim to become a hero, don't you? Mirio asked. Yeah, I don't want anyone to feel afraid or lose a loved one. I want to protect as many people as I can, Izuku stated. Mirio and Tamaki then got up. Well, thanks for your time and to answer my questions. Sadly, we have to go now, but we'll see you later, Mirio stated. It was nice talking to you, Izuku. Till next time, he stated. Same here, CYA, he said as Mirio and Tamaki walked off. Well, you got me to yourself now, just like you wanted, Izuku joked, which made Nijire blush a little. Never mind, she stated, flustered. Why did you want to be alone with me anyway? Izuku asked. Well, because you were interesting, but also because I had to think quite a bit about you ever since lunch break, so even though I asked you to hang out, I just wanted to be alone with you for a bit, she explained. Well, guess we were the same then. I had to think about you as well, Izuku stated. Really? Why did you have to think about me though? She stated with her cute, curious face. Your smile, he stated. What about my smile? Was something wrong with it? Did it look weird? She asked, a bit flustered. It was bright, Izuku stated. What do you mean? She asked. I've only seen darkness for years. But your smile was really bright, Izuku stated, which made her blush. Also, you sounded very kind, and it gave me a nice feeling, and I guess you already know, but you're also very pretty, Izuku stated. Well, you are quite handsome yourself, you know, she stated, blushing. Izuku kept looking with a blank expression. Can I ask you a serious and maybe personal question? She asked. Sure, go ahead, Izuku stated. I noticed you don't really talk that much, and I haven't seen you smile once or show any emotion. What have you been doing before you got into UA? And Mirio might not have thought about it, but I wanted to ask, why were you attacked by villains? She asked, serious, concerned, but also curious. I can answer your first question, however that will take some explaining. As for why they attacked me, I don't know, I guess because of my power, but I never understood why they kept targeting me like that, Izuku stated. That sounds like it wasn't the first time they attacked you, Nijire stated. Honestly, I've lost count of the times they attacked me, Izuku stated as this gave Nijire a frown. You wanted to know what I've been doing before UA, right? The short answer is, I've been surviving, Izuku stated. But I bet you still want to hear the story behind all of it, don't you? Izuku asked. Yeah, but you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Nijire stated. It's alright, you don't feel like a bad person. I'll tell you, Izuku stated. That villain attack wasn't the first, but it also wasn't the first time I met Aizawa. In fact, I met Aizawa around 8 years ago. I was on the run from some villains, he defeated them, however I kept running. We only saw each other a little bit, Izuku explained. So you were attacked then too? Nijire asked. When I was 7, my mom and I were attacked because of my quirk. Villains wanted this power on their side. My mom shielded me, so I got away. Ever since then, being attacked by villains was a daily thing, Izuku explained. Wait, so Nijire started? Yep. I've been fighting villains daily for 9 years total now, Izuku stated. That's insane, but didn't you have somewhere to go? Or someone to go to? Nijire asked. Nope, I was all on my own, he answered. That's also the reason I almost never show emotion, and also why I almost never talk out of my own, Izuku explained. And how did all that make you feel? Nijire asked. Izuku was a bit surprised as he never thought she would ask him that question. What do you mean? He asked. I mean, you've been alone for so long. Didn't it feel lonely? Weren't you scared? She asked, a bit concerned. I actually never really thought about it. I have been alone for years, but I really did feel lonely, and I was really scared, but if I showed it or accept that feeling, then it would be over. My fear would keep me from acting, and I might have gotten killed because of it, Izuku stated. So, instead of losing your emotions, you started to keep it all bottled inside. That way you wouldn't show weakness and could survive that long, Nijire stated. Izuku then felt a bit uneasy from inside. What is she doing? Izuku thought. The place I lived in was very dark and cold. That's why I enjoyed the sun and the weather just now. And that's also why your smile is so bright, Izuku said as he sat up. Nijire then grabbed him softly and placed his head on her chest and hugged him. You're not alone anymore, and you're not in that dark cold place anymore. You're at UA now with classmates, friends. I promise everything will now change for the better, Nijire stated. Izuku suddenly felt warm, but also tears welling up. Those feelings, they are overwhelming. Just what did she do to me? Izuku thought as tears streamed down his face. Nijire noticed this. That's good, you finally broke down the wall you build to keep yourself, from being human, Nijire stated. You can let it all out. I'm here for you and I'll stay with you, she stated. I guess these feelings are everything I held in for years. They are overwhelming. I felt so afraid and alone and sad. I feel so weak right now, Izuku stated as more and more tears streamed down his face. It's okay to be weak. It's okay to show emotion. Weakness and emotion can help you get stronger. And don't worry about feeling weak right now. I'm here and I'll protect you when you feel weak, Nijire said. You're horrible, you barely know me, and already you make me cry like this. Honestly, it sucks to feel like this. But on the other side, being held like this is really warm and comforting, Izuku stated. I noticed you closed yourself in. Just looking at you, I knew you were a kind person. That's why we wanted to know about the fight you had against the villains to protect Class 1. We wanted to know what made an outside person act to save people. You acted like a hero, and that alone tells us that you care about people. However, from the outside, it looked like you didn't care about anything, and I immediately knew you closed yourself in, she stated. I feel bad for making you cry though. But then again, you can't go forward if you're still bottling up the past, she explained as she still held him close. It was silent for a while. Nijire kept holding Izuku, and Izuku just laid against her like that. Some students walked past them and noticed the two. They stared at them, but Nijire didn't care, and Izuku didn't see it. Suddenly, Izuku broke the silence. Thank you, Nijire, Izuku stated. Thank you? What for? You're allowed to feel emotion, silly, and I just really felt like hugging you. Honestly, I don't know what it is. I've never felt like this before. I just met you, but it just feels like I already care a great deal about you. And then there is the thinking about you in class. Then I suddenly start hugging you like this. I must seem very strange right now, she stated. No, that's not true. You're amazing and very kind. Actually, I have the same as you. And honestly, it feels nice being so close to you, Izuku explained. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Nijire stated. By the way, are you participating in the sports festival? Nijire asked. Sports festival? Not that I know of. I haven't heard anything about that actually, so I don't know, Izuku stated. Shall we ask? Nijire asked. Sure. Let's go. Nijire felt happy as he said that. Not because he said it, but because his words carried more emotion. It was much softer and more gentle. It also sounded happier. Izuku and Nijire then walked back to UA and went to the teacher's room. Once there, he knocked on the door. Come in, he heard someone say. Izuku opened the door and noticed all the teachers sitting there as everyone looked at him. Hello? Sorry to disturb you, but I had a question, Izuku asked. Aizawa was surprised. He also noticed the difference in Izuku almost immediately. Izuku actually spoke out of himself, but his words carried more feeling with them. What did you want to ask, Izuku? Aizawa asked softly. Well, I was talking with Nijire here, but she asked me if I was entering the sports festival, but I haven't heard anything about it, so I was wondering if I was participating as well. Izuku asked with Nijire standing behind him with a curious look. Well, since you just joined, we were actually thinking of not making you participate as we would actually be jumping it on you, but I actually was thinking of asking you if you wanted to or not. Aizawa asked as everyone looked surprised at him. That's not really like you, Aizawa, Midnight stated. Well, the sports festival is about UA, so by leaving him out he might feel like being left out, and UA shows the promising new students as well. We know that Izuku is amazing, and this will be a chance to show everyone that we've got a strong hero coming as well, Aizawa explained. I agree with Aizawa, All Might stated. So Izuku, do you want to participate? Or would you rather just watch? Aizawa asked. Izuku then looked at Nijire. She looked curious with big eyes, as she then gave him a bright smile. Izuku smiled at her, then turned back around. Everyone was surprised to see a smile on the before emotionless Izuku, but the person most surprised by it was Aizawa. I'll participate, Izuku stated confidently. Can I ask you, however, not to kill anyone? The sports festival is something different every year, and quirks are allowed to be used, but that power of yours is already terrifyingly strong. Even as a kid, we don't want people to die because of it, Aizawa stated. Don't worry about that. Even with all those villains after me, I've never killed a person. I defeated weaker villains than the students here, and they all recovered nicely. I've seen them in a few attacks after that as well, Izuku stated. Man, you are freaky. How can you talk about that so casually like it's seeing a relative again? Mike stated, a bit uncomfortable. After 9 years you get used to it, you start remembering familiar faces, Izuku explained. Also Aizawa, I think I've never properly thanked you, Izuku stated. Thank me? What for? Aizawa asked. 8 years ago, you took care of the villains that were after me, Izuku stated. Thank you for saving me that day, Izuku stated as he bowed down. Don't worry about it, kid. I'm just glad you're still alive and safe, Aizawa stated as everyone smiled softly. So when is this sports festival? Izuku asked. Actually, Midnight stated, a bit uncomfortable. It's tomorrow, Nijire stated. Ah, well that explains why you wanted to keep me out. Mostly people would be freaked out to hear about joining something big the day after, Izuku stated. Aizawa nodded. Also, the hero suit you asked for, it's ready for use. Sadly, you can't use it at the sports festival, but once the time comes, you can use it. I just wanted to tell you that, Aizawa stated. Awesome, thank you, sir. Izuku stated. Izuku's suit will be like the picture above, without the hood and the weapons. His shoulders and upper arms will be open, so no clothing on those parts, and also none of those buttons and those things around his shoulder close to his neck. Sorry, I can't find the word for it. It's basically those iron thingies next to the neck that will be missing Oswell. Izuku and Nijire then walked off and stayed together for a bit long to talk some more. Eventually it was getting dark and they had to go back to their dorms. Good luck tomorrow, Izuku. I'll be rooting for you, Nijire stated. Thanks, Nijire, Izuku stated as she then hugged him. Izuku was a bit hesitant but hugged her back. Eventually she wanted to walk off. However, Izuku grabbed her hand as she was being pulled a bit back. When she turned around, he suddenly kissed her cheek. That's for what you did for me today. Oswell is giving me such a good feeling, Izuku stated as he gave her a soft smile. Nijire just stared with wide eyes, a blushing face and not being able to bring anything out. No problem, she managed to say before walking off. Was that too much? Izuku asked silently to himself. Suddenly she ran back and kissed him on the cheek. Oswell. Sorry, it wasn't too much, I just didn't expect it. Actually, it might be strange, but I actually really like you already, Nijire stated before she ran off again back to her dorm. Izuku went inside his own dorm as he then grabbed some food, took a shower and went to bed early. He was tired after everything that happened today and had to get up early for the sports festival. Everyone had woken up early so they wouldn't be late for the sports festival. They all eat breakfast and then left for the sports festival arena. Once there, they noticed a lot of people already walking in, Oswell as a lot of pro heroes standing around as guards. So you guys are finally here, Aizawa stated, a bit bored. Today is the perfect day for you guys. The whole country will be able to see what you can do. So if you do well here, it might help you get work in the future, Aizawa stated. Now let's go inside. Everyone followed Aizawa inside towards the field. All of the first-year classes gathered there as Midnight was announcing that this year's sports festival was finally about to start. She then told everyone that there will be only 2 events. First, there will be a race. As for the next round, there will be a battle. The battle will be fought tournament-style one-on-one. You win when the opponent is either unable to fight, unconscious, or out of the ring. All right, all students get ready, Midnight shouted as all the students walked towards a door. Izuku stood at the back and was looking around the stadium. He knew it was being broadcasted but wondered if Nijire was in the stands watching him. However, he didn't see her. Meanwhile at UA, all the classes sat in their classrooms with a big screen that showed UA's sports festival. Nijire noticed Izuku looking around. Concentrate on the festival, dummy, she thought. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let the first round of the sports festival begin, she shouted as the door opened. Once the door opened, everyone wanted to storm outside. However, Izuku then noticed ice coming towards him as it freezed everyone's legs. Guess this is what they meant when they said you're allowed to use quirks. Well, if that's the case, Izuku stated as he covered himself in lightning. He jumped up before the ice reached him and shot through the air with his lightning. He then used the students' shoulders to get past them. Once he passed them all, he started running, his lightning making him even faster. It didn't take Izuku long to catch up to the people who made it past the ice. First, he saw Mineta and Momo. However, Mineta was suddenly slammed away by a giant robot. Momo managed to avoid the robot and continued. Izuku suddenly just ran past her. Next, he saw Ida and Uraraka. Uraraka had made herself almost weightless by using the quirk on herself instead of her clothes. She managed to stay close to Ida's speed that way. That's actually pretty incredible, but it's nothing I can't outrun, Izuku stated as he suddenly started running more seriously. The distance between Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka closed insanely fast as Izuku then passed them. That can't be, Ida stated, shocked. However, once they all looked forward, they noticed a giant pit. The only way to get past it was over ropes above the pit. When Izuku arrived there, he became lightning himself and managed to zigzag between the ropes at incredible speed to get over it. He basically turned into lightning himself to zigzag like that. However, he can't make big jumps. He can use it mid-air, but the distance he makes in one of those jumps isn't that far. He can also use this to move mid-air, but still the distance won't be far. While making that sort of jump, he can't be attacked, but he also can't attack. Just to explain. Enjoy reading the rest. Surprisingly, Izuku then saw Kirishima and Tokoyami in front of him. Wow, never expected to see them this far ahead of Ida and Uraraka with the speed they had, Izuku silently said. Izuku, however, easily passed them and immediately saw Bakugo and Todoroki in the lead. It didn't take him long to catch up. However, at that moment Todoroki made a field of ice while sliding over it and using his flames as a booster. Bakugo was using his explosions to fly. Everyone is using their quirks in amazing ways. I'm really impressed, but I'm not going to lose to them, Izuku stated as he got serious. He charged his lightning some more and ran ahead at full speed. Izuku shot past them at incredible speed. However, once he got past them, he saw a minefield. Izuku didn't hesitate. Just going in a straight line, he thought. Izuku actually ran in a straight line. He set off some explosions from the mines. However, Izuku was moving too fast for the explosions to hurt him. However, suddenly, Bakugo and Todoroki managed to stay close by. Bakugo was using full-force explosions to make him as fast as possible, and Todoroki was using intense flames to boost himself. This pushed them close to Izuku's speed, but Izuku made it still inside first. And our number 1 is Izuku Midoriya, Midnight shouted. At number 2 we have Todoroki, who beat the number 3 Katsuki Bakugo by a hair, Midnight shouted. After a little bit, the other students made it inside. The remaining 5 people were Tokoyami, Kirishima, Ida, Uraraka, and Momo. Good job, Izuku. You were really impressive. And the way you used that lightning to zigzag over the ropes. Ooh, I want to see him again and talk to him more, Nijire stated happily and excited while looking. While someone is excited about someone, guess you felt a spark yesterday, Mirio stated. This made Nijire blush, but made Tamaki laugh. However, Nijire didn't deny it. Seeing as you aren't denying it, it must be true, Mirio said with a smooth grin. I really did start to like him. OMG, we even kissed each other on the cheek, she stated, blushing madly while suddenly remembering about it. Well, it's a good thing, right? I haven't seen him long, but what I saw from him, he's a good guy. And if you would do a thing like that, that means he really means a lot to you, Mirio stated. Yeah, but I've only just met him, Nijire then stated. So, what does that have to do with it? Sometimes you just meet the right person and just know it's that person. And it seems you are the right person for him, Oswell. He looks a lot happier after yesterday, and his emotionless expression is gone, so you really opened him up, Mirio stated. But what if he doesn't like me? She asked, a bit insecure. There is no way he wouldn't, Tamaki suddenly stated. How do you know that for sure? She asked. Well, if he didn't, he wouldn't have kissed you on the cheek like you just said you guys did, which means he also likes you, and I'm thinking that at the start when he was looking around, he was searching for you in the audience, Tamaki explained. You sure? She asked. Wow, Nijire. I've never seen you this insecure about something or someone. You must really like him. Does he know about it? Mirio asked. Well, yesterday he kissed me on the cheek, and ignored it at first and ran off. However, I quickly came back, kissed him on the cheeks, told him I liked him, and ran off, Nijire stated. Man, I was so stupid. But I was afraid he wouldn't feel the same, Nijire stated as she placed his head on her desk. Well, you still got plenty of time, Mirio stated. Midnight then announced that the next event would start. The first matchups will be Izuku versus Tokoyami Todoroki versus Ida Uraraka versus Momo Bakugo versus Kirishima. Izuku and Tokoyami, please come to the field, Midnight stated. Both of them walked towards the field together as they smiled excitedly. Good luck, Tokoyami, Izuku stated. Same to you, he answered. They both stood on the field opposing from each other. Let the battle begin, Midnight stated, excited. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami said as Dark Sato appeared and started to attack Izuku. Izuku charged his lightning around himself, which pushed Dark Shadow away. That lightning is strong, Dark Shadow stated. I know, if we want to beat him, we'll have to be smart, Tokoyami stated. Tokoyami then sended Dark Shadow towards Izuku again. However, once Dark Shadow arrived, Izuku was gone. Your quirk is strong, but has a big weakness which makes it easy to take you down, Izuku stated from behind Tokoyami, who was shocked. Even though your quirk is strong and is good for long-ranged, in close combat you're defenseless, Izuku stated as he held out his hand as he then shot lightning from his hand to shock Tokoyami. Tokoyami fell to his knees. Dark Shadow quickly returned to him. Let's go, partner, Dark Shadow stated. No, he's not an opponent we can win from, we're just wasting our energy. I give up, Tokoyami stated. The winner is Izuku, Midnight stated. Smart move, don't get me wrong, Dark Shadow is strong. But by encountering someone who's good at close ranged, you lose. Dark Shadow is good at long ranged. But maybe you can find a way to use it for both close and long ranged at once, Izuku stated. Thanks. I'll definitely think of a way to do so, Tokoyami stated. What lovely rivalry. First they fight. Now Izuku is encouraging Tokoyami to get stronger, Midnight stated as everyone cheered. Afterwards, the other fights were fought. Ida was outspeeding Todoroki for a little bit with his engine. However, eventually Todoroki managed to freeze Ida's engines in his calves and won. Momo first had the upper hand on Uraraka as she created long-ranged weapons, as well as shield to keep Uraraka at a distance. However, Uraraka managed to slip by the weapons and shields and managed to make Momo weightless, then threw her off the field and released her quirk. Kirishima and Bakugo was pretty one-sided, Bakugo throwing explosions non-stop. Kirishima blocked the blows, but the longer he blocked, the softer his skin got, and the more damage he took until Bakugo placed his hand on Kirishima's chest and blew him off the field. Now let's hear it for the Have finalists. First, we'll see Izuku and Todoroki fighting for a place in the finals. This is sure to be an exciting battle for sure. Midnight shouted as everyone cheered. Izuku and Todoroki both got up the stage. However, Todoroki looked very serious, more like annoyed or irritated. "I will beat you, and I'll do it with only my left side," Todoroki stated. "Only your right side? So only your ice? Why's that?" Izuku asked, a bit irritated. "Oswell, I refused to use my old man's quirk to fight," Todoroki stated. "You used it in the race, didn't you? So what's the big deal?" Izuku asked. "I refused to be his puppet and let him manipulate me. I'll win without his quirk and show him that I won't need his quirk," Todoroki stated. Izuku then created a lightning bow. "Fine, as long as you do that. I'll only fight using this bow," Izuku stated. "Stop mocking me," Todoroki stated angrily. "You are actually mocking me, but rest assured, this bow will be enough for someone who doesn't take this seriously," Izuku stated. "Already, ladies and gentlemen, let the first Have finale match begin," Midnight shouted as Todoroki immediately shot an glacier at Izuku. "Lightning arrow explosive shot," Izuku stated as he shot the arrow. The arrow exploded right as it crashed into the ice as it actually destroyed the entire glacier. "Would you look at that? Izuku destroyed that entire glacier with just an lightning arrow. Incredible," Midnight shouted. Todoroki then created ice under his feet as he used it to glide around the stage. Izuku kept standing where he was as he only used his bow. He didn't even reinforce his body with lightning. Todoroki then glided around Izuku with incredible speed. "This is getting boring, really, Quirk," Izuku stated as he aimed his bow to the sky. "Lightning rain," he stated as he shot an lightning arrow into the sky. Suddenly, multiple lightning strikes shot down on the field. The ice got broken apart. One of the lightning strikes crashed right at Todoroki's feet as this made him fall to the ground. "You know, you really have a lot of talent, and your quirk is really strong, but I just can't understand you," Izuku stated. "Why is that?" Todoroki asked. "The more you use your ice, the slower your body and reaction time get. Otherwise, you could have dodged that blow easily. Your fire can regulate that. However, you don't use it," Izuku stated, still holding his bow. "I won't use my flames, my old man. He only wants to use me. He was never good enough to become the number one or to beat All Might. Now he wants me to do it in his place. He only needs my power to defeat All Might. He even resorts to awful things to train me. I refuse to be his puppet, so I refuse to use his power," Todoroki explained. "You know, for a talented and smart kid, you really are talking dumb right now," Izuku stated. "What do you mean?" Todoroki asked angrily. "I don't know what methods he uses, and even though you told me about why he needs you, I still don't understand what that has to do with you," Izuku stated. "You were born with your quirk half hot, half cold. He was born with the quirk Hellflame. Sure, your flames come from his genes, but then again, you have your own quirk and he has his own quirk," Izuku stated as this surprised Todoroki. "You're old enough to choose your own path. You can do whatever you choose to do. If you want to reach the number one spot, then do it your own way, but don't go disgracing others by saying you'll beat us with half power," Izuku stated as his bow disappeared and lightning appeared against his body. "If you still insist on holding back your flames, then your fight will end right here. Right now, I won't be holding back any longer. You stated you'll beat us with only your ice. Do you even know how pathetic you sound right now?" Izuku shouted. The crowd and everyone looking at the fight could hear them talk. "We're not that weak that we'll be beaten with half power. You got some lucky wins, but that's all. If you really think your ice will be enough, then you are heavily underestimating us. And if you're that scared of using all of your power, then that makes you the weakest of us all," Izuku stated as lightning got more intense around him. Todoroki looked shocked and took a step back. "Tell me, will you face me with all of your power, or will you forfeit this match?" Izuku asked. "I won't forfeit," Todoroki stated. "Fine, will you fight me at full power, or will you fight like you have and lose like the weakling you are right now?" Izuku asked. Todoroki looked down. "TSH, such a waste of talent. You're so obsessed with your father that you don't even understand that your flames are your own quirk," Izuku stated as he closed his eyes. After hearing all that, Todoroki had enough and suddenly enormous flames shot on his left side. Izuku opened his eyes and smiled confidently. "About time you took me seriously," Izuku stated. "Who isn't taking this fight seriously now? Provoking your opponent to use full power. Stop fooling around," Todoroki stated, smiling. "Well, let's see just how strong you are then," Izuku stated as suddenly strong lightning shot up from above Izuku. It then smashed into the ground as a stream of lightning shot towards Todoroki, who countered it by shooting his flames. The clash created a giant explosion. Izuku then shot multiple streams of lightning directly at Todoroki, who blocked with a wall of ice. He immediately switched to his flames and shot more of that at Izuku. Izuku then charged lightning from all of his body as it gathered in front of him to create a shield to block the flames. The crowd cheered as they saw the heavy attacks being used one after the other and clashes of their powers. "Well, seems the crowd is having fun," Todoroki stated, looking at Izuku. "But you're looking like you're having a great time over there," Todoroki stated. "Well, don't you feel the same?" Izuku asked with a grin. "To be completely honest, it feels amazing fighting at full power," Todoroki stated. "SOO." Endeavor suddenly shouted. "Have you finally realized you need my power to become stronger? Now show those weaklings just how powerful you are and how pathetic they are," Endeavor shouted as Todoroki suddenly shot flames towards Endeavor. He cancelled those out with his own flames as then suddenly a heavy lightning strike shot down an inch away from Endeavor. Endeavor was certainly shocked by the sudden lightning. "Will you shut up already? I don't need you or your power. I'm fighting with my own power. And from now on I use my power how I want to use it," Todoroki stated. "You arrogant little brat," Endeavor stated as he jumped down and landed with his flames. "Endeavor, calm down," Midnight stated as she walked towards him. Endeavor then shot some flames towards her to back off. Izuku shot his lightning in front of her to block the lightning. "It's all right, Midnight," Izuku stated. "We'll handle this," Izuku stated. "Oh, and what will you handle now?" Endeavor asked, pissed. "What can weaklings like you two do against absolute power?" Endeavor stated. "Coming from the number 2, seems your absolute power isn't as great as you brag about," Izuku stated. "You're quite arrogant for a kid. Let me show you what real power looks like," Endeavor stated as his flames intensified. Izuku saw the teachers running towards the field. "Don't worry about me. I can handle this myself," Izuku stated as the teachers stopped. "Todoroki, can you move away for a bit? We'll resume our fight shortly," Izuku stated as his lightning intensified. Endeavor then walked up the field as Todoroki backed away next to the teachers. Well, who would have expected this? A fight between Izuku Midoriya and the number 2 hero, Midnight shouted. At UA, everyone was surprised. "Well, he sure has guts. First he makes that Todoroki kid use full power. Now he's even facing the number 2, Tamaki stated. "I don't know if it was a good idea to provoke Endeavor though," Mirio stated. "We know he's strong, and that he has talent, we all saw that already, however fighting a pro from the top 10? That might be a bit too much for him," Mirio stated. "Izuku's got this," Nijire stated with a soft simple which was free of worry. "You seem to have confidence in his power. Do you know something we don't?" Tamaki asked, however Nijire kept looking at the screen. "Prepare to be defeated, kid," Endeavor stated, pissed as he suddenly shot intense flames at Izuku. Izuku's lightning shot up then down towards the ground as it created lightning bars to stop the flames. Endeavor followed up with multiple flame moves. However, Izuku managed to stop every attack. "Are you holding back on me, or is this really all you have?" Izuku asked, surprised. "Honestly, I expected more. Even if you're just the number 2, Izuku stated as he signed. "Is he trying to provoke him? If he does, then it works," Mike stated, a bit worried. "Just the number 2, huh? I've heard enough of you," Endeavor stated as an enormous flame shot up in the air around him. "Prominence burn," he shouted as he charged his flames at full power. "He's going too far," Midnight stated as Cementos wanted to create barriers, while Aizawa got ready to erase Aizawa's quirk. However, they suddenly saw Izuku laughing. "Is he really laughing?" All Might asked as he saw it. "Raging Volt," Izuku shouted as he shot an lightning-like beam towards the flames. The attacks clashed, creating an incredibly powerful air pressure clash. Izuku's move slowly started to overpower Endeavor's power. Slowly, Izuku's attack completely shot through Endeavor's attack and crashed right into him. Endeavor was sent flying while being electrified as he then fell on the ground outside of the fighting field. The crowd was silent at first but then started cheering loudly. Izuku walked to the edge. Once he did, everyone got quiet again. "So much for your absolute power. In terms of raw power, you really have more strength than most of the pros and you really are close to All Might. However, there is more than brute strength to being strong and beating an opponent. Sure, it helps against a lot of villains, but just like you saw, there can always be someone overpowering you," Izuku explained. "What you displayed just now is a joke. A really strong person doesn't just boast about his strength. Someone who's really powerful will use his power accordingly to create an opening and then strike, not like you did trying to overpower someone head-on. Raw power doesn't make you invincible." It's sad that you don't even understand that. By accepting his power, Todoroki has already far surpassed you. Not only does he have strong attacks, he uses them to try and create openings, and he uses them as a tactic, not just to overpower someone, Izuku stated as Endeavor listened to everything then just walked away pissed. Izuku took a deep breath and an out as he then relaxed and wiped some sweat from his head. You ready to continue this fight, Todoroki? Izuku asked calm but a bit worn out. Sure, but instead of a dragged-out fight, how about we settle this in one attack? You seem pretty worn out after fighting my old man, Todoroki stated. Fine by me, Izuku stated as Todoroki walked back up the stage. Now after a spectacular fight between Izuku and the number 2 Endeavor, the fight between Izuku and Todoroki continues. However, they stated they will finish it in one last attack. Midnight stated. Izuku then placed his hand towards each other as a big ball of lightning was being created. Man, just how much power do you have? Todoroki asked amazed. He then charged intense flames in his left side. I won't be able to control my flames much since I haven't used them much. But then again, if I don't give it everything right here and now, I won't be able to beat you, Todoroki stated. Lightning bolt, Izuku stated as he shot his ball of lightning at Todoroki, who lifted his arm and shot his flames with all the power he had. The lightning bolt and flames clashed and created a giant explosion and smokescreen. After a while, the smokescreen died down. The first one to be seen was Izuku, who held his arms in front of his face as a cross to block his face. On the ground, there were some marks that Izuku was pushed back a bit from the force. After a little while, Todoroki showed up as well. He was standing at the edge of the field panting heavily. His left side of the shirt was completely burned away. You really are a monster, Todoroki stated as he fell off the stage on his back. The winner of this match is Izuku Midoriya, Midnight shouted. The crowd cheered wildly. Izuku left of the stage but was actually panting a little bit. You've used more power than you thought, haven't you? Aizawa asked. Well, that's what I get for provoking the number 2 hero. He wasn't weak, just too arrogant, and too uphold on raw strength, Izuku stated. Take a nice rest. You deserve it, Aizawa stated as Izuku nodded and walked towards the spot where his whole class sat watching. Wow, Izuku, you really were incredible, Momo stated. Yeah man, that was so manly, Kirishima stated. Thanks guys, Izuku stated as he sat down and finally rested for a bit. The match between Uraraka and Bakugo had started when he walked upstairs. Uraraka stayed low to the ground, trying to dodge Bakugo's explosions. However, Bakugo stayed in place and watched at her carefully. Once she got too close for him, he used a big and wide-ranged explosion to blow her back. She got close a few times, however eventually she collapsed from reaching her limit, both by using every bit of energy she had, as well as from the damage sustained from the explosions. Bakugo and Izuku were given 30 minutes to rest from their fights. That way all the people watching the sports festival could get some drinks and a snack, or just stretch their muscles. After the 30 minutes had passed, all of the spectators got to their seats. However, Izuku and Bakugo were already on the field standing opposite from each other as they just looked at each other seriously. Alright ladies and gentlemen, now what you've all been waiting for. The final match, Izuku Midoriya versus Katsuki Bakugo. Who will win this battle and get first place? Midnight shouted as everyone cheered. Bakugo held his hand up as he created small explosions. Izuku channeled his lightning in his body as it swirled around him sometimes. Ready. Begin, Midnight shouted, and right when she did, both Izuku and Bakugo shot forward at incredible speed. Both of them held up their arm at each other as Izuku shot lightning at the same moment Bakugo shot his explosion. A clash of power right from the start. Incredible, Midnight stated. Both Izuku and Bakugo got pushed back by the force of the clash and both grinned while battling. Bakugo then launched at Izuku as he tried smashing Izuku in the face with an explosion. However, he blocked it with his arms covered in lightning. Izuku then placed his hand on Bakugo's chest. Thunderclap, Izuku stated as Bakugo was launched away as lightning appeared on his body causing quite a bit of damage. Bakugo used his explosions to keep himself from falling off the field as he then immediately shot back at Izuku. Die! He shouted while creating a rapid fire of explosions. Izuku held out his hands and shot lightning from his hands as this cancelled out the rapid fire. However, the clashes made sure Izuku didn't see Bakugo anymore, as Bakugo suddenly shot out of the smoke from his side as Izuku was hit in the side by an explosion. Bakugo then grabbed Izuku's face and slammed him into the ground. However, instead of trying to break free, Izuku smiled. Bakugo had wide eyes and wanted to pull back. However, Izuku grabbed his wrist. Dragon Thunder, he stated as a lightning strike shot down at Bakugo. Bakugo screamed in pain as Izuku then released him and kicked him away with lightning. Izuku then quickly jumped a few steps back. Both of them were panting. Well now, seems you don't have endless stamina, Bakugo stated. Well, I fought quite a lot those past years, but never against so many powerful opponents. Our classmates, Todoroki, you're all strong heroes, so there is no way I wouldn't get tired from fighting you. And besides, I had to overpower the number 2, that's not child's play, Izuku stated while panting. Well then, since you're so tired, I'll end it right here and let you rest, Bakugo stated as he shot up into the air. Izuku placed his hands on the floor like a track runner as he charged his lightning. Bakugo then shot down as he spinned around, followed by explosions. Howitzer impact, he shouted. Izuku launched himself from the floor straight at Bakugo as he spinned around covered in lightning and held out his fist. Raging thunder drill, Izuku stated as the lightning kept on intensifying. Eventually their attacks reached each other and created an insanely huge explosion and smokescreen. Incredible! 2 of our first-year students were powerful enough to create an amazingly huge explosion and smokescreen like this, Midnight shouted. Slowly the smoke cleared. They saw Izuku laying on the field. Once the smoke completely cleared, they noticed Bakugo stuck in a wall. Wow, both fighters are down. Bakugo is stuck on a wall, and Izuku seems to be down as well, Midnight stated. If Izuku is still conscious and able to stand, then it means he wins. However, if this is not the case, then this fight will be a DR, Midnight was explaining as Izuku suddenly started getting up as strong lightning still appeared around his body. After a few seconds, Izuku stood on both his legs as the crowd then cheered wildly. The winner of this year's sports festival is Izuku Midoriya, Midnight shouted. Everyone stood up and cheered loudly while giving a loud applause. Even Class 1A was cheering loudly. Back at UA, even Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire were cheering for Izuku's victory. After that, the award ceremony began as Izuku got first place and the medal for it. Bakugo was second, Todoroki and Uraraka had shared third place and also got a loud round of applause for how they fought. Once everything was over and Class 1A started to head back to UA, Izuku became a bit weak on his feet. Kirishima and Kaminari supported him while walking. Thanks guys. Fighting so many strong people today really took it out of me, Izuku stated. Don't worry about it. We're friends, right? Kaminari stated with a smile. They all walked to UA. When they arrived, Izuku noticed Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire standing at the entrance. They were happy to see Izuku but were worried when they saw Kirishima and Kaminari basically carrying him. Are you all right? Mirio asked. Yeah, but fighting Tokoyami, Todoroki, Endeavor and Bakugo was quite exhausting, Izuku stated with a smile. It's alright guys, I can walk now. Thanks for the help, Izuku stated as he stood on his own. No problem bro. We'll see you at the dorm later, Kirishima stated as he and Kaminari walked back to the dorm. The others of Class 1A were already back. However, Kirishima, Izuku and Kaminari walked a bit slower with Izuku tired like that. So, what did you think? Izuku asked with a smile. You were amazing, Nijire said softly with a dreamy smile and look in her eyes while staring at him. Izuku gave her a smile back. Honestly, I was a bit worried when you faced Endeavor, but man, you're strong, Mirio stated. Well, overpowering him wasn't easy, it took a lot of power. Guess that's why I'm so tired right now, Izuku stated. You should really rest though, Tamaki stated. Yeah, I just saw you guys and wanted to talk a bit. But yeah, I was planning on taking a little nap to restore some energy when I got back, Izuku stated. Well, we won't hold you back, man. You did amazing. Say, once you wake up, do you want to hang out a bit? Mirio asked. Sure, I'd love to, Izuku stated. He then gave Mirio his phone number so they could talk to each other whenever they wanted, and also so Izuku could let him know when he was awake. My phone is still in my room. You can send me a message. I'll tell you when I'm awake again, Izuku stated as he felt his energy leave his body more and more. Well, have a nice rest and nap, man. See you later, Mirio stated. Izuku started walking to his dorm. Oh, that reminds me, he stated as he stopped. Izuku then turned around and looked at Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki looked curious and surprised at him. Yesterday before leaving you told me something. I haven't been able to answer you then since you were away so quick, Izuku stated. Nijire was thinking of what he meant when he suddenly walked towards her. Izuku then suddenly leaned towards her and kissed her on the lips as Mirio and Tamaki both looked surprised with big eyes. I like you too, Izuku said with a smile on his face and eyes closed. He then used his lightning to shoot away from there before she could respond as payback for the day before. However, Nijire was just muttering some unhearable words while being completely red. She couldn't blush any worse than she was doing right now. Mirio and Tamaki then just smiled at the muttering and blushing mess that was Nijire right now. Once Izuku got at the dorm, he took a shower and went to bed. When he got to his room, he opened his phone and found out Mirio had already sent him a message. There were 2 messages. The first said, "Hey Mirio here. This way you'll have my number Oswell. Take a nice rest." Izuku smiled, then read the second. "You did a good job with Nijire. She really liked you and was insecure about if you had the same feelings for her. Now she knows for sure you like her too. And she's been a stuttering mess and blushing mess ever since you left. We'll have a nice rest and we'll see you later." Izuku was smiling as he then fell on his bed. He closed his eyes, and before he fell asleep, he could see Nijire in front of him. He looked at her beautiful eyes and face. She also had pretty long blue hair. However, that which he found most beautiful about her, and what he saw last before falling asleep, was her amazingly beautiful bright smile. Chapter 4. Rescue in the City. Izuku had woken up after a few hours of sleep and he messaged Mirio that he was awake again. Only a minute later, he received a message to meet up in the park. Izuku agreed to it, then walked to the park and laid down in the grass in the sun with a smile on his face and his eyes closed. A few moments later, he heard them coming. "Hey Izuku, had a good rest?" Mirio asked. "Yeah, it was a really nice nap," Izuku said as he sat up and stretched his back and arms. Izuku then saw Nijire looking at him. When he looked at her and smiled, she started blushing again. "I think you kind of melted her brain," Tamaki stated. "You really think so?" Izuku asked as he stood up and got closer to Nijire. "Are you still in there?" Izuku asked as she then nodded. "Ah, good," Izuku said with a smile as he sat back down. How can he act so calm and naturally? It was already hard for me to say that I like him. Yet he just did it and even kissed me. Now he's acting as if nothing changed, Nijire thought as she sat down. Mirio and Tamaki also sat on the grass. "So Izuku, how was it, fighting the number 2 hero?" Tamaki asked as Mirio looked surprised at him. "Hey, I can be curious Oswell, you know," Tamaki stated. "Yeah, but you're mostly really shy," Mirio stated. "Not around friends or people I know long enough," he answered. To answer that question, it was really tough. I overpowered him, sure, but he's very strong. The thing about him is, he only attacks head-on. He doesn't create an opening for himself. He just charges in at full power and just hopes his attacks get through, Izuku explained. Basically, if I fought like I normally do, he wouldn't stand a chance. My fighting style mostly uses my speed to create openings than attack. It's a better strategy than attacking head-on, Izuku explained. "By the way, what are your quirks?" Izuku asked, curious. "My quirk is called Manifest. I can manifest things I ate. I mostly eat takoyaki and clams. That way I've always got good offense and defense on hand. I can only manifest what I ate that day though," Tamaki stated. "My quirk is permeation. It's not that grand as Tamaki's quirk. However, I'm able to slip through matter. I can even slip through the ground and launch myself up by undoing my quirk underground. However, there are a lot of different steps involved in going through something. However, I trained it so much I can almost do it naturally," Mirio explained. "What about you, Nijire?" Izuku asked. However, she was still staring at him with a blush. "Maybe you should kiss her again," Mirio stated with a goofy grin. Nijire then snapped back to reality. "Sorry, what?" she asked, still blushing while looking at Izuku. "Glad you're back. I was asking about your quirks." Mirio and Tamaki already explained theirs. "I was wondering what yours was," Izuku stated. "Mine is called Surge. I use my own energy to shoot energy blasts. I can also make myself float and bind people with it," she explained. "Wow, you 3 really have amazing quirks," Izuku stated. "Well, that might be. However, yours is the most impressive," Mirio stated. "Yeah, you're really strong," Tamaki stated. "Well, that's what I wanted, to be strong and to protect others. Not that I had any choice to become stronger or not," Izuku stated. "What do you mean?" Mirio asked as he noticed Izuku was a bit sad. "Right, you guys left before Nijire and I talked about that. That villain attack I talked about, that launched my into UA, that wasn't the first. I actually lost count of how many attacks I fended off," Izuku stated. "How long have you been attacked by villains then?" Tamaki asked. "Every day for 9 years straight," Izuku stated as Mirio and Tamaki had wide eyes after hearing that. "Wow, that's intense. Didn't you have anywhere to go?" Mirio asked. "Nope. My mom shielded me to get away when I was 7. However, I've never seen her since. I don't know if she got away, or if she was taken, or maybe even killed," Izuku stated. "That's really rough," Tamaki stated. "Yeah, well, I managed to survive, and I'll become a hero so I can save others, so kids won't have to lose their parents or parents don't have to lose their child. So people won't lose their loved ones to villain attacks. And most of all to save people from the life I had," Izuku explained. Nijire looked sad Oswell after hearing that. Suddenly she remembered earlier again. "I'm sorry to suddenly change the subject, but Izuku? How is it you were able to say you like me and kiss me so easily? It took all my courage. I had to say I like you. Then I ran away, but you were able to tell me you liked me with a smile on your face and even kiss me before leaving," Nijire stated. "It's not that it was easy for me. Trust me, my heart raced like crazy. but I've spent years trying to stay calm no matter how I felt. So I guess that's something that stayed with me, Izuku explained. Sorry for the sudden kiss? I shouldn't have done that, Izuku stated as he laughed a bit awkwardly while scratching his head. Nijire then leaned in and kissed him. Mirio, Tamaki, and Izuku all looked surprised. Nijire, the muttering blushing mess, suddenly kissed Izuku. That's my way of showing I like you just as much, and also for showing I don't mind to kiss you, she stated with a burning blush. Soon she'll melt her brain, Mirio stated as they then all started to laugh. Say, shall we go to the shopping mall in the city? We could grab some food and something to drink, Mirio stated. Fine by me, Izuku stated as Mirio then jumped up. The others followed his lead and got up the walk towards the shopping mall. However, once they did, Mirio regretted asking as Nijire immediately pulled everyone in a clothes shop. Nijire had been gone for a while to get clothes. Izuku, Mirio, and Tamaki just waited. So, why did we have to come in here too? Izuku asked. Once Nijire gets here, she wants us to rate her clothes and tell her our opinion on it. It's just the amount of clothes she gets just to try them on is huge, Mirio stated. Suddenly Nijire came walking with both her arms completely covered in a pile of clothes. Izuku looked with wide eyes. I get you too since you're her friends. But why me? Izuku asked. You two literally kissed before we got here? Do you even have to ask? Mirio asked while laughing. After a long while, they were finally done rating Nijire's clothes as she walked with 3 bags of clothes. Thanks you guys, Nijire stated. Mirio, Tamaki, and Izuku just nodded. Shall we get something to eat? I'm starving and it's on me, Izuku stated. That's nice, but you don't have to, man, Mirio stated. Well, it's still on me. Let's just say it's celebrating that I won the sports festival, Izuku stated with a smile. Well, if you say it like that, then it'll be rude to decline, Mirio stated with a smile. They went to a restaurant and all ordered some food and some drinks. After they were all done, Izuku paid the bill and they all got outside. Man, that food was so good, Mirio stated as he stretched his back and arms. You said it, that was really good, Tamaki stated. Yeah. Thanks for the food, Izuku, Nijire stated. No problem. I went here when I was a kid and it's still delicious, Izuku stated. The walk through the mall a little longer, Mirio and Tamaki up front and Izuku and Nijire behind them. Without thinking, Izuku grabbed her hand and walked hand in hand. Mirio and Tamaki didn't really notice it, but even if they did, they really didn't mind. Both Izuku and Nijire were friends of them. As long as they were happy, so are they. Izuku, Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki were walking around when suddenly there was a giant explosion close by. Izuku immediately sprinted towards it. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire quickly followed. However, when they arrived, they saw 4 Nomus rampaging through the city. They were attacking whoever they saw. They threw cars and slammed into buildings. Izuku saw some of the local heroes fight the Nomus, however, they couldn't stop them. Izuku launched lightning towards all 4 of the Nomu, gaining their attention. Go help with the rescue. I can handle them, Izuku stated towards his friends. They nodded and immediately ran towards the burning buildings, as well as the destroyed ones, to see if there are people in need. You go as well, Izuku stated towards the local heroes who tried to face the Nomus. Are you sure? They are really strong, one of them said. Don't worry, I got this, Izuku stated. Suddenly the Nomus got serious as 2 suddenly disappeared. Izuku looked surprised and jumped back. Once he did, the 2 Nomus punched a small hole in the ground. So those 2 are speed types, that means that those other 2 are power types, Izuku stated as the other 2 Nomu charged him from the sides. Izuku manages to catch their fists and stop them. The 2 speed types had jumped up, launching at Izuku. He was defenseless, or so people and the Nomus thought. Izuku grabbed the fist of the Nomu on his right tighter as he then slammed that Nomu into the other 2. Izuku then threw them away. He then turned to the Nomu on his left and roasted it with his lining. Wow, incredible, one of the local heroes said. Izuku was facing off against the remaining 3 Nomu. He managed to deflect their punches and then throw attacks off his own. He was about to win when suddenly, watch out, Nijire shouted. Izuku turned around and saw a sword coming from him. Shit, I won't make it in time, Izuku thought when suddenly the sword got blocked. Izuku looked towards the reason as he then saw Tamaki with a clam. Good thing I always eat takoyaki and clams to have this power, Tamaki stated. Mirio and Nijire then got behind Izuku. Thanks for the save, guys, Izuku stated. Don't mention it, Tamaki stated. You guys handle those Nomus, I'll fight this guy, Izuku stated as he charged at the person with the sword. However, when Izuku ran towards the sword user, he ran away. Izuku ran after him. Wait, stop, Izuku, Mirio stated. Why? He's getting away, Izuku stated. You don't get it. That's the hero killer Stain, Mirio stated. Then all the more reason to get him, Izuku stated after running after him. Since Stain uses a sword, Izuku charged his lightning slightly around his body. The sword should use as a lightning rod. That way he can find out if Stain is close. Suddenly the lightning shot towards his left while running, and Izuku was just in time to jump back as then a sword appeared trying to stab or slash him. That was close, Izuku thought. He landed and attacked. However, the hero killed was running again. Izuku jumped on a roof and followed him. Izuku then created his bow of lightning as he shot bars of lightning just in front of Stain to seal of his route. Izuku then landed behind him. I didn't know that the hero killer was such a coward. Attacking people in the back then running away, Izuku stated. You've got quite a big mouth for a kid, Stain stated. Izuku then took a fighting stance as Stain readied his swords. Izuku started off by shooting lightning at him. However, Stain avoided this and ran towards Izuku. Stain threw some daggers, but Izuku deflected it with his lightning. He then created claws of lightning on his hands and clashed with Stain's swords. Not bad. For a kid, you know how to handle a fight, Stain stated. You're not bad yourself, being able to keep up with me fast attacks, Izuku stated. Both of them gave a sudden barrage as Stain gave a barrage with his swords and Izuku countering them with his claws. Izuku suddenly covered his arms in lightning, but to Stain's surprise, Izuku kicked him away. Stain got kicked a few steps away. That's strange. Why did he cover his arms in lightning if he's going to kick me? Stain thought. Stain then suddenly jumped up and tried slashing Izuku from above. However, he used his arm to block the swords. Izuku then quickly countered by placing his hand on Stain. Thunderclap, he stated as Stain shot backwards because of the attack while letting go of his swords. I see, using an electric shock throughout my body to make my muscles numb. Pretty smart. It wouldn't work quite as good on people with long-ranged quirks. However, it works extremely well on people who hold weapons, Stain stated with a smile. Stain then managed to gain some control back of his muscles as he grabbed two knives and ran at Izuku. Instead of his claws, he created lightning daggers and clashed with Stain. Izuku then threw the daggers at Stain. He kept his attention on the dagger, but once he faced Izuku again, Izuku was gone. Izuku then appeared behind Stain as he punched Stain with incredible power in the face. Stain was sent flying and landed next to his swords. He quickly got up, grabbed them and jumped towards Izuku. Izuku bended through his knees as he placed a hand on the floor. Lightning swirled around his body as he then jumped up with incredible speed. He punched Stain in the gut before Stain could even make a move. The punch made Stain cough some blood as he was launched back. Izuku shot up to the roof with his lightning as he quickly ran after Stain's flying body. He then saw the battlefield from where he fought the Nomu. He jumped towards Stain and kicked him to the head, launching him towards the battlefield. Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire were holding off the Nomus quite well. They managed to get good hits in and weaken the three Nomus a lot when suddenly something crashed behind them. They quickly turned around and saw it was the hero killer Stain. He had some pretty bad wounds and he was unconscious. How are you guys holding up here? Izuku asked. Did you do that? Tamaki asked, pointing at the hero killer. Yeah? Why? Izuku asked. I'm never going to make you angry, Tamaki stated, turning back to the Nomu. Tamaki, Nijire, can you bind Own for me? Izuku asked. Tamaki then managed to grab one with his tentacle fingers, and Nijire used her quirk to bind it Oswell. Izuku charged towards it, placed his hand on the Nomu's head. Thunderclap, he stated as the Nomu shot down to the ground. What did you do? Mirio asked. My thunderclap makes the body numb. If I hit the nerves, I can shut those down. But now I used it on its brain, so it should be knocked out, Izuku stated. Suddenly, the remaining Nomus charged at Izuku from the sides. He caught their fists and used his quirk. Lightning bind, he stated as both of the Nomus had lightning swirling around them as it held them in place. Mirio, Tamaki, you hit one. Nijire, you defeat the other with your quirk, Izuku stated as they nodded. Nijire charged full power in her energy beams, then shot it at the Nomu. Tamaki created a crab hammer in his left hand as he and Mirio then slammed the other Nomu with full force. Both Nomu fell to the ground. All the people had been saved, and the only thing to do was for the firefighters to fight the flames. Meanwhile, the chief of police showed up. I'm glad you guys helped us. You really saved us and a lot of lives, the chief of police stated. No problem, Izuku stated. However, you young man, you're a first year at UA. I don't think you have your license, do you? The chief asked. Actually, I don't, Izuku stated. Well, officially I'd have to punish you since you actually didn't have the authority to harm the Nomus or the hero killer. However, seeing how you saved so many people, and that your friends are third years with licenses, I'm willing to overlook it for this once. However, I strongly recommend you to get you license if you want to help like this again, the chief stated. I will, sir. Thank you for overlooking it this once. I'll be sure to get my license before acting Aegean, Izuku stated as he bowed down. Izuku and his friends walked back to UA. Aizawa had heard from the police what happened and immediately went towards Izuku and his friends. Ah, Aizawa. I wanted to go see you actually, Izuku stated. Yeah, I figured. The police just called us with details on what happened. I guess you want to get your license, don't you? Aizawa asked. I do. I almost got in trouble today, so I really need to go for my license. Is that possible as a first-year student? Izuku asked. It is, but it will be difficult, and you'll go through a hell before I let you go on the exam. Do you still think you're up for it? Aizawa asked. I do. I will get my license, and I'll train as hard as I have to for it, Izuku stated. Nizu and I already talked about it. The license exam will be over a few months. Until then, we'll work you to the bone. Eventually, we'll take an exam as a class. If you pass, we'll let you go on the license exam. If you fail, you won't. Do you understand? Aizawa asked. Yes, sir. I'm fine with it. I'll do my best, Izuku stated confidently. Also, earlier when everyone was getting back from the sports festival, I saw you and Nijire kissing, Aizawa stated seriously. Both Nijire and Izuku felt like they were in trouble. We don't mind relationships, as long as it doesn't badly affect your grades or you hero work. So don't worry, you're not in trouble, Aizawa stated, smiling a little. Izuku and Nijire sighed with relief. Aizawa then walked off. Your entire class will train for the exam, and the training starts tomorrow, Aizawa stated. Well, seems like you've got your work cut out for you, Izuku. Good luck, man, Mirio stated as Tamaki nodded. Thanks, guys, Izuku stated. Nijire walked towards Izuku and hugged him. I know you'll be able to get it. Good luck, she stated. Izuku hugged her back. When they broke off the hug, they smiled at each other and kissed before they all went towards their own dorms. A few months of hellish training and an exam to get ready for the license exam. I will get my license and become a hero. Then I'll be able to really save people. Chapter 5. Training Exam. A few months had passed and Izuku and his class were in the final week before the exam would be held to decide who will go for the license exam. Izuku and everyone have been through aggressive trainings that literally made them collapse, all to get better to use their quirks but also rescue training and such. Now it was the final week before the exam. Izuku and his class have started on creating an ultimate technique. Remember, it doesn't have to be an offensive move. It can also be a capture move, or a defensive move, Aizawa stated. What about me, Aizawa? I already have quite a few moves ready. I can bind and I can defend with my lightning Oswell as fight off course, Izuku stated. That's true, maybe try to concentrate on improving those moves, or you can try and come up with another move, Aizawa stated. Everyone was improving quickly and their super moves were also quite nicely. Eventually Izuku perfected a move in a daytime. Aizawa decided to give him the rest of the week off from the training to create super moves and was done 2 hours earlier than the others. Izuku used that time to enjoy the peace around himself. He laid down in the park on the grass. Can't believe I've really been attacked for 9 years straight. It seems like a bad dream seeing how everything is now, Izuku stated. Well, at least you've got a better life now, right? Izuku heard and opened his eyes. He saw Nijire looking at him with a smile. You're right. And you know, I met this awesome girl Oswell, Izuku teased. Oh really? Nijire pouted. What did she look like? She asked a bit jealous. Izuku stood up. Let's see. Long blue hair. Beautiful eyes. Not to be rude, but she has a very nice figure. And to top it off, she has the most amazing smile I've seen, Izuku stated. That sounds quite a lot like me, Nijire joked. Who knows, maybe it is, Izuku stated as he kissed her. Nope, it's definitely me, she stated as she smiled at him brightly. I'm glad I met you. Otherwise, it might have still been very dark and cold around me, Izuku stated. Well, I'm lucky to have such an amazing guy like you, Nijire stated. By the way, how did the training go? We hadn't seen you for a while. I heard Mirio texted you a while back and told us you were really tired and really worked to the bone, Nijire stated. Well, I'd like to have your number so I can text you Oswell. And yeah, Aizawa really worked us till we collapsed, Izuku stated as he got tired just thinking of the training. But why aren't you training now? You should have school for at least 2 more hours? And I can give you my number, but that's going to cost you a warm hug and another kiss, Nijire teased. Izuku hugged her tightly as he then gave her a loving kiss. She then gave him her number. I actually had class, but this last week we're training on super moves. I mastered a new one already. However, since I already had a few, Aizawa told me I was allowed to do whatever I wanted whenever we had to train. So for this week, I'm done 2 hours earlier than usual, Izuku stated. So what's this new technique you made? Nijire asked, excited. Actually, it's not a new move I can show just like that, it's a bit too aggressive for that, Izuku laughed awkwardly. I can also bind people already with my lightning bow and also without, so yeah, and I can defend with my lightning Oswell, so I've got almost all of that covered I guess, Izuku stated. You really are incredible, as a first year I wasn't nearly as good as you are now, Nijire stated. Well, we've lived very different lives too, Izuku stated a bit sadly. How about this? Once you get your license we'll go see my parents and tell them that you're my boyfriend, Nijire asked. Sure, but why mention that now? Izuku asked. No offense, I'd like to see them and be proud of you as my girl. But why mention it when I talked about having different lives? Izuku asked. Well, maybe you'd like it knowing they approve of you, Oswell. Besides, after the sports festival they told me about how impressive you were, and if I've seen it, Oswell, Nijire explained. Well, that would be nice if they approved of me. However, I don't know if they will once they know more about me, Izuku stated. They'll have to because I'm not going to let you go, Nijire said with a wink. That's good to know. I'd bring you to see my mom. However, I still don't know if she's alive or where she would be, Izuku stated. Don't worry, we'll find her someday. And she can be proud of who you've become, Nijire stated as she placed her arms around him and gave him a warm hug. Thanks, Nijire. After that, Izuku laid on his back in the grass as Nijire laid next to him. Her head on his shoulder and her eyes were closed. Izuku looked at her and she had a peaceful smile on her face. When I was on the run from the villains, I never really thought anyone could be this peaceful. But now that I'm in UA and met Nijire, I feel at peace myself, Izuku thought. They laid like that for a couple of hours before they both headed back to their dorms. Izuku grabbed some dinner with his classmates and sat some more talking. Bakugo was bragging about his new special move that he created. Kaminari was talking about how he was able to fight better with his quirk. Kirishima stated that he could harden his body even more than before. Azui, however, gave everyone a demonstration of her quirk as Mineta wanted to peek at the girls and grab them on certain spots. Azui made herself invisible as she then grabbed his underpants and pulled it over his head. Mineta was screaming in pain and tried to get it off his head. However, thanks to his quirk, it stuck to his head for a couple of hours. Everyone laughed at that. So I have to ask, Kaminari stated. What will this exam be about? He asked. You know, for once Mr. No Brains actually asks a good question, Bakugo stated. Hey, thanks Bakugo. See, you can be NIHY, I'm not Mr. No Brains. Kaminari said. I know that this will decide who will take a shot at the license exam, Izuku stated. If you pass, you can go for the license exam. If you fail, you'll have to try next time, Izuku explained. How do you know about this? Kaminari asked. Yeah, Izuku. How do you know that? Mina asked. When that Nomu attack was a few months ago, I was a part of that fight. I captured the hero killer Stain. However, if it wasn't for Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki, I would have gotten in trouble. The chief of police explained this to Aizawa and he decided to train all of us for the license exam. Izuku explained. So it's your fault we had Tio work so hard? Mina shouted surprised. Basically, yes, I guess, Izuku stated bluntly. You little, Kaminari stated as Izuku used his quirk and gave Kaminari a small shock which automatically activated his quirk, frying his brain. Everyone started laughing again. Actually, this is a good thing. If we have our licenses as first years, then we can start on real hero work earlier and gain more experience before graduating, Momo stated. Well, there's that too. But mostly it's because of Izuku just jumping in whenever he wants to, Bakugo stated. Well, can't argue with that, Izuku stated. After that, they all talked for a little while longer before going to bed. The next few days passed fairly quickly. Izuku spent more time with Nijire, the others mastered their special moves, and eventually everyone was ready. The day of the UA exam finally arrived. Everyone had team-ups to face their own weaknesses. However, so far everyone made it. The last fight was Izuku and Bakugo versus All Might. So how do you want to do it? Bakugo asked. Nice and easy, Izuku stated with a big smile. Take him head on? Bakugo asked. Take him head on, Izuku stated. Sounds like a plan, Bakugo said with a grin on his face. Izuku had the same grin. So far everyone had passed. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire came looking Oswell. They heard about the exam and wanted to see how they would do. They were worried about Izuku and hoped he would pass. However, his chances looked small since they had to face All Might. Nah, for them this will be easy, Kirishima stated. All of the teachers were ordered to hold back against us. Otherwise, we would have been easy pickings at moments, he added. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you, Aizawa stated. Sure, we all held back, especially Power Loader, Snipe, and Nizu. They could easily kill some of you if they wanted, however don't forget about Izuku. He won against Endeavor, the number 2 hero, and overpowered him in raw power. In raw power alone, he isn't too far off from All Might, Aizawa stated. However, that lightning makes Izuku faster and more flexible than All Might, and his close combat moves count as 2 moves. There is the force of his punch, but also the lightning aftermath to count, Aizawa stated. All Might has been ordered to not hold back. Those two are, in terms of skill, the top we have in our class, that come close to the big three, maybe even equal if not better. To top it off, Izuku has surpassed everyone in this school in terms of power, speed, flexibility, but he also has the most experience in fights, Aizawa explained. So Izuku is actually a teenager with the power and experience of an adult pro hero? Is that what you're saying? Mirio asked. Basically yes, as of now doesn't really have a weakness in battle. However, he does have a weakness outside of that which could cost him someday, Aizawa stated. What would that be? Nijire asked. Depending on the person. His feelings to protect, Aizawa stated. We know he came here kind of depressed, and lately he's been really opening up to everyone. However, his desire to protect also became stronger. Nijire, we all know you two have a relationship, but if, say, a villain would take you away the moment he finds out about it, and a clue about where you are, he'll be already there before any of us can make a move, even if it's a trap, Aizawa explained. So his feelings for me are his weakness? Nijire asked sadly. I wouldn't say it like that. Those feelings might also be able to save him someday. He has a reason to stay alive, a reason to not give up, a reason to keep going no matter what, Aizawa stated. But if this exam is about to be able to go to the license exam, and facing your weakness, why are those two together? And why are they facing All Might? Tamaki asked. Because we have no one strong enough to face those two. Bakugo on his own wouldn't be able to take All Might. He lacks the speed and power to do so. However, we all know how Izuku fought against that Nomu at the USJ. He was handling it better than All Might was. It's either because Izuku is stronger, or All Might has been weakened that much, Aizawa explained. One thing is for sure, Izuku is definitely faster, he said. All right, begin. Izuku and Bakugo heard. Here he comes, Izuku stated. Bakugo looked a bit surprised. Straight ahead, Izuku stated as he and Bakugo both shot their quirk at All Might and launched him back. You can see him? Bakugo asked. Well, I can actually move faster than he does, so I'm able to see him, yeah. And I know you have the reflection speed to counter him even if you can't see him, Izuku stated. Is that right? All Might asked as he appeared Izuku and slammed down on Izuku. However, when he did, Izuku disappeared. I told you that I can see your moves, Izuku stated seriously as he kicked All Might to the head from behind him. All Might got launched away as he crashed in the ground but still didn't stop. Once he did stop and the dust cleared, it looked like an airplane had crashed against the ground as it had destroyed the ground and leaving a line like a crater towards where All Might stopped. Everyone looking gasped after seeing this. This boy is incredible, Recovery Girl stated. He sure is, Nizu stated as he suddenly appeared. I told All Might to go all out. He was skeptical about it. However, this should show him that he really has to, Nizu stated. All Might got up. Man, young Izuku really isn't pulling any punches here. He's really fighting seriously. Nizu was right. I shouldn't hold back. If I do, I might get in trouble, All Might stated. You still want to fight? Izuku asked. All Might then appeared in front of him, but was blasted away as Bakugo used a huge explosion. Once he landed, he immediately shot back towards them. Bakugo shot a barrage of explosions to keep All Might away. All Might blocked them with his arms in front of him. However, he then blew everything away by opening his arms with a lot of force, but this created an opening. Izuku came in closer as he placed his hand on All Might's chest. Thunderclap, he said as All Might shot back with a lot of force. He managed to stop himself from being launched too far back as Bakugo immediately used the opportunity to attack. All Might was shaking in place. What did he just do to me? All Might thought as his arms were shaking quite a bit. Don't get distracted now, All Might, Bakugo shouted as he spinned around with his hands towards All Might, and every time his hands pointed at All Might he threw an explosion at him. All Might was being pushed back quite harshly as he suddenly managed to grab Bakugo and throw him away. Izuku quickly caught Bakugo and then landed. Wanna show them our new super moves? Izuku asked. Sure. Let's show them something badass, Bakugo stated. Super moves? You two really are taking this seriously, aren't you? All Might stated seriously. Bakugo held up his right hand as he placed his left hand in front of it and opening a little spot on his hand. All Might, be sure not to die form this, Bakugo stated. AP shot, he stated as a beam of his explosive power shot at All Might. All Might and everyone else except Izuku looked shocked at the move and power it held. All Might managed to block it with his fist, but only by combining the punch with air pressure. All Might was panting heavily from using so much power. Your turn, Izuku, Bakugo stated. Izuku hesitated for a moment. All Might, he said. What is it? Young Midoriya, he asked. This is just an exam, so I want to ask you right now, before I risk killing you, Izuku stated as everyone had wide eyes. Are you able to take on a stronger hit than that? Or have you used too much power? Izuku asked in a serious tone. You won't kill me so easily, young Izuku. Don't worry about it. Act like I'm a villain, All Might stated. All Might, I'm serious, we could easily win like we are fighting now. But I want to show you my power, this move of mine. It really can kill you if you're not at full power, so if you're not able to bring out your full power, then I won't use it. Izuku stated. Is his attack really that powerful? Mirio asked. Aizawa nodded. I don't know what it is. He asked Ectoplasm to help him with clones. However, Ectoplasm was terrified of his power and told him that his clones was ripped to shreds. Aizawa stated. I'm able to use full power, so come at me with everything you've got. All Might stated seriously as he really powered up to 100%. Air pressure swirled around him. Don't let up for even a second, Izuku stated as he took a beastly stance. He then shot at immense speed towards All Might and gave him a heavy blow as everyone even saw the force coming off All Might's back. Izuku's lightning created lines, eventually made the form of a star. However, All Might was already heavily panting. Izuku then shot underneath All Might as he kicked up under his jaw to launch All Might up. Raging lightning demolition, Izuku stated as every point of the star he created with lightning shot multiple lightning streams which all blasted towards All Might and did some heavy impact damage as well as a lot of aftermath lightning damage. Once his attack was done, All Might fell heavily panting to the floor with his clothes ripped to shreds. Izuku was on his knees heavily panting. This move will really have to stay as a last resort, it seems, he stated as he almost collapsed. Bakugo helped him up as they walked towards the gate to pass the exam. Izuku and Bakugo have won, was being shouted. Everyone already ran outside towards Izuku and Bakugo. Some of the students went with Aizawa, Nizu, and Recovery Girl to help All Might. Dude, that move was insane, Kirishima stated. Both of you, he added quickly. My move will be a last resort, though, as it drains almost all my energy, Izuku stated. It's still impressive, Kirishima stated. I'll take him from you, Nijire stated to Bakugo, who nodded and handed Izuku to her. She placed Izuku on his back. I'm sorry you have to carry me. I hope I'm not too heavy, Izuku stated. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a hero too, you know. I'm strong enough to carry someone on my back, she stated. Glad to hear it, Izuku said as he placed his head in her neck on his ear. Your hair is so soft, Izuku stated as he slowly fell asleep. I'll bring him to his room. Could someone show me where his room is, please? She asked. I'll bring you there, Ida stated. Thank you, she stated with a smile. They both walked back to the dorm as she then brought Izuku to his room. She placed him on his bed and sat beside him on his bed. I'm really a lucky girl to have such a kind but strong boyfriend, she stated with a soft smile as she looked at Izuku. She placed a kiss on his head as she then wanted to go. However, Izuku in his sleep held her hand. Please don't go, he stated in his sleep. Nijire was first surprised, but then she smiled. She laid down beside him and placed her arm around him and her head against his as she just laid next to him. Chapter 6. License Exam. The day of the license had finally arrived. Izuku and his class were standing in front of the stadium where the exam would be held. All right, are you all ready to show them what you're made of? Aizawa asked. Yes, sir, they all shouted as they walked inside. Everyone got into their hero suits and walked towards the waiting room. It was explained that there would be two parts of this exam. The first would be to place targets on their bodies and then hit the other people's targets with some balls. The balls and targets were handed out as everyone placed them on. Izuku placed his on his right shoulder, under his left part of the chest, and the last on his right hip. Everyone had 2 minutes to go to the location they liked the most. All right, let's all stay together, Izuku stated. Over my dead body, Bakugo shouted as he ran off. Kaminari and Kirishima followed him. I'm fighting on my own as well. My quirk isn't good in a big group, Todoroki stated. Why do you want us to stay together, Midoriya? Mineta asked. This will probably be a battle of schools. If so, ours has a very big disadvantage, Izuku stated. Why is that? Mina asked. The sports festival, Momo stated. Right, the sports festival is shown through the country, so everyone already knows how we use our quirks. So they'll probably go for us first, Izuku stated as he started running with the rest behind him. So what do we do now then? Ojiro asked. For now, let's stick together, Izuku stated, but then they heard a loud zoomer and multiple schools showed up. Sucks to be you guys. Thanks to the sports festival, we know everything about you, Shindo from Ketsubutsu Academy stated. All of the students from different schools threw balls at them. Izuku shot lightning to block the front. Tokoyami covered himself in dark shadow and swiped the balls on the right away. Momo made shields to protect the left. and Mina used her acid to stop the balls at the back of the group. Midoriya, what do we do now? There are too many, Mineta stated. Mineta is right, we'll have to think of something, Ida stated. For now we have to stand our ground, eventually they have to split us up, or they'll mess up, either way if we act now, then we'll be the ones to fail, Izuku stated. The other schools tried again, but this time using their quirks, however they managed to block all of the balls. Shindo then placed his hands on the ground and used his tremoring earth which completely destroyed the field as well as split UA, but also the other schools up. Izuku stayed together with Shoji and Jairu and Momo. They however didn't know who stayed together as well or how any of his classmates were doing. You three alright? Izuku asked. Yeah, you were right, they did both. They both messed up and split us up, Momo stated. So what do we do now? I can hear them all around us, Jairu stated. For now, we'll have to get away from here, Izuku stated. Yeah, but where to? We don't exactly have an ideal team to win this, Shoji stated. Why do you think so? Izuku asked. Well, you're a power/speed type, however Jairu and I are mostly for detection. Momo can create things but it's very limited, Shoji explained. And that's exactly why we'll make it, Izuku stated as this confused the others. What do you mean? Momo asked. Jairu can hear the enemy and also from what direction. Shoji can use multi-arms to make his eye see while keeping his body hidden. Since the eye isn't that big, it's still hard to see for anyone else. I've got binding moves to bind the enemy so we can tag their targets. We'll just bind enough people for all of us. Then we can win this, Izuku stated. You mentioned everyone but me. What do you want me to do? Momo asked a bit insecure. You can think of the best way to approach things. Also, I'd like you to stay on guard for defense if we need it. You can create a strong shield if you can block a first blow. Then I'm also able to back you up, and since you know a lot, you might be able to help me with something that I tried to do, Izuku stated with a smile, giving Momo a boost of confidence. Alright, but where do we put this in motion? Momo asked. Well, we'll need to tag 3 marks on 2 people. We need a place with some good hiding spots. But there also have to be quite some people, Izuku stated. We can try the city part over there. We can use the alleys and buildings. The bridge is too open. The same is for the mountainside and the waterside, so that would be our best bet. Or we'll have to stay between the destroyed rubble here, Momo explained. Where do you think we'll have the most success? Izuku asked. The city for sure, Momo stated. Alright, let's go there then, Izuku stated. They quickly made their way there. They then got into a tall building and got to the roof of it. Alright, so what now? Jairu asked. Jairu, please use your earphone jack to listen if there are enemies, Momo stated. She then plugged them into the ground as she listened. There are a few in an alley behind us, and I hear people coming up here. I'd say 2 each, Jairu stated. Shoji, keep watch over what the 2 in the alley do. Izuku, please be ready to bind the 2 people coming up, Momo stated. Izuku then created a bow made of lightning and pulled backwards ready to shoot. Then after a short time, 2 people sprinted outside. Lightning bind multi-shot, Izuku stated as he shot 2 lightning arrows towards them. The arrows made direct contact and binded them. Alright, good job, Izuku. Shoji, how is it on your end? Momo asked. They got away, Shoji stated. Alright, but who will tag those 2 then? Momo asked a bit uncertain. You guys go ahead. Even alone I could probably make it, so I'm not too worried, Izuku stated. Well, since you made me make the decisions, I'll stay with you till the end, Momo stated. Jairu and Shoji, you can tag those 2, Momo stated as they nodded and walked towards them. Momo suddenly noticed a sparkle in the distance as she immediately created a shield which was made just in time as she blocked an attack. Izuku looked and saw the sparkle. He pulled back as he made an arrow ready. Momo, do you know anything about sniping? Izuku asked. A little, depending on the distance. You'll have to take the wind into account, as well as the force you give it, and you'll have to stay still yourself, Momo stated. I see, thanks, Izuku stated as he closed an eye to aim. Not much wind, and she's not that far away if she can shoot us with such precision. I should be able to hit her if I aim at her left shoulder, Izuku thought as he aimed at the shoulder. Here goes, Izuku stated as he launched the arrow with incredible force. Shoji used his dupli arms to make some distance and saw that Izuku's arrow shot in the middle of the girl's chest. Nice shot. It landed in the middle of her chest, Shoji stated. Wow, that's inker, Jairu stated as Izuku suddenly shot lightning around them, blocking multiple quirk attacks. Go inside, Izuku stated as everyone did as he said. They found a room with 2 doors leading outside, as well as one going to the roof. Jairu, how many are there? Momo asked. Around 6, she stated. Suddenly one of the doors got burned shut with a laser. Well, 1 outweigh and 6 enemies. If we win, then we all make it to the next round, Izuku stated. But if we don't, Shoji stated. Then we'll lose here, Jairu added. And all of the effort will be for nothing, Momo finished. Don't worry, I'm not letting any of you get taken out, Izuku stated. Suddenly sound waves were shot through the door as everyone started to get dizzy. Jairu countered it with her sound waves, pushing it back. After a while, they both stopped. Everyone stick close to a wall, Izuku stated as he readied his bow. Momo, Jairu, and Shoji quickly stood against a wall. Then the door broke open. Binding arrow split shot, Izuku stated as his arrow multiplied until there were 6 arrows. 5 of them hit their target, although the last got blocked by a sword. Not bad. I expected as much from you, a girl stated as she was apparently the leader. Who are you? Izuku asked. You don't have to know, you'll drop out here anyway, she stated as she got closer. You sure about that? Izuku stated as he shot behind her in the blink of an eye. The girl expected this and slammed her sword with the back of the sword towards him. However, Izuku dodged as Jairu then used her sound waves to give her a headache, as well as make her drop her sword. Shoji quickly grabbed her arms as Momo made a rope and tied her up. Well, let's tag them all down, Momo stated as they all tagged their opponents and made it through to the next round. Once they got in the waiting room, Todoroki had already arrived, so did Uraraka and Shiro. Then suddenly everyone else walked inside. I see everyone made it, Momo stated. Yeah, but it was close at times, Mina stated. How did it go with you guys? She asked Izuku's group. Well, ask those two, Shoji stated. They are the reason we made it. We were boxed in by another school, Jairu explained. Everyone then cheered that they still all made it through, and not long after the next round was about to start. Everyone was asked to roam around the 4 areas that were part of the exam. Suddenly, when walking around, places started to blow up. A terrorist group had placed bombs and they are now exploding. It's your job to rescue the people, they heard someone announce. Izuku then noticed a building falling apart. He then saw someone fall from the building. Izuku quickly charged his lightning and jumped up to catch the falling person. Are you all right? Izuku asked. The person he caught had blood on the head, as well as cuts over his body. They were made to make the exam be as realistic as possible. Izuku quickly brought the person to the first aid station. However, once he got there and explained what had happened, a wall not too far away broke open and showed Gang Orca with a lot of crew members. Now tell me, wannabe heroes, can you save and protect at the same time? Will you save? Or will you fight? Or maybe, will you run away? He asked. This is all part of the exam, Izuku stated to the other students taking the exam. We have to evacuate the first aid station, Shindo from Ketsubutsu stated. Suddenly, Gang Orca Oswell as his crew members charged right at the first aid station. They had some sort of guns on their arms, however some didn't. Damn it. They are all able to attack long distance, Izuku stated, gritting his teeth. You sure? How do you know? Shindo asked, a bit shocked. Some of them have guns. Others don't, so they'll most likely have a quirk that lets them attack long-ranged, Izuku stated. Damn. How do we face that? Shindo asked, gritting his teeth. You guys get everyone to safety. Shindo and I will make the defensive line, Izuku stated. You sure? A girl with healing quirk asked. Yeah. Don't worry. Take them to safety, Izuku stated with a smile. You sure we can do this? Shindo asked. Depends on how strong their quirks are, Izuku stated as he charged lightning through his body. What are you doing? Shindo asked as Izuku had his arms crossed in front of his chest as he then pulled them back. Creating a barrier to keep the wounded safe, Izuku stated, as he slammed his hands forward, creating a barrier of lightning in front of him, which bended around the first aid station, leaving an opening at the back. This way, I can block their moves and leave the wounded a place to escape, Izuku stated. I'll need you to disrupt the crewmen and Gang Orca if possible. This barrier takes some energy. However, the more powerful the attacks, the more energy it takes, Izuku stated. Good to know, Gang Orca stated suddenly from in front of them. All right, men. Charge everything at this barrier and break through it. Gang Orca shouted as most shot some sort of cement gun. Others used powerful long-ranged quirk attacks with all kids of elements: wind, water, ice, fire, earth. Some even managed to attack with metal and a lot more. Time for me to act, Oswell, Gang Orca stated as he stood in front of the barrier, then used his sound waves on it. The lightning blocked the sound waves. However, all those barges were giving Izuku a hard time, and every time Gang Orca joined in with his quirk, it pushed Izuku back little by little. Shindo, please do it, Izuku stated as Shindo placed his hands on the floor and disrupted everyone, including Gang Orca. You are troublesome, Gang Orca stated as he tackled the barrier. Damn it. If this keeps up, I won't last long, Izuku stated as he was visibly sweating. Suddenly, ice shot towards Gang Orca as this was followed by wind. Izuku looked and suddenly saw Todoroki and Inasa standing there. Finally back up, Shindo stated, relieved. Can you guys hold off Gang Orca? Izuku asked. Sure. Leave it to us, Inasa stated. Meanwhile, Tokoyami and Ojiro showed up. You need some help? Ojiro asked. You two came just at the right moment, Izuku stated. I'll keep up this barrier as long as needed until all of the injured get away safely. Shindo hammers away at the crewmen. Todoroki, Ojiro, please take care of them. I'll join in once everyone is safe, Izuku stated. Sure, leave it to us, Ojiro stated confidently. Shindo hammered away at the crew. As Izuku then quickly opened up a little so Ojiro and Tokoyami got through. They immediately started taking down the henchmen. Izuku looked behind him and the girl from earlier was visibly worried about Izuku and the barrier. Don't worry about me. Focus on the injured. I can keep this up. So please just focus on them, Izuku stated determined as she nodded with a serious face. After a while, the last of the injured were taken away. Was that all? Izuku asked. Shindo looked behind them. Yeah, they're all safe, he stated as Izuku then dropped the barrier while panting. Are you alright though? You blocked quite some attacks, Shindo asked concerned. Yeah, I can still go on, just have to catch my breath, he answered. Izuku looked at the fight between Todoroki and Inasa against Gang Orca. So far they were holding him back nicely. Izuku then decided to help Tokoyami and Ojiro who were taking everyone down but were getting trouble from the quirk users. Tokoyami deflected the long-ranged quirks with Dark Shadow, and Ojiro got up close to knock them out. Izuku then jumped up as shot lightning from above towards the quirk users. Izuku, did everyone get away? Ojiro asked. Yeah, I'm able to move freely now. Are you guys doing alright? Izuku asked. Yeah, those quirk users were trouble, but from here on we can handle it. Help Todoroki against Gang Orca, Ojiro stated. At that moment, Izuku noticed Gang Orca shooting down Inasa from the sky and he was about to finish off Todoroki. Izuku quickly shot lightning at Gang Orca while appearing closely behind him. Get away from him, Izuku stated seriously from behind Gang Orca. He was hit by the lightning and felt the damage. However, he felt a cold chill on his back when Izuku stated that so coldly. So, you've managed to make the injured escape, and even took some of my men out. Do you really think you still have the energy to stop me, Oswell? Gang Orca asked. I'm standing right in front of you, so you tell me, Izuku stated. Don't get arrogant, boy, Gang Orca stated as he shot his sound waves at Izuku. However, Izuku appeared behind him. Gang Orca turned around, but Izuku then shot back to Gang Orca's back again. Izuku appeared just a bit in front, but also underneath him. He looked down at Izuku, but right at that moment Izuku appeared above Gang Orca and kicked him to the head. Not bad. You certainly have speed and power, and I comment you for still fighting, but that's not enough to beat me, Gang Orca stated. Suddenly wind swirled around Inasa as fire shot up from Todoroki. Inasa then shot his wind towards Todoroki as the wind combined with fire shot at Gang Orca, creating a tornado of fire. Not bad. It really is a great combination. However, do you still think this will be enough? Gang Orca shouted. If that's not enough, then let lightning join the party, Izuku stated as he shot his lightning at the tornado as it combined in the tornado. Izuku then made the lightning inside the tornado attack Gang Orca from multiple sides. Eventually he broke the tornado down and had sustained quite some damage. However, the moment he broke the tornado down, Izuku used the small opening it created to use his thunderclap to knock Gang Orca out. At the same time, the last remaining people were rescued and the exam was done. Everyone got to the waiting room as all the points were counted. Once the screen popped up with people that passed, everyone was overjoyed. Everyone from Class 1A had passed. Everyone was then awarded their hero license. Afterwards, Class 1A gathered again before changing into their normal clothes. But then Izuku suddenly got called. He looked at his phone and saw it was Nijire. Hey Nijire, what's up? We're done with the exam and we're just about to head back, Izuku stated as he picked up the phone. However, when he heard a response, his face turned pale as a cold chill ran over his spine. Hello Izuku Midoriya. It's been a while. Chapter 7. Scary Izuku's full power. Hello Izuku, it's been a while, Tamura Shigaraki suddenly said through the phone. You're probably wondering what happened to your little girlfriend, don't you? He asked. Izuku muted his mic on his phone. Aizawa sir, does this license counts as of right now? Izuku asked curiously. Yeah, why do you? Aizawa started as Izuku suddenly ran off. Izuku? Where are you going? Aizawa asked. He unmuted his mic. What did you do to her? Izuku asked seriously. So far, nothing. Well, except beating her to take her with us, Tamura stated as he enjoyed it. You'll pay for this, Shigaraki, Izuku stated. Oh, is that right? Why don't you come get her then? Shigaraki asked. I will, Izuku stated. Good. We've already sent the location in a message. I'll see you soon, Izuku. Ha ha ha, Tamura stated through the phone as he hung up. Izuku was still running through the hall as Mirio suddenly called. Mirio, what happened? Izuku asked immediately. Nijire has been taken away. Mirio answered. I know, Tamura Shigaraki just called me. I'm heading there right now, Izuku stated. Izuku, I know you'll go either way. But be careful. This will most likely be a trap, Mirio stated. I know and I will. Thanks, Mirio, Izuku stated. He hung up and looked at his messages as he looked for the location. So why are you following me? Izuku suddenly asked. So you noticed me? I'm not letting you walk into a trap alone, Bakugo stated as he ran behind Izuku. What does this all have to do with you? Izuku asked. I'm just coming as backup. We've fought together against All Might. I'm just making sure you won't kick the bucket in this fight. If someone is going to beat you, it will be me, Bakugo stated. Alright then, Izuku stated. So what's this about anyway? I saw you running off and having a call twice. I know you're heading towards a trap from villains. But the question is why, Bakugo asked. Izuku then noticed another message. It was a picture of Nijire bleeding from her head as well as bruises on her face. Izuku threw his phone to Bakugo as Bakugo caught it. That's the reason, Izuku stated. Bakugo frowned after seeing the picture. You sure you'll be alright then? Bakugo asked. I'll save her and stop the league, Izuku stated as they got outside. So where is the location? Bakugo asked. Scroll down, the location is there, Izuku stated. Kamino Ward? That's not too far off, Bakugo stated. Exactly. I'm going there right now, Izuku stated. You still want to come? Izuku asked. I'm not chickening out. I still have to pay them back from that attack at the Usch, Bakugo stated with a grin. Let's use our quirks. It'll be faster, Bakugo stated as he jumped up then quickly created explosions to fly. Izuku charged his lightning as he sped up and jumped on a roof. He then ran and jumped from roof to roof. It didn't take them too long to reach the front yard of the factory that was there. Ah, so you came, and you even brought a friend. Well, I made someone come Oswell, Tamura stated as he pointed towards the sky as he then saw a helicopter. Great journalists, Bakugo hissed. In the meantime, Aizawa had made it back to UA with his students. Once back, Aizawa was immediately met with Mirio, who was worried. Mirio? What's wrong? Aizawa asked. You have to see this, Mirio stated as he ran back to the dorm. Aizawa followed him, and so did the rest of Class 1A. Once they got in the dorm and looked at the TV, they noticed the helicopter flying above a factory with a pretty big front yard that would almost be big enough for a soccer field. Aizawa then noticed the League of Villains walking out of the factory, but then he saw two people standing on the opposing side. He looked closely and noticed it was Bakugo and Izuku. What are Izuku and Bakugo doing there? Aizawa asked, concerned. I don't know about Bakugo, but Izuku is there because Nijire was taken away. We were walking back to UA after being in the city when we suddenly got ambushed from an alley. They managed to knock her out and take her away, Mirio explained. Damn it, that's why he asked if the license would start immediately, Aizawa stated, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, back at Izuku and Bakugo. Where is Nijire? Izuku asked. She's right here, Tamura stated as Muscular showed up as he held up an unconscious Nijire by her neck. Izuku then disappeared as Muscular was launched into a wall. Then Izuku appeared again, but holding Nijire bridal style in his arms, all in the blink of an eye. Oh, touched a nerve, I see, Tamura provoked. Not bad, kid, but you'll have to do better, Muscular stated as he launched at Izuku covered in muscle veins. Izuku just stood there as Bakugo blasted Muscular in the face, blowing him away from Izuku. Suddenly, the other members of the league appeared around them through warp gates. I see the other clowns decided to show up, Izuku stated. Who are you calling a clown? Dabi stated as he was clearly offended. Did I offend you, Mr. Burned all over, because I think it looks cool? Izuku stated. You really dare provoking us? Muscular asked. Shut up, Scarface, Izuku said, pissed. Guess you really got to him this time, Tamura, Toga stated. You'll soon regret doing this to her, Izuku stated, pissed. Oh yeah? And how will you make us regret it? Tamura asked as more portals showed up as 4 Nomus walked out. You're completely surrounded and outnumbered, and you have to protect that girl, Tamura stated, amused. Underestimating us will be what makes you lose, Bakugo stated, making small explosions. Luckily, both Izuku and Bakugo still had their hero suits on. This gives them a little advantage, but that didn't take away that they were heavily outnumbered with an injured Nijire. You're an easy picking with this many people and that girl, Muscular stated. Time for some payback from last time, he added. I don't need my hands to kick your ass, Izuku provoked. Big words for a corpse. Muscular stated as he charged at Izuku again. Suddenly Izuku disappeared and appeared again, but when he did he kicked Muscular in the stomach as he then kneed him in the face and he'll kicked the back of his head, launching him towards Bakugo, who literally blew an explosion in his face, then slamming Muscular in the ground. "You were saying?" Izuku asked, still holding Nijire. Suddenly the four Nomu started attacking. "I'll take care of those," Bakugo stated. He first flew towards the first, giving it a barrage. He dodged the second Nomu's punch, grabbed its fist and slammed it into the ground. He placed his hand over his shoulder and shot an explosion towards the third Nomu in his back. Then he threw a big explosion towards the fourth. Bakugo was handling them easily. Eventually he got them in one spot and pulled the pin from his gauntlet, destroying them completely. "That takes care of them," Bakugo stated. Dabi then shot his flames at Bakugo, but he blew an explosion towards them without looking, creating a smokescreen. Suddenly Izuku shot through it, kicking him in the head. Izuku then launched towards Toga as he kneed her in the solar plexus as she gasped for air. He then kicked her to the head, launching her at twice as he drop-kicked both of them into the ground. Bakugo had blasted Compress, harshly knocking him out, as well as destroy Magna and Spinner's weapons. He then grabbed their heads and smashed them against each other as he then blew them both away. "That just leaves you and Kirojiri," Tamura Shigaraki, Izuku stated. "And would you look at that, we beat your entire group with ease. Even while holding Nijire like this," he added as Nijire slowly opened her eyes. "Ow, my head. Izuku, why are you here? What happened? Where are we? What am I doing here? Oh yeah, you had the license exam, how did it go? Wait, what's going on?" She bombarded him with questions. Suddenly the factory exploded and a man flew up from the smoke. "It seems we underestimated their strength, Tamura Shigaraki. You can pull back with your group. I'll take care of things here," the man stated. "But master, we can still fight. And your body isn't strong enough to fight anymore," Tamura stated. "They will easily defeat you too, Oswell, as you are now. You have to pull back, get stronger and fight again," the man stated. "Are you the final boss here?" Bakugo asked. "Ah, yes, I'm the boss of the League of Villains, but you may call me All for One," the man stated. Izuku placed Nijire on the ground as Izuku concentrated on All for One. Something about him gave him a bad feeling. "Now, Kirojiri, I want you to take them all away to a faraway distance," All for One stated. "I will, sir," Kirojiri stated as he warped the knocked-out members while creating a warp behind Tamura and himself. "Please, Tamura Shigaraki, we have to go now," Kirojiri stated. "TSH, I'll be back, Izuku. The next time I will kill you," he stated before walking off. "Ah, youth, they can be so bold at time, but he was naive to think he could beat you as you are now," Izuku Midoriya, All for One stated. "You seem to know about me. Just what do you know?" Izuku asked. "About you? Almost everything, from the moment you know about your quirk, to the attacks from the villains, to you joining UA. I even know about what your mother did for you," All for One stated as Izuku's eyes widened. "My mother, where is she? What did you do to her?" Izuku shouted. Izuku, calm down. "Please," Nijire stated as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "Answer me, damn it. What did you do to her?" Izuku asked again. "Nothing yet," All for One stated as he held out his hand. Suddenly black matter appeared in front of him as suddenly Izuku's mother appeared. She started coughing as the dark matter also shot out of her mouth. "MOM," Izuku shouted. Izuku's mother was panting. AFO then grabbed her neck before she fell to the ground. "Let my mother go," Izuku stated. "You know, I've kept her alive just for this moment," All for One stated. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked with wide eyes in surprise. "To see you despair as you see your beloved mother die in front of you," All for One stated as his other head turned into a bone-like spear. All for One then pierced Izuku's mother from behind as the bone-like spear went through her body. His mother was shaking heavily from the pain as she had tears in her eyes. She had tears in her eyes as she then coughed blood. "Mom, no," Izuku stated with tears in his eyes. Bakugo, Nijire and everyone watching was looking horrified, gawking and wide-eyed. All for One then released his mother as she fell to the floor. Izuku took a few steps. "Mom!" Izuku stated, still shocked as he couldn't believe it. Suddenly All for One created a strong move which exploded on top of Izuku's mother as Izuku's eyes widened after seeing that. When the smoke cleared, Izuku's mother was gone. "Mom! Mom! Mumum!" Izuku shouted. Nijire placed her hand on his shoulder again as she wanted to hug him. Izuku, however, placed his hand on her shoulder to keep the distance between them. "Bakugo," Izuku stated. "What is it?" he asked. "Take Nijire and go to a safe distance. Protect her with your life," Izuku stated. "What about you?" Bakugo asked. "Just go," Izuku stated with pure rage. Bakugo got a cold chill after hearing that. He quickly grabbed Nijire's arm as he then ran off. Eventually they used their quirks and landed on a roof far enough to be out of range, but close enough to see. First you attack me when I'm a little kid. Then you send villains after me for years. You kidnap and hurt my girlfriend and then kill my mother right in front of me, Izuku stated. Those are decisions you're going to start regretting right now, Izuku stated as he looked up with glowing eyes. Suddenly lightning spiked from Izuku's body. Strong, thick lightning swirled around his body, as it also shot around him in the area. Wow, Nijire said. I've never seen him like this, she stated. That's because Izuku has been pushed over the edge just now. What we see now is probably his full power, Bakugo stated as he sweated nervously. This is bad, Aizawa stated as he watched the lightning shooting from Izuku. What's happening to Izuku? Momo asked, concerned. He's pissed, and probably using his full power right now, Aizawa explained. You mean he's always been holding back? Zero asked. Zero, really? Look at the screen. Do you think he could go full power if that happens with us around? Ida stated. So that's why Bakugo and Nijire retreated, Mirio stated. He may have power now, but there is no way to back him up like this, Tamaki stated. Let's just watch and hope for the best, Aizawa stated, clenching his fists. Your name is All for One, right? Izuku asked as he was barely able to speak from his rage. Izuku's eyes were filled with rage, but he also had still tears in his eyes. Today will be the day that you're going down for good, Izuku stated. I'd like to see you try, boy, AFO stated as he disappeared. Izuku slapped his hand behind his shoulder as he blocked a kick. He then grabbed in front of him and grabbed AFO's punch. He then kicked AFO in the gut. Izuku then created a lightning bolt in front of AFO's face and shot it at point-blank range. AFO got launched away as Izuku suddenly shot from above as he kicked AFO into the ground with both his legs. He then grabbed the weird mask and lifted AFO up. Lightning clap, he stated after placing his hand on AFO's chest. Once the attack hit, AFO suddenly coughed up blood. In case you're wondering, this is different from my usual thunderclap. Thunderclap makes the nerves and muscles numb. It can knock a person out. Lightning clap is an offensive attack and attacks a person from inside out. That attack just now was an attack at your lungs, Izuku stated. All for One quickly used an air cannon at Izuku, who was then blown away. Dark matter, All for One shouted as suddenly an enormous ball of black mass shot towards Izuku. It broke through the ground like it was wet paper. Izuku was about to take the full blow as All Might suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the attack with a punch. However, this immediately took a huge toll on All Might and his power. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, because I didn't finish him off years ago when I had the chance. This happened, so let me finish this, All Might stated, panting as steam was already coming from his body. What can a dying man do? All for One shouted as he created two monster arms with multiple quirks combined in them. All for One created another dark matter, but this time it was far stronger. All Might countered it with full power. It pushed him back quite far and burned some of his clothes as well as some skin from his arm. The attack exploded, creating a large smoke screen as Izuku suddenly shot through it, grabbing All for One's head. Izuku used his lightning to shock All for One as he slammed All for One into the ground. You wanted to finish this piece of crap? Then do it, Izuku shouted as All Might appeared from the sky. United States of Smash, he shouted as Izuku shot away in time with his lightning. The attack was done. All Might had returned to his skinny form for the world to see. Izuku quickly appeared behind him and pulled him away, which was just in time as two giant fists slammed against each other. That was a mighty blow, but not enough to finish me off, All for One stated as he got up while shaking. You've lost your chance to finish me off, now you want to be heroes. Die! All for One shouted as he placed his hands together, creating dark matter. However, this time it was far stronger and bigger as All for One used 100% on it. Raging Volt, max power, Izuku stated as he created a ball of lightning from his hands as he stood in front of All Might. Are you really going to try and counter that? Don't. He's too strong. He even took my full power head on and is still standing, All Might stated as he panted and coughed some blood. I won't lose to him. He hurt Nijire, the girl most precious and dear to me, and he killed my mother right in front of me. There is no way I'll let someone like him get away or win, Izuku stated as his lightning intensifies. Dark matter, Raging Volt, they both shouted as the attacks shot at each other. Everyone watching saw the two extremely powerful and enormous attacks slowly getting closer to each other as they eventually clashed. The clash created an insane air pressure which blew away some buildings in the surroundings. Izuku stood firmly on the ground. However, because of the force of his attack, he broke through the floor and was even pushed back while cracking through the floor behind him. All for One had the same. You created the League of Villains and made so many people suffer, Izuku stated as his blast began pushing All for One's attack back a bit. You took my girl and hurted her badly, he added as his attack gained even more power. Thanks to you, my mother died. And there is not even anything left to bury. You'll regret everything you've done, Izuku shouted as his attack suddenly began pushing back All for One's attack a lot. And you'll regret even trying to defy me. All for One shouted back as he placed more power in his attack as it was now slowly pushing back Izuku's attack. Suddenly Nijire stood behind Izuku as she placed her hands next to his. Full power, she stated as she shot her energy around Izuku's raging volt to increase the power. Suddenly Bakugo appeared behind All for One. This is for my Aunt Inko, you bastard, Bakugo shouted as he pulled the pin from his gauntlet as an insanely powerful explosion shot at All for One's back. The blast caused a lot of damage and brought him off balance as Izuku and Nijire managed to use more power and completely overpower All for One. All for One's dark matter was destroyed and he was hit by the full blow from Izuku and Nijire's joined attack. It created an immense explosion launching All for One up. Izuku quickly jumped towards him. Raging lightning devastation, Izuku shouted as he shot at All for One with moves like that of a wild animal, but also a bit like slashes. Izuku attacked All for One from all sides as he eventually created a ball of lightning with a lot of points in it. Izuku landed on the ground as then all the points started shooting lightning at All for One with incredible power. After a while, All for One's body was just being slammed around by the lightning and Izuku stopped his attacks. All for One's body fell down like a rag doll. Izuku went towards him and noticed he was still alive, but he was badly injured and unconscious. I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't save you. I wish I would have known where you were sooner. I could have saved you, but I let you down, and I let you die. I'm really sorry for that. But I've taken down the person responsible for all of this. And I'm still safe, so I hope you can rest in peace, Izuku stated as he watched towards the sky. Nijire placed her arms around Izuku from behind him. I'm sure she can rest peacefully now. It's not your fault. Thanks to you, the person responsible has been taken down. You won, Izuku, Nijire stated as she cried in his back. Izuku fell to his knees and started crying Oswell before he gave a loud shout out of anger, pain, and sadness. You were amazing, Izuku. I'm proud of you and thanks for saving me, Nijire stated. Leaving you here was out of the question, you dear to me. I love you more than anyone in the world, Izuku stated. He then turned around towards her. I love you too, Izuku, she answered as she kissed him. Once they kissed, Izuku passed out from using all of his energy as Nijire just held him close to her. A lot had happened in a short time, but it was finally over. However, the League of Villains got away, and there was no telling when they would show up again. However, for now, victory was theirs. Chapter 8. Another threat. It had been 2 weeks since the fight against All for One. All Might and Izuku had both recovered from the fight. Izuku was mostly exhausted. All Might, however, had broken his arm and his fingers from blocking dark matter and also from his United States of Smash. Izuku had a bit of trouble to process what happened afterwards, and also he had to accept the fact that his mother was gone. Luckily, he had amazing friends besides him and also his girlfriend Nijire. Today, they had a day off from school. However, Izuku still woke up early. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, went downstairs, and grabbed some food. Afterwards, he went outside for a walk. Eventually, he reached his usual spot in the park and laid on his back with his hands behind his head and his eyes closed. I see you're here again, Nijire stated. Good morning, Nijire. Yeah. Even though we have a day off, I still wasn't able to sleep longer, Izuku stated as he sat up. Nijire sat down Oswell but sat against him with her head against his. You're still thinking about it, aren't you? She asked. Izuku slightly nodded. Nijire took her head off of his and grabbed his chin with her thumb and index finger as she then made him look at her. Don't worry about it. You got the person who did it. And I'm sure she's happy that you're safe. She wouldn't want you to feel so bad the whole time. She protected you so you could be happy, and so you could take care of me, Nijire stated. She did it so I could take care of you? Izuku asked, confused. Well, not really, but still you have to take good care of me, you know, Nijire teased. You know I will, Izuku stated as they placed their foreheads against each other as they then kissed softly. So what brings you here this early in the morning? Were you worried about me, knowing I would probably come here because I was thinking about that day again? Izuku asked after they broke away from the kiss. To be completely honest, you're right, Nijire stated a bit sadly. You worry too much, Izuku stated as he pulled an arm around her and held her close. I know, but I can't help it. I'm in love with someone who is quite reckless. So I just can't help worrying at times, she stated. Well, I'm not reckless now, Izuku said. That's true, she stated as she placed her index finger on her chin as she was thinking. She then suddenly pushed him on his back and sat on top of him. She then started tickling him. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. I can't handle tickling, Izuku stated as he laughed. Nijire kept going for a while until they were both panting from laughing and tickling. You cheered up a bit? Nijire asked. So that was what this was about? Izuku asked, surprised. Well, duh, you have to take care of me. But that doesn't mean that I won't take care of you, silly, Nijire stated with a bright smile and a dreamy look in her eyes as she stared at Izuku. I really am a lucky guy to have you, Izuku stated. You sure are, but then again I'm lucky as well with you, Nijire stated as she laid down on him. She placed her head just a bit under his as they hugged. Hey Izuku? Nijire suddenly said. Yeah? What is it? He asked softly. You remember what we talked about? About when you get your license? Nijire asked. Yeah. You want me to meet your parents, right? Izuku asked. Do you still want that? I mean, I know you love me and all, but a lot has happened. And well, you know, Nijire stated a bit uncomfortable. I'd love to, Izuku bluntly stated as this surprised Nijire. Are you sure? She asked. Sure, why not? I promised I would, didn't I? And you said it yourself I should cheer up. And thanks to you I can still keep smiling. And I'd like to meet your parents, Izuku stated with a smile. So when do you want to go there? Izuku then asked. Well, I was actually going later today. You can come if you want to, Nijire stated. Sounds good. I didn't have any plans anyway, Izuku said with a smile. Could you stop being so cute for once? She suddenly stated as she hugged him. Well, you are being gorgeous all the time, so let me be cute, Izuku teased as this made her laugh. After that, they both got up and walked hand in hand through UA towards Izuku's dorm. Mirio and Tamaki were already there as they knew Nijire would be with Izuku and they would be coming back there. Morning, you two, Mirio stated. Morning, guys, Izuku stated. Kaminari came downstairs and yawned as he walked towards the fridge. Izuku and Nijire were already with Mirio and Tamaki. Watch this, Izuku whispered towards them as he walked at Kaminari. Morning, Kaminari, Izuku stated. Ah, good morning, Izuku, Kaminari stated as he stretched. Izuku activated his quirk and touched Kaminari's finger as Kaminari suddenly released all the lightning in his body and fries his brain just at the moment Jairu comes downstairs, who begins laughing. Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki started laughing as well. Yaye, Kaminari stated with a strange face. If my quirk makes contact with Kaminari, this happens, Izuku stated, feeling a bit guilty. Jairu was still laughing as Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki calmed down. Suddenly the others came downstairs. They talked for a while and all grabbed some food. Eventually it was time for Izuku and Nijire to go towards her parents. Have fun, you two, Mirio said teasingly. Same to you too, Izuku teased back in a seductive tone. Mirio and Tamaki looked at each other a bit shocked, then got a chill over their body. Nijire started laughing as she saw this. Izuku and Nijire grabbed a train towards the next city. Once they arrived, they got off the train. My parents live on the other side on the edge of the city. I have to warn you though. Our house is kind of big, Nijire explained. How come? Izuku asked. Well, my father and mother started an agency together, and here in this place they actually the only big hero agency, so they made a lot of money, and you can definitely see that in our house, Nijire stated as she awkwardly scratched his head. Izuku and Nijire grabbed a bus which would stop close to her house. On the train, she leaned against him as she placed her head against his. She's so soft, and she really makes me feel good, Izuku thought. He placed an arm around her, and this only widened the smile she already had. Once they arrived, however, her smile faded and there was a bit of worry in her face. You okay? Izuku asked. Actually, I'm kind of nervous. My father is really protective of me. To be completely honest, I can never really tell what they think, especially about the decisions I make, so I'm kind of worried, she stated. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine, Izuku stated as he softly held her hand. Thanks, you're really sweet, Izuku, she stated. They then walked towards her house. Holy, this place is a mansion, Izuku stated with wide eyes as he had even his mouth wide open. Nijire smiled at his reaction as she walked towards the door. However, she noticed Izuku wasn't following her. When she turned around, she still saw him mouth wide open with wide eyes looking at the place. I feel totally broke if I see this, Izuku then stated. Sorry. We can still turn back if you want to? Nijire stated a bit sadly. No way. I'm meeting your parents. You can't make me change my mind, Izuku stated with a smile as he then walked towards her. You know, it's kind of funny how you can change moods so easily, also kind of cute, you go from calm to shocked to calm again. But the best thing is, no matter what you do, you make me feel happy and you give me an amazing feeling, she said. Glad to hear it, Izuku stated as they then walked towards the door. Nijire knocked as not long after. Someone opened the door. However, when the door opened, Izuku was completely in shock. The person that opened the door almost looked completely like Nijire, just a bit older. Nijire, it's been a while. How have you been doing, dear? The women asked. Hi, Mom. I've been doing well. How about you? Nijire asked. We are doing great, Oswell. Oh my, who is this handsome young man you brought? Nijire's mother asked. Mom, this is Izuku, Nijire said as she pointed at Izuku but then noticed him surprised. What's wrong, Izuku? Nijire asked, curious as her mother looked just as curious. Hey, is she really your mother or just you from the future? Izuku asked, still surprised. I like this one, no dear. I'm really Nijire's mother, the mother stated as she and Nijire started laughing. Why don't you two come in? She stated as Izuku and Nijire then walked inside. Once Izuku stepped inside, he froze in place from shock as he saw the hall. It had a big curving stairs to the next floor. My God. Even the hall is bigger than the house I used to live in, Izuku stated with wide eyes. Izuku, you coming? Nijire asked. When she came back, she noticed Izuku frozen in place staring around. She grabbed his hand and pulled him to the living room. You really used to live here? Izuku asked. Yeah, why? Nijire asked, curious. Your hall is bigger than the place I used to live, and it's almost bigger than the men are from the dorms, Izuku stated. Well, yeah, I guess now that you mention it, Nijire stated. Also, where did your mother go? Izuku asked. Did you miss me already? Her mother joked as she walked inside. She went to get my dad, Nijire sighed. Don't worry, Izuku said silently, so only Nijire heard as this placed a small smile on her face. Ah, Nijire, it's good to see you again, child, her father stated as he walked inside. Nijire walked towards her father and hugged him. It's good to see you again too, Dad, she stated. Who might this young man be? Her father asked, curious towards Izuku. Hello, sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Izuku stated kindly. Nijire's father held out his hand. Izuku grabbed his hand and shook it. He then felt the father grabbing his hand more tightly, so he did the same, thinking the man was testing him, and he actually was. After the hand shake, the father smiled at him. All right, let's all sit down and talk, her father stated. Do you two want anything to drink? Her mother asked. No thank you, they both said in unison. They then looked at each other and had to smile. You know, Izuku, you look very familiar, the father stated. You're right. Now that you mention it, Nijire's mother added. Nijire looked towards Izuku. However, he decided not to say anything about it. Oh well, so what brings you here together with Nijire? And are you a friend of hers, or? Nijire's father asked, curious but with an intimidating stare. Actually, I'm her boyfriend, Izuku stated without being intimidated and without hesitation. Ha ha ha, I like you, kid. You're not letting yourself get intimidated and speak without hesitation, her father stated as Nijire was surprised. Wait, so does that mean you accept him to be my boyfriend then? Nijire asked, surprised. Yeah, why wouldn't I? Her father asked. It took ages before you accepted Mirio and Tamaki, Nijire sighed. Well, that Tamaki fellow was way too shy, and Mirio made a joke of most things. I accepted them as your friends though, the father stated. Nijire, her mother suddenly said. Yes, Mom. Nijire asked curiously. Are you really okay? Her mother asked. What do you mean? Nijire asked a bit hesitant as she gave a light glance at Izuku then looked away. Your mother and I are worried about you. We saw what happened 2 weeks ago and the state you were in, and also how dangerous those villains were, her father explained. We're glad someone saved you and kept you safe. But still, those were really dangerous villains. It must have been terrifying, her mother stated. Izuku didn't say anything but just looked at Nijire. She was looking towards the ground, not looking at any of them. Izuku then softly put his arms around her and hugged her. Nijire was a bit surprised by it, but then she relaxed and tears started to flow. You don't have to stay tough, you know. You told me it's okay to show your emotions. It's okay for you, Oswell. I know you've been staying strong because of me and what happened, Izuku stated as this confused the parents. May we ask what you mean by that? Her mother asked. When I just met Nijire, she managed to save me. Not from a villain, but from my former self and my past, Izuku stated. Your past? Her mother asked as Izuku nodded. When I was 7, my mom and I were attacked by villains. Afterwards, for 9 years straight, I have been attacked by villains. When I got to UA, I was very quiet, but I also closed myself off because I had been attacked for 9 years every day straight, Izuku stated as Nijire's parents listened closely. Nijire's tears kept streaming, mostly because of how she felt after that villain attack. but also about what Izuku had to go through. Nijire managed to make me open up. Honestly, the first time I actually spoke with her. She opened me up so far that I was crying like a little kid from everything I held up for years. Izuku smiled a bit. She supported me ever since then, even with the sports festival, Izuku stated. Oh yeah, the sports festival. That's where we've seen you. You even defeated Endeavor, the father stated. Still, it's been horrible what you've been through, Izuku, the father stated. That wasn't everything, Nijire stated as she placed her face in Izuku's shoulder, crying more. Wait, sports festival. You had a lightning quirk, right? Nijire's mother asked as Izuku nodded. Wasn't it a boy with a lightning quirk and explosions that saved Nijire? Her mother asked her father. You're right, Izuku stated. Those two boys were Bakugo and I. Bakugo is a classmate of mine and followed me there, Izuku stated. We just finished the license exam when I got called from Nijire's phone. However, the person calling was one of the villains. Once I knew where she was, I immediately rushed there and Bakugo followed me to back me up, Izuku stated. So it's thanks to you that our Nijire is safe. Thank you, Izuku, the father stated. I'm sorry for bringing this up, but as a hero, it must have been quite frustrating that in the end someone did get killed, Nijire's mother stated. Please stop, Nijire said, crying in Izuku's shoulder as Izuku himself also didn't respond to it. What's wrong, Nijire? Her father asked, worried. The person that got killed was my mother, Izuku stated as Nijire, her parents gasped. I'm so sorry for bringing it up, Izuku, Nijire's mother stated. It's all right, I have to accept the fact that she's gone. She managed to make me escape when I was 7. I'm just glad we got the person who did it, Izuku stated. Still, you were fighting bravely, your lightning really was powerful. You even fought against a blast that almost killed All Might, the father stated. Are you both okay now though? The mother asked. Actually, I'm not, and I know Nijire is not. She's holding herself strong for my sake. Just because I lost my mother like that. However, I already knew she also wasn't okay. I tried cheering her up at times, but that was only temporarily. However, I think it finally got out of her now, Izuku said as he held her tightly. Nijire was still sobbing. I'm pathetic. I'm supposed to be a hero. And look at me cry after what happened, Nijire stated. You're not pathetic, Nijire. Everyone would be scared in such a situation, her mother stated. Izuku and Bakugo weren't, they came without hesitation, even knowing it was a trap, Nijire stated. We were scared too, and just like you, after then I cried Oswell because of the stress, my worries for you and losing my mother. There is nothing wrong with having feelings or crying once in a while, but it doesn't make you pathetic. Everyone was especially scared against the boss, even All Might and I, everyone, Izuku stated. Nijire kept sobbing for a while. Afterwards, Nijire's mother went to make dinner and Izuku, Nijire and her father talked some more. After dinner, it was time to head back. Please take good care of our daughter, Izuku. We know that she's in good hands with you, her father stated. I will, sir. I'll give my life to protect her. And if someone manages to take her away somehow, I promise. No matter where I have to go and no matter what happens, I will bring her back alive and safe, Izuku stated, seriously holding up his fist. Nijire's father smiled and fist bumped with Izuku. Afterwards, Izuku and Nijire got on the bus back to the train station. Nijire was silent and was looking outside. Izuku decided not to say anything. He just laid his hand on hers when he did. He noticed she grabbed his hand tightly. Once on the train, Izuku placed his arm around her. She laid against him, still a bit upset. After a little bit, she fell asleep against him. They still had a long trip with the train back to UA. Izuku patted her head. Everything is gonna be all right. I swear I'll never leave you, Izuku stated. Then, as if she heard him in her sleep, she grabbed his hand and placed it just a bit above her chest as she held his hand tightly. Izuku kissed her forehead and laid his head against hers. After a while, Nijire woke up, and she noticed she held Izuku's hand very closely on her chest. Oh, I'm sorry, Nijire stated as she wanted to let go of his hand. However, Izuku then grabbed her hand. If you want to hold me so close to you, then I don't mind. I'll stay as close as you want me to. I'm yours, remember? Izuku stated as she smiled and held his hand tightly again. You really are the best, you know, Nijire stated. Just like you, he stated. After a while, they got off the train and walked back to UA. It was already late, so Izuku walked Nijire back to her dorm, then gave her a kiss before walking to his own dorm. Hey Izuku, how did it go with Nijire's parents? Kirishima asked. It went pretty good. So how have things been here? Izuku asked. We're good, thanks, Mina said. Izuku nodded and sat together with everyone else. They talked some more when Izuku suddenly walked off. After a while, Azui noticed that Izuku was gone. Where did Izuku go? She asked. I saw him walking upstairs a little while ago, Todoroki stated. That's nothing like him. Walking off without saying anything, she stated, placing a finger at her chin. She walked upstairs to his room and knocked. Izuku, are you there? She asked, but no response. Momo then also got upstairs. No response, Azui stated. Is the door locked? Momo asked. Azui then tried opening the door, and it did, however no one was inside. Maybe on the roof, Azui stated. Azui and Momo then walked towards the roof. There they found Izuku looking into the dark sky. Izuku, what's up? It's not like you to walk off without saying anything, Azui stated. Izuku didn't respond. Izuku, are you alright? Momo asked. Something is coming, Izuku stated. What do you mean? Momo asked, confused. I don't know when, or where, or who it is, but something or someone is coming. I can feel it, Izuku stated. Are you sure? Azui asked as Izuku nodded. Well, you don't know when or how, right? Well then there's no use worrying over it. Let's go back downstairs, Azui stated. I guess you're right, Izuku stated as he signed and walked back down. After a while, everyone went to bed. Momo and Azui felt a bit restless, and also worried about what Izuku said as they both got out of their room. I see you couldn't sleep either, Momo stated. Yeah, I've been thinking about what Izuku said and it kinda gave me the chills, Azui stated. I was on my way to see if he was still up to talk some more about it, she added. I'll come too. I'm curious, Oswell, Momo stated. They both walked towards the boy's side and walked up the stairs. They reached his door, however before they could knock, Izuku was launched through the door. Then through the window Oswell as landed in the wall from the dorm next to theirs. Izuku immediately charged his lightning and charged back inside the dorm and his room as he started attacking something. They heard another loud crash and when they looked inside, they noticed Izuku shot through the window again. Suddenly all the doors on that floor opened Oswell as all the other students joined them. What happened here? We heard a loud crash, Todoroki stated. It's Izuku. We wanted to talk about something, but he suddenly shot through the door and window. He launched back in but got outside, Momo stated. I'll warn the teachers, Ida stated as he ran off. We have to help Izuku, Kirishima stated as everyone ran outside. Once outside, they noticed Izuku completely surrounded. However, the people surrounding him only used a attack and run tactic. They aren't fighting him seriously. They are surrounding him to keep him on guard, and attack only to keep his attention, Bakugo stated looking closely. That's exactly right, someone stated from behind him. Izuku tried fighting off the villains, suddenly two of them shot towards Izuku. He managed to dodge a metal arm, as he then backflipped to dodge a scythe. Once Izuku wanted to fight back, they quickly jumped back as someone behind him attacked with drill-like arms. Izuku covered his hands in lightning and placed his fingertip at the tip of the drill to stop it. I don't get it, they aren't all that strong. If they attacked me all at once, they would have at least made it hard for me, but they are just attacking in teams of two, then retreat if they really wanted to damage me, they would. Done so with a surprise attack like earlier, or they would attack as 1 foot, Izuku thought. Suddenly another villain joined in. We've got some of them, he stated. They got some of them? Izuku then looked around and saw his classmates on the ground. What did you do to my friends? Izuku stated. Oh scary, a villain stated. I know that voice, aren't you Compress? But weren't you with the League of Villains? Izuku asked surprised. I was, however someone else needed me much harder. I'm still with the League, however I'm acting under orders from someone higher than Tamura. Someone close to our leader Oswell, Compress stated. What did you do to my friends? Izuku asked again. I didn't do anything except take a few of them. The one who did that is also someone familiar for you, Compress stated. Suddenly Muscular showed up as he jumped in front of Izuku. Time for some revenge, kid, Muscular stated with a grin. Alright, let's go, someone in a hood stated as he was apparently the leader of the group. Ah yes, my orders told me something else, Compress stated. You might want to know the names of the people we took, don't you? Compress stated. What? Izuku said, irritated. Well, the names are Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Momo Yaoyorozu, Azui, Mirio Togata, Tamaki Amajiki, and lastly Nijire Hato, Compress stated with an evil grin. Izuku had wide eyes when he heard those names, especially Nijire. How did he take all of them down? Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire are strong. They wouldn't be taken down so easily. The same goes for my friends, Izuku thought. You might wonder how I did it. Well, that's simple. My Quirk compresses people in those little balls. All I have to do is place my hand on them and I can compress them, he explained. Give them back, Izuku stated. Whoa there, you're facing me now, Muscular stated. Try to hold him off, Muscular, Compress stated as he and the guy in the hood ran off. Izuku charged his lightning. Get back, he shouted. I told you you're facing me, Muscular shouted as he gave Izuku a heavy blow to the head, smashing his head in the ground. I don't have time for you, Scarface, Izuku stated as he got back up and punched Muscular in the face as he was also struck by lightning. Raging Volt, Izuku shouted as he shot it right at Muscular's face. Izuku then ran after Compress and the hooded figure. However, the people that surrounded him had also followed them. Compress and the villains that surrounded him all put on a hood and kept making their way. Izuku jumped on a roof. He ran over it, then zapped to another roof while following them. Izuku arrived at the first hooded figure, but the figure suddenly turned around with a bomb on its chest which exploded the second it was revealed. Izuku was blown back hard as he also gained a lot of damage. However, there wasn't anything left for the hooded figure. Damn it, I never expected them to blow themselves up like that, Izuku panted. He was hurt pretty badly from the heavy hit and the explosion. He quickly went back after them and even shot his lightning at them from a distance, but they managed to dodge him every time. Izuku tried going faster as he did manage to get closer. However, they reached a shore. He noticed there was a small boat there. Damn it, if they reach that boat it's over. I can't let them get away, Izuku thought. Izuku then managed to grab one of the hooded figures and stop the bomb by sabotaging the electronics inside of it with his own lightning. He then smashed the hooded figure to the ground and used his thunderclap to knock him out. He then immediately went after the others. Izuku shot through the air with his lightning by zapping through the air like lightning bolt. Even though the distance wasn't much, he could keep using it, which made him rather fast in the air. Izuku made it at the last second, but then Compress turned around. I've got a present from the burned clown for you, he said as he undid his quirks on one of the balls as suddenly blue flames shot out directly at Izuku. Izuku was blown back by the force. Izuku managed to cover himself in lightning as the person with drill-like arms smashed his drill at Izuku's stomach. He managed to avoid being pierced. However, the drill still did a lot of damage. We'll be waiting for you, Compress stated before they got on the boat and quickly made their way over the water. Izuku undid his lightning and was coughing blood from all the damage. He was bleeding all over his body and head. He managed to get up and stumbled towards the villain he knocked out. However, once he reached the villain, he passed out. Hours later, Izuku woke up, but he wasn't close to the shore anymore. He was in an oddly familiar room. When he looked around, he noticed Recovery Girl, Aizawa, All Might, Midnight, and Nizu. How did I get here? Izuku asked weakly. Izuku, thank goodness you're back up. I was afraid we lost you, Oswell, Nizu stated. What do you mean? Izuku asked. The students were taken away by the villains, Aizawa stated, gritting his teeth. I failed, Izuku stated as he laid back down. Actually, you didn't, All Might stated seriously. What do you mean? Izuku asked. They might have gotten away with some students, however you managed to capture one of them, and All Might here recognizes him, Midnight stated. You do? Izuku asked, surprised. I do. I was following leads on finding All for One to take him down. When I got to an island not too far from where we found you, you can only go there on a boat. The island is enormous, but in the center there is a city. Everything around it is covered by a forest. All Might explained. I've been there before, however, it's nothing like it seems. It's supposed to be a vacation resort. There are heroes on the street and the criminal rate is close to zero. However, those heroes aren't heroes at all Might stated. I asked their help to get a certain villain. However, before I noticed it, I was surrounded and attacked by a whole group of them, All Might stated. I was lucky to get out alive, but I managed to find something out, All Might stated. What did you find out? Izuku asked seriously. The person that leads that island is All for One's direct comrade. He isn't like Tamura who serve under All for One. This person is equal to All for One. At least that's how they see each other. He's more like a brother to All for One than anything else, All Might explained. I see, Izuku stated as he got up and walked outside. Where are you going? Midnight asked. Izuku ran towards the school, then towards his classroom. Suddenly Aizawa's binding cloth shot around Izuku. Just what are you planning to do? Aizawa asked. I'm getting my hero suit, Izuku stated. I can see that, but why? Aizawa asked. Because I'm going to get them back. Chapter 9. Izuku saved. I'm going to get them back, Izuku stated. Are you sure about this? Aizawa asked. I am. I promised Nijire's parents that even if she would be taken away, I would get her back no matter where it is or who my enemy will be, and I intend to keep that promise, and I really can't leave my friends there, Izuku stated. Please don't try to stop me, Izuku stated as the binding cloth got off of him and he took his hero suit. I won't stop you. I just wanted to know if you were really sure about this. But why are you going to use your hero suit? Won't that just bring attention to yourself? Aizawa asked. They already know that I will be coming to get my friends, so even if I went in disguise or as a normal person instead of a hero, they would notice me anyway, so I might as well bring my hero suit, Izuku explained. How will you get there though? Aizawa asked. I'll just have to ask around for a boat. Or see if there is another way, Izuku stated. Well, you do have two options, All Might stated as he walked up to them. There is a secret tunnel on the island. I used it for my escape, and as far as I know, no one knows about it. But a friend of mine works for the police. He might have a boat we can use, All Might stated. We'll go by boat. I want to keep that tunnel as a last resort to get away if we can't make it back to the shore, Izuku stated. Smart move, however, I do have to say. The boat can't stay longer than 24 hours. If we stay longer, they'll notice us and no one will be able to make it back, All Might explained. Yeah, but won't that be the case if they notice Izuku? Aizawa asked. I can use my lightning jumps mid-air. That way they might think I made it there like that, Izuku stated. Exactly, young Izuku has the power to move mid-air. The island isn't that far away, so they might think he made it there like that, All Might stated. So all I have to do is get in the city, rescue my friends, and get back to the boat in 24 hours? Izuku asked. In short, yes, All Might said. All right. When will the boat be ready? Izuku asked. If I call him now, we'll be ready in 30 minutes or so, All Might answered. All right, please call him. I'll change into my hero suit, Izuku stated. After a half hour, Izuku, Aizawa, and All Might stood at the boat. It was a rather small one, however it had a cabin with a small living room in it, and it has a small bedroom in it. The two of us will come as well, Aizawa stated. All Might will come since he knows how to get there, and I'll come to protect him and support you guys if you get back, Aizawa explained. Izuku, they heard as they then turned around and saw the remaining classmates. Are you really going alone? Uraraka asked worriedly. I am, and I'll come back with the others, Izuku stated. What if we told you we wanted to help you? Ida asked. I'm sorry, I'm going alone. The place I'm going is really dangerous, and I can't protect you guys if there are really that many enemies as I've heard, Izuku stated. Be careful, Ida stated as he walked forward and held out his hand. I will, Izuku stated as he grabbed Ida's hand firmly. Let's go, Izuku, Aizawa stated. We'll be back tomorrow, All Might stated with a smile. Good luck, Izuku, everyone shouted. I won't let you turn back now if you decide not to go, Aizawa stated. I'm not turning back. Not without my friends, Izuku stated. So how are you guys going to stay hidden? Izuku asked. Quite honestly, I don't know yet, but I can promise you 24 hours. However, we can't stay any longer than that. If we stay longer, they learn about the boat and we'll be in big trouble, All Might stated. That's why I've come as well, Midnight suddenly said as she walked for him inside the cabin. Midnight, what are you doing here? Aizawa asked. Helping you out. My quirk can be quite useful, you know, she stated. And how can I not help out if this young man is risking it all by infiltrating enemy territory, Midnight stated. Aizawa and All Might looked seriously. The closer they got, the more they realized how dangerous this would be, especially for Izuku. Don't worry about me. I plan to save them all. And I won't die in a place like that, Izuku stated. Just be sure not to go overboard and destroy the city while fighting, Aizawa stated. I can't promise that, Izuku stated while looking a bit hesitant. After a while, they arrived at the island. Izuku jumped off the boat as they found a small cliff. We'll hide under there. Make sure to make it back within 24 hours. Any longer and it'll get dangerous, All Might stated. I will, Izuku stated as he jumped to the island. Good luck, Izuku, Aizawa said as Izuku nodded and walked inside the forest which surrounds the city. It didn't take Izuku long to hear voices. He quickly charged his lightning and jumped into a tree. I guess that's why it's dangerous, people walk here constantly. And if something suddenly changes, they'll notice. Seeing it once will bring confusion, but seeing it twice will definitely take their attention and will make them look, he thought. He used his lightning to jump from tree to tree. Moving around like that was the best way to move silently. All Might had explained to Izuku where the cave was, so Izuku went to look for that first so he would know where it was if he needed to. It didn't take Izuku that long to find it. It was covered by a giant boulder, but he could push it away with his lightning. If I free the others, I'm sure it's easier to move with Kirishima, Mirio, and such. If pushing won't work, we can always blow the boulder up, Izuku thought. Izuku then made his way towards the city. He was able to keep himself hidden in the forest, but now was the biggest problem. He would have to get through the city unnoticed without being noticed, and he still AHD to find out where his friends were. He arrived in the city and jumped from a tree towards a roof with his lightning, as he then quickly made his way to an alley and jumped down. Alright, I'm inside the city, but it's bigger than expected. Who would have thought the city would be this big while hidden in the middle of a forest? Still, I don't see any strange buildings, so there is no way of telling where they could be held. Izuku thought. He walked through the alleys as he tried looking around without being noticed. He used his lightning to cross streets from one alley to the other without being spotted. So far it's going easy. I made it inside the city, and I haven't been spotted. I can even walk around even if it's in an alley. But I still have no clue where my friends would be, Izuku thought. Izuku found some warehouses next to each other. He zapped towards it and managed to sneak inside. Warehouses are the places villains usually hold their hostages. Let's look here first, he thought. He walked through the first warehouse, however apart from some sheets it was empty. He looked inside every room but everything else was empty. The second warehouse held some machines. This isn't really a warehouse, this was more like a factory, Izuku thought as he walked through it. However apart from the machines, that warehouse/factory was also empty, so Izuku moved on to the last one. There were some guards walking around and Evan inside. Well, at least there are guards here, so they must be doing something, Izuku thought as he got into an air vent. He crawled through it and found some rooms where guards were sitting and talking. So are we even sure that the brat will come? He heard one of the guards say. Yeah, the boss is certain that the boy will come for his friends, but he wouldn't know we're actually decoys. There's actually no one else here. His friends are being held in the boss's mansion. But he doesn't know that. He'll probably search the city first. Then once he notices there are guards here, he'll rush in to try and save his friends. However, even if he beats us, there is still time to call the main force. Then he wouldn't have anywhere to go, the guard explained. I see, the boss's mansion, is it? That's good to know. Then I'll have to look for a mansion. This'll make it a lot easier. But I still can't walk around much, and I'm sure there will be a lot of guards around his mansion. Izuku thought. It's still kind of insulting that they think I'll actually fall for this, he thought. Izuku silently crawled back as he got out of the air vent and zapped back to the alley. So, let's see, I know that those warehouses were decoys now, and I'll have to look for mansion. That shouldn't be too hard. But this city is really big and I can't move freely at all, so I can't look from high up, Izuku stated silently as he walked through an alley. He sat down for a minute to think. Then again, a mansion wouldn't really be in such a big city, especially if he's the leader of this island. A leader wouldn't place his mansion between regular people like this, Izuku stated. You're getting close. Too close. I can't allow that, Izuku heard as he quickly charged lightning and jumped up. Once he did, he turned around to look at where he just sat as he saw dark spikes shoot out of the ground. That was close, Izuku thought. So you're already here, huh? Izuku heard from behind him as he saw someone turn into a gorilla before smashing him away. Izuku was sent flying over the city. Damn it, I have to show it now. Otherwise they'll suspect the boat, Izuku thought. He then zapped through the air. Ah, so that's how you made it in, another villain stated as he flew around Izuku with wind. So far there is someone who can use shadows, I think, as well as someone who has the power of a gorilla, and this guy with wind. Hope you haven't forgotten about us. Another villain jumped up, followed by another one. Izuku recognized them. One of them had drill-like arms and the other had scythes. Let me join in Oswell, guys, a girl stated as she had tremendous speed. So, shadow, wind, gorilla, drill, scythe, and speed? 6 people so far, and they don't seem like pushovers. I have to get away from here. If I fight them now, it might attract even more of them, and that would give me an enormous disadvantage, especially since I don't know a place to hide, Izuku thought as he looked around at the 6 villains. Lightning swirled around him as suddenly shadow spikes shot towards Izuku. He managed to stop them by pushing them back with his lightning. In the meantime, he was also zapping the user. As he was connected to the shadows he used to attack. I can counter them, their attacks will create attention, Oswell, and if I just counter while running, I might be able to take some of them out. If I don't, then I don't think I'll be able to get away, Izuku stated as he looked around again. He was still holding back the shadow spikes. Dragon Thunder, Izuku stated silently as a very powerful lightning strike shot down and struck the shadow villain. 1 down, 5 to go, although they don't seem as easy as this first guy, he thought. Thanks for taking care of him. Now we don't have to, the girl with speed stated. He was a pain in our asses, and he was overconfident with his shadow power, but he was still an Aragami newbie, the man with scythes stated. Sick bastard. Not caring if one of your comrades get taken down, Izuku stated. Do you really think you're in the position to lecture us? You're in the middle of enemy territory and you're surrounded, Oswell. Just give it up already, the wind user stated with a smile. I've been in worse situations, and as you can see, it hasn't killed me, Izuku stated with a grin. Trust me, this time it will be different, the villain with the drills stated. If you're so confident, then come and get me, Izuku stated as lightning swirled around him. The wind user then shot slices of wind at him, however Izuku blocked it by shooting some of his lightning at it. The drill and scythe users tried to do a pincer attack on Izuku, but he managed to dodge it. However, when he landed again, the speed user kicked his legs from underneath him, making him lose his balance. Izuku then was stomped by the fists of the gorilla power as the fists stomped in Izuku's stomach, crashing him into the ground with a lot of force. This made Izuku gasp for air. However, he didn't get any time to rest as a tornado was created around him. Suddenly, Izuku was being cut over his body by the wind that swirled around him through the tornado. Izuku then charged a lot of lightning, breaking through the tornado. However, in that instance, the speed villain threw herself at him, giving him a flying kick. Izuku blocked the kick but got sent flying. He noticed that the drill user got behind him. He turned around towards him, charged his lightning and managed to avoid the drill. He then grabbed the villain's upper arm and threw him at the gorilla villain. The scythe user tried slashing Izuku from above. However, Izuku managed to just barely catch the scythe. The speed user suddenly appeared in front of Izuku and kneed him in the gut. Izuku gasped for air as he then threw the scythe user away and wanted to counter the speed user. However, the wind user suddenly appeared in front of him as he blasted Izuku away. The speed user tried drop-kicking Izuku, however he zapped away with his lightning, then grabbed by the back of the head by the gorilla power and was slammed with his face into the ground. They are a lot stronger than they seem, and they are used to fighting together. They are really tough, Izuku thought. What happened to all the big talk from before, huh? The wind user asked as they all appeared around Izuku. I'm only just warming up, Izuku stated as he managed to get free from the gorilla grip as well as from being surrounded. So were we, the scythe user stated from behind Izuku as he slashed Izuku's back. Izuku kicked backwards, launching him away. He then backflipped and gave an overhead kick to the drill user. Discharge, he stated as lightning shot at all of them. The scythe, wind, gorilla and drill user got hit with the lightning. However, the speed user avoided the hit, but then lost sight of Izuku. Lightning arrow explosive shot, Izuku stated as he shot an arrow at tremendous speed. She managed to avoid him. Is that the best you can do? She asked arrogantly. However, Izuku had already shot his second arrow, which exploded and crushed her knee. You asshole. You destroyed my knee, she shouted. You'll pay for that, the wind user stated from behind Izuku. The wind user tried shooting Izuku away again, but he just disappeared. This is my chance to escape now that the speed user is taken out, he thought. Izuku was zapping from roof to roof as he then had to make a big jump. He made the jump, but then mid-air he heard someone shout. Watch out! He heard someone shout. Izuku turned around and saw the scythe user flying at him with insane speed. Izuku managed to dodge at the last second but sustained a deep cut on his right arm. It's that little bitch again, Izuku heard the wind user say. Once he looked towards them, he noticed they were about to go for her. Izuku quickly used his quirk to zap towards the ground. He quickly grabbed her and made a run for it. She shouted, afraid. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you, Izuku stated as he held her over his left shoulder, as he held her with his left arm while his right arm just hung limply beside his body. The girl looked surprised. Thanks for warning me. I would have been in big trouble if that attack landed, Izuku stated while running. The girl then noticed the remaining 4 villains close after them. Drop me, you won't make it like this, they're catching up, the girl stated. I won't. I'm not letting someone die to get away, Izuku stated. I can go faster. But that's no use if I don't know where I can hide. They'll just find me, Izuku stated. You need a hiding place? The girl whispered silently so only he could hear. Yes, do you know one, Izuku asked. Go left here and keep going straight as fast as you can. I'll tell when you need to turn, the girl stated. Izuku turned left and then used more of his speed as he was gradually gaining more distance from them. You're really fast, the girl stated. We have to lose them quickly. The pain is starting to kick in, and the damage is working. It's getting harder and harder to maintain this speed, Izuku said as he started panting. We're almost there. Do you have a move to make them lose sight of you? She asked. I do have one, but I'll need to know where to after that or it won't have any use, Izuku stated. Alright, use it around that rock, then hide in that tree over there. It has more leaves than any other tree which will hide us if we stay quiet, the girl stated. Izuku rushed towards the rock at full power as he quickly turned around. Lightning ray, Izuku shouted as if it was an attack. The villains braced for impact, but instead were blinded by light. Izuku then rushed towards the tree and jumped up, avoiding branches, and got to the top of it with the girl. He placed her against the tree and stayed close to her. They noticed the villains recovering from being blinded. Damn it, where did they go? The wind user yelled. Maybe they went back to the city? There are a lot of abandoned factories, warehouses, and a lot of alleys where they can hide, the gorilla power user stated. Let's go back, we have to get those too, the wind user stated as they rushed off. After a while of waiting, Izuku and the girl got out of the tree. They're finally gone, Izuku stated, panting. Your arm and back are bleeding quite bad. We have to treat your wounds immediately, she stated. Yeah, but where? Izuku asked. Follow me. I have a hideout just a bit up ahead. I have some supplies to treat wounds, she stated. Izuku followed her as he looked closely at her. She had a gray pants, a white shirt with a reddish vest over it, long blonde hair and glasses. She doesn't seem like a bad person, and if it wasn't for her, I would have been badly wounded. I might have lost my arm then or worse, so I think I can trust her on this, Izuku thought as he followed her. Eventually they passed a big bush and entered a small cave. At first they almost had to crawl to get inside. But once they got through the first part, Izuku noticed there was a lot more space than he could have thought. So this is your hideout? Izuku asked. That's right. Wait here, I'll get the supplies to treat your wounds, she stated as she came back with a bag. First let me place this over your wounds. It's made from herbs which are said to heal wounds faster. I made it so that if you place it on a wound, it also stops bleeding, she stated. Izuku looked hesitant at first. I get it if you don't trust me, but really I just want to treat your wounds. It's the least I can do since you saved me, she stated. Izuku then took off the top of his hero suit. Can't really call it a shirt or vest or anything, so I'll just say he took off the top of the hero suit. First she treated his arm. It was a big wound, but she could still stop the bleeding with the mixture of herbs on it. She then turned to his back, which held a large slash wound from around his left shoulder down to his right hip. This wound is horrible, she stated. Trust me, it feels worse than it looks, Izuku stated in pain. The girl started treating his wounds as she was slowly placing more and more of the mixture of herbs on Izuku's wound. So, why did you save me? The girl suddenly asked. I could ask you the same thing. You called out to me to watch out. You could have stayed hidden, then you wouldn't have been spotted, Izuku explained. I'm not that bad a person. The girl pouted a little. I figured as much. You looked way too kind. And if you were that bad of a person, you wouldn't have revealed yourself, which made you a target. And you wouldn't be treating my wounds now, Izuku stated. But that still doesn't explain why you did it, he added. Because you look different from them, and I saw you sneaking around earlier as if you were searching something. So I figured you weren't a bad guy like them, she stated. But then why about you? She quickly asked. Me? Because you risked being a target and getting in danger to warn someone you never met. I could never let an innocent bystander get hurt, let alone one that warns me for an attack, Izuku explained with a smile. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he stated. Well, hi Izuku. My name is Melissa Shield, she stated. You mean from David Shield? He's a genius with developing, Izuku stated, amazed. Yeah, I'm his daughter. I'm trying to follow in high footsteps. At first I wanted to become a hero just like you, however. I was born quirkless and I was told that I couldn't become a hero. I was heartbroken, but luckily my father was there to motivate me, and with that I got a new goal to achieve, she stated. But wait, now that I see you up close, aren't you the boy that fought with All Might 2 weeks ago? She asked. Yeah, I am, Izuku said a bit silently as it was just enough for her to hear. Your parents must have been worried seeing you in such a fight, she stated. Well, they can't really be worried about me, Izuku stated as he looked towards the ground. What do you mean? Melissa asked. In that fight, Samion got killed, Izuku said. Yeah, that's true. It was a horrible death as well, the poor woman, she stated. That woman was my mother, Izuku stated as he felt a slight shock through her body as a cold chill ran over her. Izuku, I'm so sorry for bringing that up, she quickly stated, feeling guilty. It's already, I have to live with it, I just have to accept it. At least we got the person responsible, he answered. Well, that's true. Still, I'm sorry, she stated, placing her hand on his shoulder. It's all right, Izuku stated, but still, that power you displayed afterwards was intense. I was having goosebumps just watching it, Melissa stated. I have some power, yeah. Sadly, it wasn't enough, and All Might almost sacrificed himself to block that attack, Izuku explained. But you're both alive, that's what counts, she stated. But what brings you to this place? I heard some bad guy rules this place, and the so-called heroes in the street are actually villains, she explained. They attacked us last night and took some of my friends with them. I'm here to get them back, Izuku explained. What about you? Izuku asked. My father was taken away Oswell by them. They wanted him to develop something for them. When he refused to do it, he got taken away. I've been trying to find ways to get him free. But they have so many strong guards, I could never do it on my own, she stated sadly. Let's work together then, Izuku stated. How? It would mostly be you doing all the work, Melissa stated while smiling awkwardly. I can help you by freeing your dad and help you escape. You can help me by telling me everything you found out since you got here, Izuku explained. Sounds like a plan. Let's save the people dear to us together. Chapter 10. I'm sorry, sounds like a plan. Let's save the people dear to us together, Melissa stated. Izuku nodded as he agreed. I do have to mention something, Izuku stated. What is it? She asked. I'll have to head out as soon as I heard you out, Izuku stated. Why is that? Melissa asked. 2 of my teachers came with me, they are waiting for me, and I only had 24 hours to do this, Izuku stated. And how many hours have you been here? Melissa asked. Honestly, I don't know, it's hard to track time here, however I walked quite a lot, and even scouted the woods on a side, Izuku stated. So probably around 4 to 5 hours, Izuku stated. Alright, that still gives us around 19 hours. I'll tell you what I know, and we can discuss our plan of action. You still have some time to rest a little before we head out, Melissa stated. Well, that depends on where it is, and how long it'll take to get there, Izuku stated. Don't worry. It's actually pretty close to where we are now. We could probably get there in 15 to 20 minutes. Melissa stated. Wait, it's that close by? Izuku asked, surprised. Yeah, I've been here for a while, and I noticed a mansion not too far from here. I've tried finding out more about it, and I saw my father once, so I know he's there, and I think your friends are there as well. There were a lot of guards, and it got more crowded just before you arrived, Melissa explained. I see, that's good to know, Izuku stated. What do you mean good? There are a lot more guards, and you had trouble with 4 of them, although usually there are 6, she stated. I took down 2 of them, one of them used shadows, but while using it he got the damage from what was launched at his shadows. The other was a speed type. She won't be running around for a while, Izuku stated. That's actually pretty impressive. I've seen them in action before, but that might explain as to why they were so angry with you, Melissa stated. Yeah, and I wasn't using full power yet. I couldn't use it in the city, otherwise it would have attracted more attention from the streets. However, in a hidden mansion, it's another story. Everyone that can interfere is already there, and we're a pretty good distance away from the city, Izuku stated. Wait, you were holding back on them? She asked, amazed. Pretty much, yeah, he answered. If you had to give it a percent, how much was it? She asked. Hard to say, it'd say around 65%, Izuku stated. Wow, then you're even stronger than I imagined, she stated. Did you find out anything else? Like where they could be hidden? Or an entrance or something? Izuku asked. Actually, I have. A bit behind the mansion there is a way inside. It leads to underground chambers from the mansion. We could make it in from there, Melissa stated. Alright, what about where they could be? Izuku asked. Well, the mansion has 3 floors. I saw my father recently on the ground floor. However, I don't know if he's still there. Since more guards showed up, I haven't been able to find out more, she stated. Don't worry, it's enough, Izuku said. Alright, well, just lay down for a bit and rest up. You'll need your strength back up if you want to go there, she stated. Well, laying down with a big slash on my back will be a bit hard, Izuku stated. Well then lay on your side, and you can use my lap as a pillow, she stated. Hey, you sure? You don't even know me, Izuku stated. Well, you don't know me either, and you want to help me save my father. So doing this is nothing? She smiled as Izuku then laid his head on her lap. But honestly, still moving and using your quirk with those wounds is impressive. Normally people would have been defeated if they got such wounds and being attacked by those 4, she stated. You sound like you've seen it before, Izuku stated. I have actually. There have been some other heroes. They weren't as lucky as you were, Melissa stated carefully. I see. Well, don't worry. I'll be sure to protect you. We'll save your dad and my friends, Izuku stated as he closed his eyes. Even though you don't know me, and even though you know how dangerous it will be, you still tell me you'll protect me and help me save my father, thank you, she said as she noticed he drifted off to sleep. After 6 hours, Izuku woke up again. Good morning, Melissa stated kindly. How long have I been out for? Izuku asked. 6 hours, we've still got around 12 to 13 hours left until the 24 hours are up, she answered. Still, I can't lay down too long. I have to get them back, Izuku stated as he got up. How are the wounds feeling? She asked. My back and arm feel heavy, but I don't feel any pain, he answered. That's good, she said as she got up as well. Let's go, she said as she walked up front. Before we go, if anything happens, I want you to do exactly as I tell you to, Izuku stated. I will, she stated seriously. She walked up front as they sneaked towards the mansion. She showed him the secret entrance as they quickly but silently got inside. When they got inside, she pushed a box away and they got inside. Once they got through the opening, they placed the box back. There were 2 doorways. So which one now? Izuku asked. This one here, she pointed to the left one. The other one is a dead end. I've been in here before, she stated as she walked up front. This path will lead straight to the door leading to the GR, she said as Izuku suddenly placed a hand on her mouth. As he then placed an arm around her and pulled her into the shadows as he placed her against the wall, shielding her with his body. Shush, he silently said as he took his hand away. Man, why are we always the ones to get supplies from down here? One of the guards asked. Didn't you know? It said that there is a hidden entrance underground here. However, no one ever found it, the other one said. Still, who would be dumb enough to get in here? If someone gets found, they'll just send everyone here at the person and kill him or her. So why bother sending 2 guards downstairs? He asked as he kept whining. They took some supplies and left. After a while, Izuku sighed. They're gone, Izuku stated. Izuku, Melissa stated. Izuku looked towards her and noticed his arm was still around her. Oh, I'm sorry. I heard them coming and just acted, Izuku stated as he quickly took a few steps back. It's alright, thanks. But it's impressive you heard them. I didn't hear them at all, and I was even talking to you, she stated amazed. Something I learned years ago, he said as he followed her again. They easily made it to the door, however when they slightly opened it, they noticed a lot of guards in the hall. So what do we do now? Melissa asked. However, Izuku had already created a bow of lightning and pulled back to shoot an arrow. Are you serious? She asked, a bit shocked. Lightning arrow, split shot, Izuku stated silently as he fired the arrow. The arrow bursted open, creating more arrows as they all pierced the guards in the middle of the chest or the middle of their backs, knocking them out. What did you do? She asked. I pierced them with a lightning arrow and shot their nerve system to knock them out, Izuku stated. Wow, that's incredible, she stated. They walked through the door. Now we have to look for my dad, she stated. We don't have to search. I hear muffled sounds from that door over there, Izuku stated, pointing towards the 3rd door on his right. They ran towards it. Izuku opened the door and shot inside. He shot lightning to his sides, knocking 2 guards with automatic machine guns out. They then looked at a surprised David Shield. Dad, Melissa said as she ran towards him. She then quickly untied him. Melissa, what are you doing here? And who is this boy? David asked. This is Izuku. He's here to get his friends back and helped me save you, Melissa stated. You'll have to explain the details later. They found us out, Izuku stated as he heard more of them. You guys get out of here. I'll take care of the guards and search for my friends, Izuku stated. No, I'm not running away now. Not until we got your friends out. You helped me save my dad, so I'll follow you to save your friends, she stated. Izuku glanced back. Fine, but stay behind me and don't leave my side. I may end up creating some distance. However, stay in sight, Izuku stated. We will, David stated. Izuku nodded. Wait here until I give a signal, Izuku stated as he got outside while charging lightning. David and Melissa heard gunshots, but they also heard groans of pain as the sound of gunshots slowly disappeared. You can come out now, Izuku stated as the gunshots had completely faded. David and Melissa walked outside and noticed a lot of guards knocked out, with Izuku not even having a scratch. You are a fearsome young man. You know that? David stated. I'll tell you more about how I gained this power and more about myself when we've made it out. For now, we have to get my friends quickly before the main force arrives, Izuku stated. They quickly ran up a stairs. Izuku shot his raging volt through the hall and knocked all the villains out. David and Melissa pulled open every door and eventually found some people. I found some people here, David stated. Izuku ran towards them and noticed Nijire, Momo, and Azui. Nijire, Momo, Azui, Izuku stated as he ran towards them. Momo and Azui looked weakly at him. All 3 of the girls were badly beaten. Nijire was unconscious. Damn, they really did a number on you guys, Izuku stated as he, David and Melissa untied them. David, can I ask you to carry her? He asked, pointing at Nijire. I will, he said as Izuku placed Nijire on his back. We've got your friends. Now we have to go, Melissa stated. They are only a few of my friends. They took a few more, Izuku stated as he ran towards the hall. David and Melissa followed him. Momo and Azui were able to walk on their own but very slow. Momo, do you have any idea where the guys are? Izuku asked. They are upstairs with the leader, Momo stated as Izuku had wide eyes. Suddenly more villains came from upstairs. We're pulling back, Izuku stated. What about the others? Azui asked. We have to get you guys out first. I'm sure they're all right. They are strong, Izuku stated. Izuku, Nijire stated weakly. He's fine, he's behind us, David stated. Who are you? She asked. Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. In fact, Izuku saved me Oswell, he stated. I see, thank you for carrying me, she stated as she closed her eyes again. She's very weak. We have to get her out as soon as possible, David stated. Those 2 aren't looking that good either, Melissa stated. Izuku was sending lightning shots towards the villains that charged at them. Go downstairs, Melissa, you lead the way, Izuku stated. What about you? She asked. I'm making sure you can make it out. I will catch up in a second. But seeing how they have been weakened, I'll buy some time so you guys can move freely, Izuku stated. Be careful, Melissa stated. Melissa, David, Azui, and Momo quickly made it downstairs. Momo and Azui were pretty badly wounded as well, but they were pushing themselves because Izuku was pushing himself like that. Are you girls okay running like that? Melissa asked, a bit worried. Izuku is fighting for us. We'll push beyond our limits, Momo stated as Azui nodded. They made it towards the basement and found the hidden spot. Quick, go! Izuku suddenly stated as he arrived with his lightning. Melissa opened the entrance as they quickly made it through. Raging Volt, Izuku stated as he attacked the villains before he quickly got through it as well. So where is the boat you mentioned? Melissa asked. It's luckily not that far, it's a bit more that way, Izuku said, pointing a bit to the right of the city. You guys run up front. I'll stay behind you and cover, Izuku stated. They all ran towards the place Izuku pointed towards. Once they reached the spot, Izuku started shouting. All Might, Aizawa, Midnight, he shouted as they suddenly got from under the cliff with the boat to the shore. Izuku, Aizawa shouted. Quick, get on board, Izuku said towards David, Melissa, Azui, and Momo. David? So this is why I haven't heard from you in a while, All Might stated. Yeah, I'm sorry, but Melissa and Izuku managed to save me, David stated. No time for that. We have to get away now, Izuku stated as he saw villains coming. He quickly jumped on the boat as Nijire opened her eyes again. The boat began making its way back. What about the others? Midnight asked. Suddenly the wind user shot above the trees. Don't think you can escape after what you did, he shouted. Keep on going and don't turn back, Izuku stated as he glanced at them. Izuku, what are you? Melissa stated as Izuku charged his lightning, still looking at them. Don't worry about me. I'll make sure you guys get away, and I will save the others, Izuku stated with a smile. Wait, Izuku, don't, All Might stated. Aizawa, Midnight, All Might, please take care of them, Izuku stated. Meanwhile, the wind user was close by and ready to attack when suddenly Izuku disappeared. He appeared in front of the wind user again as he kicked him to the face, launching him back towards the island. Izuku, no, Nijire stated as she tried flying with her quirk. Aizawa, Midnight, Izuku shouted. They immediately understood what he meant. Aizawa erased her quirk and Midnight made her fall asleep with her quirk. I'm sorry, I'm going to be reckless again. I'll be back, but with the others, Izuku stated. Don't you dare die, you hear? Melissa stated, concerned. I won't, Izuku stated as the wind user got back to Izuku. He placed his hand up just in front of the wind user's face. Raging Volt, Izuku stated as he shot his Raging Volt to his face just inches away from him. The wind user got launched back to the island as he crashed into the ground but got pushed through it as he also shot through trees. Izuku then quickly zapped to the island. He used his discharge to keep the villains busy as then even the scythe, drill, and gorilla user appeared as well. Izuku jumped to dodge the scythe and drill and zapped through the air to avoid the gorilla power. He then punched the gorilla in the solar plexus as he shot lightning through his entire body as this roasted him, knocking him out completely. Izuku then shot lightning bolts at the scythe and drill users as he also created a lightning cut while kicking the air by backflipping towards the wind user. Eventually, Izuku noticed that the boat got a safe distance away as they were almost out of sight. Time for me to leave for now, Izuku thought. Lightning ray, he stated, blinding everyone then disappearing. Damn it, he got away again. Next time I see that pathetic little kid, I will kill him for what he did to my wife, the wind user shouted. Izuku quickly shot from tree to tree as he made his way back to Melissa's former hideout. Once he got back there, he got inside and sat down against the wall as he started panting. Damn, I didn't think it would take that much energy. But then again, I've been constantly using the same amount of power, even when trying to buy time. Still, I'm glad Melissa, David, Nijire, Azui, and Momo made it out, Izuku stated. I'm sorry for making you leave without me and giving you worries. I promise. I will get back with the others no matter what. Chapter 11, we're back. After Izuku helped Melissa, David, Azui, Momo, and Nijire escape, he brought them to the boat. He made sure they got away safely while fighting villains and was now hiding in Melissa's previous hideout. I won't be able to use the back door anymore. They know we got out that way, so they'll suspect that I can come in through there. There are also a lot of guards, and from what I heard, their leader is their Oswell. To top it all off, I have no clue if those 6 I saw were the main force or if there are any stronger fighters on this island. I took care of 3 of the 6, but that still leaves 3, and if there are more it will be troublesome, especially since I know nothing about the leader, Izuku said out loud as he was thinking. Well, I won't come up with any ideas here. Maybe if I get close to the mansion again, I might find something out, he said as he got up. Izuku crawled through the opening and calmly walked towards the mansion. Now that I'm alone, I can use more power in my quirk, and I don't have to worry about protecting people behind me, Izuku thought. Izuku saw the mansion and jumped in a tree, so he wouldn't reveal himself. He stared towards the mansion from between the leaves. He thought and thought, but he couldn't think of any way to do this the sneaky way. Guess it's time for good old Plan T. If you're wondering what Plan T is, well, take M by storm. Izuku charged his lightning and shot towards the front door. Once inside, 20 villains with machine guns were waiting for him. Discharge, he said as lightning shot towards their guns and zapping the villains Oswell. He quickly ran up the stairs and was met by even more villains. Izuku used his raging volt to get through. Once he got past those, he ran up the last stairs. However, there was only one door. That's strange. The second floor has at least 6 rooms on both sides. Does that mean one room is that big? Izuku thought. He placed his hand on the door as he then blew it away with lightning. Ah, I've been expecting you, young man, someone in the dark stated. Who are you? And where are my friends? Izuku yelled. Now there is no reason to act so aggressive. If anything, you barged into my home, you know, the voice stated. Only after you attacked us at UA and took my friends away, Izuku stated as he walked inside and looked around. You see, we had to so we could get our target here, the voice stated. Getting your target here? What does that mean? And who is your target? Izuku asked. Originally it was to lure All Might here and deal with him once and for all, however he no longer has his power, and then we saw you beating All for one. We just shifted the plan from All Might as target to you as target, the voice explained. I see, so it was to lure me here so you can deal with me. Well, I'm here now, but I don't see you, Izuku stated. Oh, but I'm not just gonna fight you, no. First you'll have to prove that you're the real deal and show me just how strong you are, the voice stated. Fine, but first I want to know where my friends are, Izuku stated. Your friends? Can't you see them? They are right there, the voice stated. Suddenly the lights went on and Mirio, Tamaki, Tokoyami, Kirishima and Todoroki were revealed. However, they were crucified against the roof with chains. You sick bastard, Izuku hissed. Izuku wanted to jump up towards them. But once he did, he was blown away by wind. There you are, you fleeing little rat, the wind user stated. I'll make you pay for what you did to my wife, he stated. Dude, calm down. It's just a crushed knee. It'll heal, Izuku stated as if he didn't care. Master, I'm going to murder him, the man stated. You're not the only one who wants to do that, and you probably won't be the last either, Izuku provoked. Suddenly the scythe and drill user appeared Oswell. I see, the entire peanut gallery showed up. How touching, Izuku said as he provoked them more. Well, if you're that confident that you can kill me, why not try and do so? Izuku asked. You little shit, the wind user stated as he tried punching Izuku with a punch covered with wind. Izuku backflipped and slammed his feet in the wind user's back as he slammed him through the ground, making him fall to the floor below. Izuku saw him weakly trying to get up. Izuku then aimed his hand at him. Raging Volt, he stated silently as a fierce blast of lightning shot from his hand and blew him towards the basement while even creating a crater. I'm sorry, but if someone here is angry, it's definitely me, Izuku said with cold eyes and a lot of anger. He then covered his body with lightning. You'll pay for that, both the scythe user and the drill user stated as they charged at him. Izuku held up his arms and blocked the drill and the scythe. Thanks to his lightning, it didn't cut or pierce his arms. Is this really all you've got? Izuku asked. It's true that combined you're all very strong, but your power mainly consists of the speed, wind users, and the gorilla power. You two are just for surprise attacks. However, since they have been taken out, you two won't have any chance of winning, Izuku stated. The two backed away. Death Scythe, he stated as the scythes on his arm turned black. Burning Drill, the other villain said as his drill generated smoke and turned red from the heat. So you two can fight if you try, Izuku stated in a sarcastic way. The scythe user swinged his side from a distance as a line of black power shot towards Izuku, but he just sidestepped. The drill user quickly jumped towards Izuku and began throwing in barrage with the drill, but Izuku managed to dodge those with incredible speed. I don't have time to play around anymore. I have to get my friends away from here. Everyone at home is waiting for us to return, Izuku stated. So I can't be held back by scum like you, Izuku shouted as lightning swirled around him and then shot away like a shockwave. Izuku then grabbed their heads and used thunderclap so they would be knocked out. Impressive. I can see why my comrade All for One had so much trouble with you. But you're not yet displaying the power I saw from you back then, the voice stated as suddenly a man appeared from the darkness on the ceiling. So that's where you were hiding, Izuku stated as he glanced at his friends. He noticed that Bakugo had regained consciousness but acted like he didn't. The same for Kirishima. Well, if I had been on the ground, then I would have been hit by that lightning. That was really scary, you know, the man stated. Who might you be then? Izuku asked as he looked at the man. My name is Ferret. I'm the leader of this island, the man stated. He had long white hair, a pale skin, but his eyes were scary. They were soft yet held a murderous intent. This guy is staring at me as if I'm just a friendly visitor, but he holds the intent to kill me. How can he combine that? Is he really this powerful? That he can see people as his visitor and feel like he could kill them whenever he wants to? Izuku thought. What's wrong, Izuku? Don't tell me you're getting scared. Ferret asked a bit concerned. We can't have that now, can we? He suddenly whispered in Izuku's ear as he appeared behind him. Izuku instinctively activated his lightning and jumped away with shock in his eyes. You know, since I know all about you and your quirk, let me explain about mine, Ferret stated. My quirk controls the darkness, but it can also suck someone's life energy away, Ferret stated while licking his lips. And how do you do that? Izuku asked while sweating. Oh, you know, a bit like a vampire, I just sneak up on my prey, he stated. Bite them in the neck and make my dark power suck it out of them from there, Ferret stated from behind Izuku again. He tried biting Izuku in his neck, however the strong lightning blocked him. Your lightning really is something else. You're the first person that managed to block that, Ferret stated. Stop fooling around, Izuku shouted as he shot his lightning around him. Ferret jumped away and vanished into the darkness. He immediately appeared from behind Izuku again, but he was then hit by an explosion in the face. What the? Ferret stated as he landed on the ground. He quickly got up and saw Bakugo standing on the floor. Howdy, Ferret started but was then punched in the face by Kirishima. With my last attack, I destroyed the chance holding those two, Izuku stated. He then shot his lightning to Mirio, Tamaki and Todoroki's chains as they were also freed from their chains. I see, not bad. I do have to admit, facing all of you will be troublesome, Ferret stated. Troublesome? No, not really, it's not troublesome at all. You'll lose and that's that, Izuku stated pissed. Now look at who has gotten confident, Ferret stated in a sarcastic way. Well, try it if you're so sure you can win, Izuku stated. Ferret then appeared behind Mirio. He tried biting his neck but went right through him. Tamaki slammed Ferret's face with a clam as it launched him away. Kirishima punched him in the gut towards Todoroki, who used his ice. Ferret slammed right into the ice, coughing blood. However, Todoroki immediately shot his flames at Ferret, launching him away again towards Bakugo. AP shot autocannon, Bakugo stated as a lot of explosions were shot at Ferret, who launched towards Izuku. This attack is named after my hero name, but also a god of lightning, Izuku stated as he charged his lightning. Reiko, he shouted as he smashed Ferret's chest to bits as then three very strong and thick streams of lightning shot down from the sky on Ferret. He was launched through the floor and even created an enormous crater where the basement would be. Are you guys all right? Izuku asked. Yeah. Thanks for the save, Mirio stated. We have to get out of here. I know a way to the mainland again, Izuku stated as everyone nodded and followed him. Once outside, they noticed an enormous group of at least 500 men. Guess they noticed what we were up to, Izuku stated. So where is this way out you mentioned? Todoroki asked. This way, Izuku stated as he started running towards the place. They quickly followed him, however the 500 men also ran after them, throwing attacks with their quirks. Izuku, we can't escape like this, Tamaki stated. We can and we will, Izuku stated. After a while he noticed the spot. Tamaki, Kirishima, Bakugo, you guys try to move that boulder. Todoroki, help me hold them off, Izuku stated as he turned around to face the 500 men. Todoroki shot a big glacier of ice to block them, however this was destroyed almost immediately because of the many quirk attacks. My ice doesn't work, Todoroki stated a bit in fear. Don't worry, even if it doesn't work we're just buying time, Izuku stated. Keep using your quirk to keep them away, he added. Izuku, we're having trouble, Mirio stated. There are just as many on this side, he added. Izuku looked around in fear as he noticed them. New plan. Destroy that boulder as quick as possible and get in, Izuku stated as he then quickly created a dome of lightning as a barrier. Izuku, however, immediately felt the overwhelming power from hundreds of quirks. Hurry, I won't last long like this, Izuku shouted. Bakugo used the strongest explosion he could make while Tamaki slammed it with his clam and Kirishima also threw a barrage of punches. The boulder broke down and everyone quickly ran inside. Izuku, we're in. Come here, Mirio shouted, however Izuku stayed in place. Damn, he can't move like that. If he does, the barrier will drop and he will be hit with hundreds of quirks. Bakugo said, gritting his teeth. I can do it, Tamaki stated as he turned his fingers and tentacles. They gently wrapped around Izuku as Tamaki then pulled back full force, pulling Izuku in before the barrier dropped. Thanks guys, that was close, Izuku panted. We're not out of danger yet. They can get in here, Oswell, Mirio shouted. You guys run up front. I'll run at the back and block their quirks, Izuku stated. Bakugo stayed behind the group Oswell, as they took turns using lightning and explosions. However, they were quickly overwhelmed again. We can't keep this up, Bakugo stated. Todoroki, stay there, Izuku shouted as he turned around and started shooting off a lot of lightning, blocking everything that was being thrown his way. Bakugo, keep going. Todoroki, when I say asterisk, now asterisk, you shoot as much ice as you can, you hear me? Izuku stated. Bakugo kept running as he ran past Todoroki. Full power, Izuku whispered as even the lightning from full power was already blocking the attacks. I have only enough for one more strike of this. Let's make this count, Izuku yelled. Reiko, he shouted as lightning strikes eventually shot through the ceiling. Now, Izuku shouted as he shot past Todoroki with his lightning. Todoroki immediately shot as much ice as he could. All right, ID, he said. However, he then saw Izuku, who was wounded badly. He had a lot of cuts on his arms and legs. However, he was also pierced in his side by an attack. Izuku, are you okay? He quickly asked. Yeah, using Reiko with that power took all my power, so it left me open for a second. However, a few attacks reached me in that time. I'll manage, we have to go now. This ice won't hold forever. The water pressure will break through it in no time, and the people still in here will drown and be crushed. They know that, Oswell, Izuku stated as he got up. They quickly ran through the tunnel as fast as they could. Todoroki, shoot some more ice, Izuku stated from behind the group. Todoroki looked around and saw a huge stream of water coming towards them. Izuku managed to use his lightning and make it past Todoroki, who then used a lot of ice again. They kept running for a while and saw the exit. Here it comes, Izuku shouted as the water had already broken through the ice. The water slammed right into them, blowing them through the exit as they flew out. Everyone was shot high in the air. However, when they looked around, water was still oozing out and they noticed they were around a beach. That's good. That means nothing will be flooded with water except for the beach itself, Izuku thought as they fell to the ground. He noticed All Might, Aizawa, Midnight, and the others he saved standing above the stairs that led to the beach. Izuku then noticed where he was. This is Dagoba Beach, Izuku thought as they eventually landed on the sand. Izuku, you insane bastard. You could have killed us all with that, Bakugo shouted. At least they won't be able to use that tunnel to get here anymore, Mirio stated, panting. Thanks for saving us, Izuku. Oh, no problem guys, you're welcome, Izuku joked as they all looked at him and started laughing. Well, you did save us, so thanks, Izuku, Mirio stated as Kirishima, Todoroki, Tamaki nodded in agreement. Yeah, thanks I guess, Bakugo stated. Well guys, I'm sorry, but I think we died anyway, Izuku stated. Why is that? Mirio asked as Aizawa and the others ran towards them. Because Bakugo just thanked someone, Izuku joked as everyone started laughing. They were talking and laughing, but they were too exhausted to get up. Izuku! Melissa and Nijire shouted as they ran towards him. Hey girls, how are you two feeling? Izuku asked a bit weakly as he started to feel the pain from his wounds. Look at the shape you're in. And you ask us how we're feeling? Nijire yelled. Well yeah, if everyone is fine, then that's awesome. These wounds of mine will heal, so no worries about that, Izuku stated with a smile. Young Midoriya, All Might stated. Yeah, Izuku said as he looked towards All Might. Next to him stood Aizawa and Midnight. I think we're talking for all of UA if we tell you, thank you for saving the students, and as for myself, I want to thank you for saving my friend David Shield and his daughter Melissa Shield, All Might stated as all three of the teachers bowed to him. Please raise your heads. I would have gotten my friends out either way, even if we weren't from UA, and I would have helped Melissa Oswell even if I had to go back there again, Izuku stated. Well, I guess, but that's just how you are, Aizawa stated with a smile. Well, let's go back to UA, Midnight stated. David then walked towards Izuku, as he had gotten up but was about to fall again. Before Izuku fell over again, David caught him. You saved me. Now let me help you, David said as he got Izuku on his back and carried him to UA. Thanks, I really went overboard, didn't I? Izuku laughed a bit awkwardly. We saw the last lightning strike even from here, so we knew you were coming, David stated. Mirio, Tamaki, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Bakugo were able to walk on their own. David walked up front with Nijire and Melissa by his side. All the others followed them as they were all looking at Izuku and thought the same thing. Izuku really is incredible. UA then appeared in sight and everyone else from Class 1A was waiting at the gate together with the teachers. They then noticed the students from the Big Three's classes who were cheering loudly that they had returned. Hey guys, we're back. Chapter 12. Day off. Izuku had made it back together with his friends. However, he was injured while making a run for it. I do have to say, Izuku, I am impressed, Mirio stated. About what? Izuku asked as David was bringing him to Recovery Girl. You barge into enemy territory, get hurt, get treated, then manage to save the girls without much trouble. Then you come back for us without getting hurt. But instead of getting hurt while fighting, you get hurt while running away, Mirio stated as he laughed. Well, damn, you're right, Izuku sighed as everyone then laughed. So Izuku, what's the story between you and this girl and this man? Kirishima stated as he pointed at David and Melissa. They are father and daughter, All Might explained. Well, I understood that much, but I mean, Izuku went into enemy territory on his own. She could have acting for all he knew. So I'm just kind of wondering how they ended up helping each other. No offense, by the way, Kirishima stated. You know, Kirishima makes a good point, Momo stated. You want the short version or the long version? Melissa asked. First the short one, depending on that, we can decide on the long one, Azui stated. We just saved each other's lives, that's how we know each other, Izuku stated. That was very short, Momo stated, a bit surprised. Long one, please, Nijire immediately said. I was fighting 6 villains on my own. I managed to defeat 2 of them. However, when I wanted to retreat, Melissa warned me and I was able to dodge a fatal blow at the last second. I could have lost my arm or my life if she didn't warn me. Afterwards, they target her and I saved her by taking her away to safety, Izuku explained. So that's how you met, Kirishima stated. Yeah, he started trusting me when I treated his wounds on his arm and back, Melissa stated. Wait, arm and back? Nijire asked. Yeah. Didn't you notice his hero suit ripped on his back and arm? Melissa asked, surprised. Nijire then looked and Melissa was right. The herbs were gone from the wounds, showing the closed-up wounds. And you went back in with those wounds? Nijire asked with a bit of a scary tone. David could feel the cold shiver going over Izuku's body and laughed even harder. Still, if it wasn't for Izuku, you guys wouldn't be saved, and David would have been locked up Oswell. So please spare him this one time, All Might stated. Thank you, All Might, Izuku thought. Maybe, he still needs a punishment. But I'll go easy on him, Nijire stated with a smile. As long as you keep him in one piece, I still want to give him a hug for helping me save my father, Melissa stated with a smile. I want to give him 1 Oswell for saving me, Azui stated as Momo nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I didn't plan on doing anything that bad, Nijire stated. Still, it would be nice if we could relax for once. Being kidnapped by villains the whole time really scares me, Nijire stated. They mostly take you because of me, so I'm sorry, Izuku stated. They arrived at Recovery Girl's office when suddenly they heard someone else. There you are. Did you really think I would leave things as it is? You crushed my wife's knee. They heard from behind them. Izuku got off from David's back and walked behind the group towards the wind user. So you really followed me back here for that? Izuku asked. You bet I did. I'm here to make you pay, the wind user stated. I'll take care of him, Bakugo stated. That won't be necessary, Izuku stated with a grin. If it's like that, then I can let loose on you, Oswell. You attacked me in my sleep, took my friends and people dear to me away, then tried to kill me, and now you dare to stand in front of me for something I did? Izuku asked as lightning swirled around his body. The wind user flew back a little bit. Tell me, you've been with a strong group, and your boss wasn't weak either, so let me ask you, have you ever experienced real fear? Izuku asked as he looked up towards the villain. For the first time, Izuku held a dark, murderous intent in his eyes. The villain looked terrified just from Izuku looking at him like that. If not, then allow me to show you how fearsome it can be to mess with the wrong person, Izuku stated as more lightning swirled around Izuku. The villain pulled back. You don't scare me, he shouted. Raging hurricane, the villain stated as an intense wind Oswell as a tornado launched right at Izuku. Izuku's friends were worried. However, once the wind died down, they noticed Izuku just standing there with one hand aiming at the tornado. What? That can't be. There isn't even a scratch on him, the villain stated, freaking out. You know, I really don't want to fight anymore today. I've had my fill, so I'd rather avoid it if possible. I'm really tired and I'm glad my friends are back, so I'd rather focus on healing and relaxing with them now, Izuku stated with a smile. But if you insist, then I have no choice but to accept, Izuku stated, taking a step forward. The villain had a terrified look in his face and quickly flew off. Izuku sighed and calmed down. He was about to fall over but was caught by Melissa. "Well, that was an amazing bluff you pulled off there," she stated. "Wait, what did she say?" Aizawa asked. "She's right. I'm in no condition to fight. I can charge up my quirk, but I really can't fight with it right now. I just scared him with my power," Izuku stated, scratching the back of his head. "He really needs a punishment for worrying us now," Nijire stated. "We'll help," Momo stated as Azui nodded. "Now let's get you fixed up," Melissa stated as she held his arm around her to support him. Nijire looked a bit unhappy. "Don't worry, I'm not taking him from you, but after what happened and seeing how alike we are, I kinda grew to like him. But I won't try to take him away from you. I'm satisfied with being a close friend. Oh, but I would like to hug him once in a while," Melissa stated at Nijire. "Well, if hugging it stays with hugging, then I'm fine with it. Izuku is so adorable, most girls want to hug him. I just hope you won't try to take him away from me," she stated, a bit insecure. "Nah, I know how much you two care about each other. Just the looks you guys give each other tells me enough. Even though I began to like him, I'll stay a friend," Melissa stated while giving a smile. "You shouldn't feel so insecure. Even if I would have tried to, he wouldn't leave you anyway," Melissa stated with a wink. "You're right. Izuku and I love each other way too much for that," Nijire stated confidently. "I'm right here, you know," Izuku stated. "Shush, this is girl talk," Melissa stated. "Nah," Izuku groaned a bit. "Can you take me inside for recovery, girl, though? Then you guys can continue your chat and I can get healed. My body is getting pretty heavy," Izuku stated. "Well, since you asked nicely," Melissa teased. They bore it Izuku inside. "Well now, what is that shape you're in? I haven't seen you so banged up before," recovery girl stated. "Enemy hideout to save me, friends," Izuku answered shortly. "Figured as much," she sighed. "Lay down on the bed and stay still. I'll treat your wounds," she stated. "Say, Izuku, can I ask you a small favor?" David asked. "Sure, go ahead. I'm all ears," Izuku stated as sat on the bed so recovery girl could start with his wound on the back, as well as the place where he got pierced. "I'm sorry to jump it on you, but could I ask for your help once you're healed?" he asked. "Sure, what do you need from me?" Izuku asked. "The villains got inside without any trouble, so I'm sure there is someone still hiding, someone who's pretending to be on my side, and I know who it is. Could I ask your help to capture him?" David asked. "Actually, there are two. One of the attackers stayed behind and the spy. However, if you get the spy, the attacker will show up," Oswell, Melissa stated. "Sure, not a problem," Izuku said, smiling. "Thank you. And with that, I also want to invite you and your friends to have a nice day at Island for all your help and saving us," David stated. "That's awesome," Kirishima stated. "Are Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire allowed to come, Oswell? I figure my class is allowed. But are they allowed, Oswell?" Izuku asked. "That goes without question. If they are friends of yours and you want them to come, then they can come. You saved not only my and your friends' lives, but also that of my daughter. I can't thank you enough for that, so doing this is the least I can do," David stated. "All right, but then I want Aizawa, All Might, and Midnight to come, Oswell," Izuku stated with a smile as they looked at him surprised. "Why us?" Midnight asked. "I can understand Aizawa since he's your homeroom teacher, and All Might since he is friends with David Shield. But why me too?" Midnight asked. "Because you hid inside the boat and came with us to help. You also had a part in this. You stayed behind with Aizawa to protect the boat, and you held Nijire on the ship when she wanted to come after me. If you didn't, she could have been wounded badly," Izuku stated. "You're just the sweetest, Izuku," Midnight said with a seductive tone. "I'll come, Oswell, then," she stated with a smile. "And thanks for wanting me to come too," she stated. "All right then, it's settled. It will be our day off and we'll take a day at Island to relax," Izuku stated as everyone smiled and agreed. Suddenly, recovery girl touched the wound from where he was pierced. Izuku gave a shout in pain and was unconscious. "Oops," she stated as she saw him unconscious. Everyone started laughing from recovery girl's response to what happened. Time skip. A week had passed. Izuku's wounds had completely healed, and Izuku, together with Class 1A, the Big Three, Aizawa, All Might, Midnight, Melissa, and David sat on the plane towards Island. Everyone was excited about the trip. However, Izuku was still a bit shocked about everything that had happened in the past week. His punishment was that every time someone wanted to hug him, no matter who it was or where it was, he had to let it happen, and they took it pretty far. Momo hugged him in the middle of a store. Azui hugged him in the middle of the gym. Nijire and Melissa were the worst. They became good friends, especially since Melissa showed she really cared for Izuku but never tried to take him away from Nijire. However, they made it a contest to see who could make Izuku blush the most by hugging him in places that would normally be embarrassing. He blushed madly, because who wouldn't? Two gorgeous girls constantly hugging him is what most men would dream of. But he also enjoyed it, not just because they were so pretty, but because he cared about them, and even though they made it a contest, every hug was filled the feeling of caring for each other. Izuku had given his room to Melissa and David so they could sleep there. Izuku was placed in Nijire's room for the time being, and she had totally claimed him there. She wrapped her arm and leg around him when they laid in bed as they went to sleep. But the most shocking part was that Nijire had asked if they could stay together in one room from now on. Izuku was already shocked by the fact that she asked that, but even more when Aizawa approved of this. Now on the plane, Izuku sat in between Melissa and Nijire. Nijire had laid her head on his shoulder and was sleeping since she had to get up early. Izuku was looking outside the window. Melissa did the same, however, she had a bit of a worried look on her face. "Everything all right, Melissa?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I'm all right, honestly, after that week with you guys. I guess I'm a bit sad to be back here," she stated with a forced smile. "Don't you have friends here?" Izuku asked. "I do, it's just they are totally different from you guys. They look at me different because I'm quirkless, but you guys treat me like you would any other person. Honestly, I'm kind of jealous," she stated. "You can always visit when you want, and we can come visit you sometimes as well," Izuku stated with a smile. "No matter how far apart, we'll always be close friends," Izuku stated with a smile. "Thanks, Izuku," she stated with a smile. She peeked at Nijire, who was still asleep, as she then gave Izuku a quick peck on the cheek. She then whispered in his ear, "She doesn't have to know. That was just a thank you for cheering me up and being such a good friend," she stated as she then smiled at him. Izuku looked surprised at first but then smiled back. He then gave her his number so they could stay in contact. It didn't take much longer for the plane to land. As everyone then split up, everyone went their own way to explore Island, even the big three. Izuku, however, went with David and Melissa. However, once they reached David's room, they felt a lot of murderous intent. "No matter what happens, stay behind me," Izuku stated. "What was that just now?" Melissa asked, a bit terrified. "That was murderous intent. Normally you can feel it if you look at someone. But this person, he's different, he's making us feel his murderous intent even from a distance without even seeing him," Izuku stated. Izuku opened the door as they then saw two people. "Hello, Sam," David said to his personal assistant in the room. "David, it's why you," Sam stated when suddenly the other person launched at them. The villain launched towards David's face. However, he was stopped when Izuku punched it upwards in the gut. "Not happening," he stated as the villain landed unconscious on the ground next to him. Izuku then made a bow. "Lightning arrow binding shot," he stated as he shot it at Sam. This little moment took care of the attacker and the spy. Izuku was then thanked for his help as he walked outside to roam around Island Oswell. "Wait up," he heard behind him as Melissa came running. "Hey Melissa, what's up?" Izuku asked calmly. She then grabbed his arm and walked beside him. "What are you doing?" Izuku asked, blushing. "I want to spend some more time with you and maybe the others, and I'm allowed to hug you, so," she stated a bit teasingly with a smile. They walked around Island when suddenly a group of girls walked towards Izuku and Melissa. "Well, would you look at that, Melissa managed to finally get a guy," one of the girls said. Izuku noticed Melissa looking a bit sad because of them. "What did she have to do to get a guy like you?" "Let me guess, she sold herself to you?" the second girl stated. "Well, no matter how she did it, it's already impressive that a quirkless bimbo managed to get someone," the third stated. "A quirk doesn't define someone's worth," Izuku stated, as this made Melissa look up surprised towards him. "She may be quirkless, but she's working hard, I can tell, and she's more hero-like than you'll ever be," Izuku stated. "Wait, isn't that the guy that fought that major battle some time ago?" one of the girls stated. "So what's such an impressive guy doing with worthless garbage like her?" the first girl asked. "The only one worthless here I can see is you," Izuku stated as this pissed the girl off. "What did you just say?" she asked. "You have a quirk, don't you? Are you working to become heroes?" Izuku asked. "Of course we do. We the people that matter and have quirks always try to become heroes," the girl stated. "You three are failures," Izuku stated. "What?" they all shouted. "You may aim to become heroes, but bullying her like that already tells me how pathetic you three are, and it shows how much of a failure you are. Compared to you, Melissa was able to save my life. Something you three never would have been able to," Izuku stated as this shut them up. "You'll pay for that," the girls stated as they activated their quirks. The first had a quirk called Flaming Boxing. She held flames, but only in her fists, which dealt devastating blows. The second had a similar quirk to Izuku, but she only generated a bow lightning, nothing else. The last girl had an ice quirk. "Such good quirks wasted on people like you," Izuku sighed. "You'll pay for what you said to us," they stated. Melissa released Izuku's arm as he then stepped in front of her. You won't even be able to touch me, Izuku stated, as he suddenly released lightning from his body with a smile. I'm sorry, Izuku. This is supposed to be your day off. We already made you capture someone, but now I've got you stuck in this mess, Melissa stated, feeling guilty. Don't worry, it's not a mess or work. I'm just playing around for a bit, Izuku stated as Melissa smiled. You are doing what? Are you mocking us? The first girl shouted. They all launched at Izuku as they all threw attacks. However, just powering up a little was enough to blow the girls away and make them fall to the ground. Izuku sighed. This got boring quickly. Just leave Melissa alone from now on. The next time, I won't be so forgiving to just play around. If I hear you're bullying her again, I will get serious, Izuku stated. The girls nodded and quickly walked away. Thanks, but you didn't have to do that, Melissa stated. Well, I had fun, and you're my friend. So it's only natural I'd help you, he stated with a smile. So then, why didn't you tell them that you weren't mine? She asked. They don't have to know that. It helps if they think you have a boyfriend like me. Maybe that'll shut them up, Izuku stated. I'd never take you away from Nijire, but you're right. They don't have to know that, Melissa smiled. Hey guys, what are you so happy about? Mirio asked as he walked up to Izuku and Melissa together with Nijire and Tamaki. Izuku just thought some bullies a lesson, Melissa said as she clinged to Izuku's arm again. Hey, no fair. Leave some Izuku for me. Nijire pouted teasingly. Girls, this is not the time for that, Izuku said blushing as they all laughed. Hey Melissa, can you show Tamaki and me around Island? Mirio asked. Sure, Izuku, I'll see you later, she stated as she walked off with Mirio and Tamaki as he and Nijire just stood there surprised. Did they just ditch us? Izuku asked. Well, actually, I wanted to ask you to spend some time with me, Nijire stated. I'd love to. I guess they noticed that and left us to it, Izuku stated. They walked around Island as they saw some new inventions, as well as a villain course to destroy robots. They also grabbed some food and drinks. Eventually, they ended on top of a hill that watched over Island. You know, I love today spending time with you like that, Nijire stated. Well, I loved it as well, Izuku stated. It got silent for a little bit. Say, do you not want to share a room with me? Nijire asked. You're really tense when I hold you close, and it just feels like you think I'm gonna fast. If so, then just tell me and I'll take a step, BA. She stated as Izuku stopped her by kissing her. Don't be so insecure. If I don't like something, I'll tell you. It's just I have to get used to it. I'm not used to these kind of things, but I don't dislike it. I love having you so close to me, Izuku stated. Then again, who wouldn't want to have such a hot girl in his bed? Izuku joked. Oh, now you make it sound dirty, she stated. Don't act like you don't like that, Izuku said in a teasing tone. Shush. Others don't have to know that, she stated in her own teasing tone. Honestly, if it's with you, I don't mind it at all, Izuku stated. Same here, she stated as she placed her head against his. Can I ask you a strange question? She asked. Go ahead, he answered. Do you like Melissa? You two seem really, but I mean really close, and sometimes it seems like you are happier with her than with me, Nijire stated a bit sadly. Izuku then made a spark in her neck. Hey, she shouted surprised. I just told you to not be so insecure, and here you are again. Thinking less about yourself, Izuku stated. It's not that I'm insecure, it's just something I noticed, she stated. Sure, I like her, but not the same way as how I like you. She became very dear to me because she and I are much alike. But she also has some things that make me think of you. Sure, I care about her and I like her, but not the same way as you, and that won't happen either. She likes me as well, but in the same way as I do for her. We play, we hug, we talk and such, but if I had to describe it, it would be more like being familiar than being lovers, Izuku explained. I see. But then why did you seem happier with her than with me? She asked. That's easy to answer. I can see you every day. I even share my nights with you from now on. But after today, I won't see her for a long while. I enjoyed myself with everyone, and also with her because I knew she would go back home after a while. After today, she'll stay here, but you're still by my side. It doesn't mean I'm enjoying my time with you less than with her because I'm enjoying my time with you just as much as with her, Izuku explained. Suddenly, Melissa jumped in Izuku's neck by throwing her arms around him. He's right, you know, she stated. Where did you suddenly come from? Nijire asked. And how much did you hear? She asked. Form when you asked if he liked me, she answered. Since you guys would be leaving in an hour or so, I wanted to spend a little more time with you and Izuku. So I came up here, she stated. Also Izuku, I saw them again and they walked away really fast when they saw me, Melissa stated as she began laughing. Izuku did the same. Wait, what's going on? Melissa asked. Some girls were bullying her and thought I was her boyfriend. I taught them a lesson, Izuku stated. He only forgot to mention that he isn't my boyfriend. However, he did that so the girls would leave me alone, Melissa stated. Is that right? Nijire stated with an evil grin at Izuku. Ow no. Melissa help please, Izuku stated. No dear Izuku. Actions have consequences, Melissa stated. I need saving. Where is a hero when you need them? Izuku stated. Melissa started laughing as Nijire then tackled him. The three of them spended their remaining time talking like that until Izuku and the others had to leave for UA. Bye guys. Hope to see you all again soon, Melissa said as they all got on the plane. The trip wasn't that long and they were back at UA pretty fast. However, everyone was tired and went to bed. Nijire was staying in Izuku's room with him, as this was approved by Aizawa. The walls were more isolated since school's most horny pervert was in the room next to theirs and would definitely try to hear some things or try to get some juice views. The walls were isolated so much that they could scream and you could only hear it at the door. Man, I'm beat, Izuku stated. So am I, Nijire stated as she laid on her back stretching her arms. So, you made people think you and Melissa were a couple, huh? Nijire teased as she rolled to her side facing Izuku. It was just to help her with those bullies. Honestly, I wanted to give them a taste of my lightning. You should have heard what they said about her, Izuku stated. We did hear it, we wanted to step in but then you started against them. We were pretty impressed and I'm not mad about it, Nijire stated. I'm glad about that, Izuku sighed. But you will have to make it up, Nijire stated as Izuku pulled her towards him as she laid on him with half of her body. Izuku started kissing her. However, they were getting more and more intimate. Eventually, she placed himself on top of him and they opened their mouths as their tongues made their way around each other. They started to make out for the first time as he held her tightly against him. Eventually, they broke the intimate make-out session off to catch their breathing. Never thought you would make such a move on me, Nijire stated. Well, I just couldn't hold it back anymore. I love you, Nijire, Izuku stated. And I love you, sweet Izuku, she stated with a soft voice. I have to say though, you on top of me isn't so bad. Feels warm and nice, Izuku stated. Your soft body on mine, not to mention, hold it. You're making it sound dirty again, Nijire stated. Don't act like you don't like that, Izuku teased again like before. Oh, shut up and kiss me again already, she stated as they started making out again. Their kiss became more and more intimate as they then pulled the covers over them. Chapter 13. Izuku and Nijire's date. The morning after Izuku and Nijire's make-out session, they got up rather late. Everyone else was already up, and since it was the weekend, they didn't have any school. Morning guys, Izuku stated yawning. Yo Izuku, what's up man? How come you're up so late, Kirishima asked. Probably making out with the blue-haired curiosity, Bakugo stated as he was about to drink. What Bakugo said, Izuku stated as Bakugo spit out his drink Oswell as making others look at him surprised. Wait, what? Bakugo asked as if he didn't hear that right. He said you were right, Nijire stated as she yawned and stretched. How can you two just state that so casually? Kaminari asked as Mineta was bleeding through his eyes from jealousy. Bakugo stated it, so I was just saying he was right, Izuku stated. Also stop bleeding from your eyes, Mineta. It's disgusting, Izuku stated as he went to grab some food. Nijire walked after him and sat at a table. You know, Izuku suddenly stated when he was alone with Nijire. What? She asked curious. We've never been on a real date before, he answered. Well, there was the island yesterday, but you're right, we've never really been on a date, she stated surprised. Mostly about not realizing it before. Well, let's change that then, Nijire stated. Sure, but under one condition, Izuku stated. What's that? She asked. I'll plan a date for us, and I'll treat you to dinner, Izuku stated with a smile. I can accept the first, but you don't have to pay me dinner, you know, Nijire stated. Well, I'm not listening. I'm treating you to dinner if you want to or not, Izuku stated. When did you get this bold? She asked. You have to ask after last night? Izuku asked. Nijire thought for a little bit. Good point, she answered. So when will we go on this date of yours then? Nijire stated with a seductive look in her eyes. Tonight, Izuku asked. Isn't that a bit fast? I mean, I'd love to, but didn't you want to plan the date? Nijire asked. Don't worry about that, Izuku stated. Alright then, I'll leave it to you, Nijire stated. After a while, Izuku decided to make some plans, and Nijire decided to spend some time with Mirio and Tamaki. Hey Izuku, what are you doing? Uraraka asked. Just planning for a date with Nijire, Izuku stated. Can I see the plan you made so far? She asked. Go ahead. Honestly, I'm a bit uncertain about it since I've never really had a relationship before and all, but I don't want to disappoint her, Izuku stated. Honestly, your plan isn't so bad. But you don't have anything romantic for the end, she stated. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot of that, he stated. Maybe this will help? Uraraka stated as she then whispered something in his ear. That could totally work out. Izuku suddenly stated as Uraraka just smiled at him. Go for it, she stated as she then walked off. Izuku then did his usual fitness routine and took a shower before getting ready for the date. However, before he went to get Nijire, he went to Aizawa first. Hello, sir, Izuku asked. Yes? What is it? Aizawa asked. I know you told me that relationship are alright if it doesn't bring down my grades and performance on hero work, but I wanted to take Nijire on a date and I wanted to ask if it was allowed for once to be out a bit longer than curfew, Izuku asked. That depends on what you are planning to do out so late, Aizawa stated. Izuku then explained to him what he had planned and why he needed the time after curfew. Now that isn't bad at all, Mike stated as he walked in Oswell. He's right, alright, for this once I will allow it, but don't make it too late, Aizawa stated. Good luck on your first date, Mike stated as Izuku went outside. Izuku was wearing some easy clothing which were still stylish but very comfortable. Not too hot, not too cold. Please think of some clothes you'd like. I honestly suck even at that. Izuku walked to Nijire's dorm, as Mirio greeted him at the door. Izuku, Nijire told us you'd come to get her. She'll be here any second now, Mirio stated as Nijire then walked down the stairs with a beautiful dress. Wow, Izuku stated looking at her. She could only blush as she heard him say that Oswell as seeing him stare in amazement at her. Well, shall we go then? Izuku asked as he held up his arm. Nijire walked towards him still blushing as she locked her arm with his. They walked away towards the gate as they heard Mirio. Have fun you too, he stated. First Izuku took her to a restaurant. Both of them picked katsudon to eat. It was Izuku's favorite and Nijire also liked it a lot. Afterwards he took her to a romantic movie where he had prepared love seats. They were two seats completely open against each other so they could snuggle up to each other while watching. A lot of people looked at the couple as they really looked cute together. However, some people were jealous at them. Some guys were jealous about Izuku having such a hot girlfriend, and the girls were jealous because of Nijire having Izuku as her boyfriend, but also because he was handsome to them and also very cute. Izuku and Nijire loved the movie, especially being so close to each other, but they laughed a lot by the faces people gave them. They saw a mixture of happiness, jealousy, and such. Afterwards, they walked outside. Well, what do you think of the date so far? Izuku asked a bit insecure. Honestly, I've never had a date before, so I wouldn't know how it normally is. I do know I'm really loving it with you. Even if I had dates before, I'm sure this would have been the best one by far, she stated. What do you think about it yourself? Nijire asked curiously. Well, everything really is new to me, having a girlfriend, going on dates and such. Everything is my first, Izuku stated. I'm not really going to give an opinion on it myself. I'm the one who planned it, so, Izuku stated. Nijire smiled at him as she then platched her arms around his neck in public. Then she pulled him closer and gave him a soft but lovely kiss. Don't be so nervous or insecure. I love it. Just like I love you, silly, she stated. Thanks, Nijire, you're the best, he stated. They walked a bit more while holding hands. Say, do you want to have some ice cream? Izuku asked. You sure? You already paid the restaurant and the movie. I don't want to make you broke for just a date, Nijire stated. Nah, it's fine, you want some? Izuku asked. Sure, she then stated. She got melon taste mixed with strawberry and vanilla. Izuku had the same, but instead of melon he had chocolate. We should probably get back. Curfew is in just a bit, Nijire stated. Not yet. I still got something planned for our date, Izuku stated. What is it? She asked curiously. It's a surprise, Izuku stated. Just come, Izuku stated as he walked with her. Eventually they reached Dagoba Beach. Even though there was a secret tunnel that got flooded, it didn't change that much about the beach. Izuku then grabbed a small item from his pocket. What's that? Nijire asked. Just something my handsome made for me. It's made to store some things in it, Izuku stated as he pushed a button on it as it then got bigger. Izuku opened the object and pulled some towels out. He placed some on the sand and sat on them together with Nijire. Both had eaten their ice cream on the way there. When Izuku laid down, Nijire laid with her head on his chest, both looking at the stars. Honestly, this date reel couldn't be any better. The food was delicious, the movie was great, just like you by the way. Then you treat me to ice cream and here we are watching the stars, she stated. Well, you haven't even seen the surprise yet, Izuku stated. Huh? The surprise? What's the surprise? Nijire asked very curiously. Just wait and watch, Izuku stated softly. Nijire placed herself on top of him with her back on him. She placed her head just a bit under his as Izuku placed his arms around her. She placed her hands on his. You know, My feelings for you just keep getting more and more, Nijire stated. The same here. Every time I think of you, see you, or touch you, I feel so warm, and our kisses make me feel a bigger spark than my quirk ever could. Izuku stated. I really love you so much, Izuku. Honestly, I'm glad you're my boyfriend. I wouldn't want anyone else but you, she stated. And I'm glad you're my girl, Nijire. I'm never letting anyone take you away again, and I won't let anyone ever take you away from me, Izuku stated. Nijire then grabbed his hands as their fingers intertwined. Suddenly something took Nijire's attention, and once she noticed what it was, she was amazed. There is your surprise, Izuku stated. Nijire didn't say anything, she was just staring at the amazing sight. Nijire was looking in the sky as she saw a lot of falling stars. It's so beautiful, she stated. I don't know if you're talking about yourself or about the stars, Izuku teased. Well, you and the stars, she stated. How did you find out about this? Nijire then asked. Actually, I got some help. I was thinking hard on how to end the date, but never figured out what to do, until someone suggested this. I figured you would like it and decided to bring you here and show you this. Izuku explained. Nijire turned around on him. You really know how to make me happy, you know that? Nijire stated as she kissed him with tears in her eyes. I'm glad you like it, he stated as he hugged her and kissed her again. After a while, it stopped and Izuku and Nijire decided to go back to the dorms. They were back an hour after curfew, and Aizawa noticed them returning. He decided an hour later wasn't too long over time, so he just let it go. He knew Izuku mostly followed the rules, and he had worked hard enough that he deserved the extra hour. Once in the dorm, everyone was already gone to bed. Izuku and Nijire decided to go to bed as well. So did I pass or fail? Izuku asked. You really have to ask? Nijire asked as she looked at him with a bright smile and dreamy eyes. Well, I'd want to know if my girl liked the date I planned for us, Izuku stated. Your girl, huh? When did you get so confident? She teased in a seductive tone. Who wouldn't be confident with the most amazing girl in the world? Izuku asked. Stop. You're making me blush again, Nijire stated as she hid under a pillow. Well, you're cute when you blush anyway, Izuku teased. Nijire then jumped on him. Since you are teasing me, I can tease you as well, she stated as she started tickling him. Izuku quickly tickled back as eventually he just grabbed her and hugged her. Both of them were panting heavily from tickling and laughing. I love you, Izuku, she stated as she looked at him. I love you too, Nijire, Izuku stated as then slowly the distance between them became less and less, until their lips touched each other in a loving kiss. Chapter 14. Final Part 1. It's been a few weeks since Izuku and Nijire's date. Ever since then, they both became bolder in public with showing their feelings. Sometimes even Ida's glasses fell off his nose from how shocked he was that Izuku had gotten that confident. Izuku, however, didn't just become bolder. He was working on a new, almost unstoppable move. However, he had trouble mastering it as it was extremely dangerous if something went wrong. Izuku was training with Bakugo, Todoroki, Nijire, and Kirishima. Kirishima was there to use his hardening to stop the attack if it got through. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Nijire had to use full power to stop the attack. However, so far every time Izuku managed to create the move, it exploded after firing off, and he also was then barely able to dodge the incoming attacks from his friends. Is it really that hard? Bakugo asked. You've seen my power, right? Well, try condensing such power in a small way and it'll be crazy strong. However, it's dangerous as well as hard to master that, Izuku stated. Let's give it another try, Izuku stated confidently. Alright then, but don't blame me if you won't be able to block the next round of attacks, Bakugo stated. You really think that's gonna stop me? Izuku asked with a confident grin. When did he get the balls? Bakugo thought as he walked back to his spot. Izuku placed his hands close together as he charged a giant lightning bolt. He then tried compressing it between his hands in a much smaller ball of lightning. It took Izuku a lot of effort and energy. However, he finally created it. A ball as small as his hands. So far so good, Todoroki stated as he watched. Izuku aimed the lightning bolt at them as Todoroki then shot an incredible amount of ice at him. Izuku launched the lightning bolt and it broke through it with ease. Todoroki shot his flames at full power. Nijire had created amazingly strong orbs of her energy in her hands, placed them together and shot them. Bakugo shot his AP shot at full power. All three of the attacks merged together and shot at the lightning bolt. However, to their surprise, the lightning bolt was easily pushing their combined attacks back. Damn it! Bakugo shouted as he tried pushing in more power. However, it didn't change anything in how easily the lightning bolt pushed through it. Kirishima! Izuku shouted as he made the orb explode. Kirishima used his unbreakable form as he jumped in front of it, taking most of the blast. However, he was sent flying through the wall and even through the ground. The explosion from his move was so strong that Nijire, Todoroki, and Bakugo had to keep using their full power to take minimal damage from the explosion. "Are you trying to kill us, you dipshit?" Bakugo shouted as he was surprised by Izuku's power. "That was intense," Todoroki stated with wide eyes. Nijire was just panting heavily from using so much of her energy. However, she was also too shocked to say anything. "How is Kirishima doing?" Izuku asked as he then noticed the hole in the wall, as well as the ground completely torn open from Kirishima being launched through it. They then suddenly saw Aizawa with wide eyes. "Sorry," Izuku stated. "Izuku, what the hell?" Aizawa asked. "I was testing a new move. It's the first time it worked. However, I never knew it would launch Kirishima this badly," Izuku stated. "You mean, the ground so torn open is from Kirishima launching through it?" Aizawa asked. Yes," Izuku stated as he felt awkward. "Let's hope he's alive," Aizawa stated as he ran towards the end of the torn open ground. Izuku ran after him and they noticed Kirishima panting heavily. His unbreakable form was shattered, and his clothes were destroyed. "Please don't make me ever do that again," Kirishima panted. "I'm sorry. I never knew this would happen," Izuku stated guilty. Bakugo stood next to Izuku as he smashed Izuku on the head. "You idiot! You were trying to kill us!" he shouted. "What were you trying to master anyway?" Aizawa asked. "I tried compressing my lightning bolt in a much smaller bolt," Izuku stated. "Just how small did you make that?" Aizawa asked. "As small as my hand," Izuku stated. Aizawa then turned to Bakugo. "He really tried to kill you," was all he said. Nijire then started laughing. "Still, you're powerful enough as is? What do you need this move for?" Aizawa asked. "If I'd encounter another army like back on that island, or someone as strong as All for One shows up, I'll have to have an ace, and this move can take care of larger groups as well. I can just make it blast through then make it explode," Izuku stated bluntly. "You insane bastard," Bakugo and Aizawa both stated with wide eyes. They knew Izuku was strong, but never figured he would even create such a move. "So how was it going?" Aizawa asked. "So far, it was the first time it worked. I don't know if I've mastered it. So far all I've made just got destroyed by other attacks," Izuku explained. "Well, charge another one. But this time, try launching it up in the air," Aizawa stated. "That's an option," Izuku stated as he charged another lightning bolt and compressed it. They did everything exactly the same as before, however this time, the attacks pushed right through it again, but Izuku wasn't able to dodge. He however did manage to create lightning in front of him to block the attack, but it still made him send flying. "Guess it was just a lucky shot," before Bakugo stated. "You can say that again," Izuku stated as he got up again. "Well, you'll have to call it a day for now. You four have been asked to see Nizu and All Might Kirishima. I'll help you to see Recovery Girl," Aizawa stated. "Thanks, sir," Kirishima groaned in pain as he got up. Izuku, Nijire, Bakugo, and Todoroki then slowly walked to school towards Nizu's office. Izuku knocked on the door and then heard, "Come in." They walked inside and in front of them stood All Might and Nizu. However, Mirio and Tamaki were also there. "Hello, sir? We were asked to come here," Izuku asked. "Ah yes, Izuku, you guys came. We did want to see you," Nizu stated. "So what's this about?" Mirio asked. "You six are asked for help," All Might stated. "Help? What for?" Izuku asked. "Word has it, they found the League of Villains," All Might stated as they all got wide eyes. "The biggest problem is that they've gained a lot of members. The pros asked the best from UA to help Oswell. That's where you six come in," All Might stated. "Yes, the current Big Three and also the next Big Three," Nizu stated. "Aren't the pros strong enough to handle this themselves?" Tamaki asked. "Unfortunately not. We've only got around 100 pros ready, and the enemy is at least over 2,000. All Might stated. "So we're going to help the pros? But that's only 6 more people." Mirio asked. "There are 2 more people, Shindo from Ketsubutsu and Inesa from Shiketsu. Those 2 stated they wanted to come when they heard about it. The others were overwhelmed when hearing the numbers they had to face," Nizu explained. "Shindo and Inesa?" Mirio asked. "I know Shindo," Izuku stated. "We know Inesa as well," Todoroki stated as Izuku nodded. "Can you tell us anything about them?" Nijire asked. "Inesa is a bit of a strange one. He's always very excited about things, however he's extremely skilled with his wind quirk. Shindo on the other hand is very calm, and mostly has his own strategy ready. He can think of something fast on the spot. He also has a quirk that makes tremors," Izuku explained. "So a tremoring quirk and a wind quirk. Our quirks are quite powerful as well," Mirio stated. "Exactly, you're all very skilled. and honestly also the best UA has to offer. So show them that you can do this. All Might stated. We will, sir. They all stated together. So when do we get the details on what'll happen and where they are? Izuku asked. If you accept the offer to help them, you'll have to meet up at the police station. The heroes that are going to do it will meet up there, Nizu stated. They all nodded and walked out the door to get their hero suits. They placed them on, then went towards the police station. Once there, they saw some big-time pro heroes. Endeavor, Mirko, Hawks, Gang Orca, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Best Jeanist, Kamui Woods, Empty Lady, Edgeshot, and a lot more. Now look what we have here, they heard someone say. Shindo. Izuku said, excited as he saw Shindo smile at them in his hero suit. Long time no see, Izuku. I've heard you've been in some crazy situations. Glad to see you're still doing well. We also saw what happened between you, All Might, and that bad guy, Shindo stated. Honestly, it was a crazy fight, but you all made it through in one piece. Even if All Might had to retire afterwards, Shindo stated. Yeah, it's good to see you too. And that really was a crazy fight for sure, Izuku stated as he held out his fist as Shindo immediately fist bumped with him. Don't forget about me. They heard someone yell as Inasa ran towards them with a wide smile. Hey Inasa. Of course we won't forget about you, Izuku stated as Shindo and Todoroki nodded with a smile. Ah, you guys came. That's good to see, Best Jeanist stated as he walked towards them, together with Ryukyu and Fat Gum. Is everyone here then? He asked. I guess so, Izuku stated. Alright, come here then, Best Jeanist stated as he walked back to the big group of heroes. The chief of police looked around. Alright, is everyone here? He asked. They stayed silent. I'll take the silence as a yes now. We've located the League of Villains. Their numbers are at least 2,000 people. As for their location, they are in a deserted town not too far from our city. The chief stated. Instead of waiting for them to come and risk the lives of the innocent people here, we've decided to launch an attack on them first. We may be outnumbered, but I know everyone here is very strong. And I just know we can pull this off, the chief stated. Izuku and Bakugo looked at each other and started to grin together. Mirio noticed this but just shrugged it off. We'll give everyone an hour to prepare. After that, we'll make our way towards the town. We'll meet each other again here in an hour, the chief stated as everyone then went their own way. So what'll we do before then? Izuku asked. Well, I'm already done. I finished everything I had to do before I got here. I thought we were just going to hear the plan and start. I never really thought we would get an hour to prepare, Shindo stated. Same here, Inasa stated. We're ready as well, I think. At least I am, Izuku stated as he looked curious towards everyone else. We are too, they stated in unison. Well, let's just wait and talk here then, Shindo stated. By the way, Izuku, I was wondering, we've all seen that fight with that leader from the league, but what made you rush off there? I saw you at the license exam. Then when we got back to school, the TV was all about that fight, and it looked like you were already fighting for a while, Shindo stated. The league had taken someone dear from me and provoked me to come, my friend Bakugo. I'm not your darn friend. My friend Bakugo here joined after me so I wouldn't go alone, Izuku stated. I see, but seeing that person die really pissed you off. I didn't see that much lightning in the exam and you were pretty fierce there. But what we saw in that fight was on another LVL, Shindo stated, still surprised. Well, he killed my mother there, so I guess my anger pushed me there, Izuku stated. Oh damn. Sorry man. Didn't know that was your mother, Shindo stated, feeling guilty. Don't worry about it. I've learned to accept what happened. It's still painful, but I managed to catch her killer, Izuku stated as everyone gave him a smile. They stayed to talk for a while longer until everyone else came back. Alright, is everyone back? The chief asked as everyone said yes sir at the same time. Alright then, let's go, he stated. First I want to ask a question, one of the lesser-known pros stated. Yes, what is it? The chief asked. What are students doing here? We're going into battle, we're not going to baby SI. The hero stated as Izuku suddenly rayalzed a lot of lightning and power around him. I'd choose my words carefully if I were you. We came here knowing full well what we were getting into. So don't think you can talk us down just because we're kids, Izuku stated with a cold glare. Does that answer your question? The chief asked. The pro, however, didn't even answer anymore. Alright, now that that's settled, let's go, the chief said as Izuku stopped his quirk. Man, that pro almost shit his pants, Shindo said silently enough for only Inasa and the UA students to hear. Gotta say, I'm proud of him for that, Bakugo stated. Please don't encourage that behavior, Nijire Sined. I'm not going to be taken lightly just because I'm a kid. I faced opponents they couldn't even dream of. I faced times that they would have survived, Izuku stated determined. We're all a lot stronger than they could be, so let's show them just how strong we are. Izuku stated. You're right. Shindo and Bakugo stated both with a confident grin as the others nodded with a smile. They reached the edge of the city. A lot of people on the streets were looking at the big group of heroes walking through the streets together. Even students from UA were watching and noticed some of their friends walking in the group. After a while, they stood on a hill looking over the town. However, when they arrived there, the villains were already waiting for them in front of the town, not too far from the hill. Is everyone ready? The chief asked. Some of the pros took a step back. They knew they would be facing a lot of villains. However, seeing it in person was quite frightening. The pro that whined about the students was too terrified to even move when he was suddenly pushed away by Izuku, who jumped up covered in lightning. Bakugo followed him as they charged right for the army. What are they doing? The scared pro asked. They are going to fight, Mirio stated. And so are we, he added as he ran forward through everyone. Nijire then flew up as she lifted Tamaki, as Tamaki then threw Todoroki up to the front of the group heroes. They all quickly made their way towards the villains. They then noticed Izuku and Bakugo reaching the villains. However, instead of facing them from the front, they still kept on going through the air until they suddenly crashed down as lightning shot up in the sky, as well as a big explosion. Did they just jump right in the middle of it? The scared pro asked. You told them you weren't going to babysit them because they are students, yet they are already fighting while you are pissing your pants. What do you have to say about that? Tiger from the Wild Wild Pussycats stated. Seems they are babysitting us, Best Jeanist stated with a laugh. They then saw the other students arrive downstairs as well, as they also saw lightning and continuous explosions in the middle. The other students also fought as Shindo and Inasa also got down there with Inasa's wind. They saw Shindo using his tremors to throw villains up in the air as Inasa pushed them together with his wind. Then Nijire and Todoroki shooting their quirks at them as Todoroki used his flames for damage. Once their attacks hit them, Todoroki immediately caught them in his ice. Tamaki was pulling people close with his tentacles or just used his tentacles as whips to attack, as he also slammed them with his other hand that turned into a clam. Mirio was also fighting like crazy as attacks went right through him while he fought the villains at close combat without being interrupted by attacks. However, what amazed them the most was Izuku and Bakugo right in the middle. They saw a lot of villains flying through the air from explosions and lightning. Would you look at that? The students are already fighting while some of you are still too terrified to move, and you call yourselves pros? The chief stated. Suddenly Endeavor, Hawks, Gang Orca, Best Jeanist, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Edgeshot, the Wild Wild Pussycats, and Mirko ran towards the fight as well. Kamui Woods joined shortly after that. MT Lady ran after Kamui. However, all the other pros were too terrified by the numbers. You guys just pull back, we can't have people around that are too afraid to face this, the chief stated as he went down there as well. I don't blame him. Ever since I saw them, I started trembling, and I still am. But those students are down there giving it their all, knowing we'll fight with them. There is no way I'm letting them down, the chief thought. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo are rampaging from within. Man, it's awesome just to let loose like this, Bakugo stated. I actually agree with you, Izuku stated with a grin as he shot his raging volt, knocking some villains away. Bakugo used his AP shot autocannon. Both of them were throwing attack after attack, but they never took a step. They stayed back to back, not just because didn't have to move, but also because they couldn't. If they made the wrong move and lose each other there, they would be overpowered quite quickly. Suddenly, ice shot towards them from the side, followed by flames and Nijire's beam, creating a path towards Izuku and Bakugo. They were then grabbed by Tamaki's tentacles and pulled back towards the front. What were you idiots thinking? Shindo stated. Shut up, we took care of a lot of them, Bakugo stated. That was fun, Izuku stated confidently. Guess they did gain damage to the head, Tamaki stated. Izuku then noticed the pros coming down. Weren't there supposed to be more of us? Izuku asked as he lastly saw the chief coming without anyone else behind him. Who cares? More for us to take out, Bakugo stated, licking his lips hungry for battle. Right, Izuku stated as he covered himself in lightning as even his eyes started to glow. MT Lady then got to giant size as she slammed down on the group of villains. Izuku shot up in the air with his lightning as he deflected all of the quirk attacks. Leave that to me, you take care of the villains down there, Endeavor suddenly said as he flew up in the air as well. You sure? Izuku asked as Endeavor nodded. Izuku then shot downwards as he smashed into the ground with his lightning. Discharge, he stated as a lot of villains were hit by lightning. Bakugo kept shooting explosions at every villain he saw. Mirio kept fighting like crazy. Nijire tried backing up Izuku, but he kept appearing and disappearing around the place, so she eventually covered Tamaki and Mirio. The other pros were fighting as well. Best Jeanist caught a lot of villains with his quirk as Gang Orca knocked them out with his sonic waves. Kamui Woods did the same, but those villains were taken out by Edge Shot and Hawks. Ryukyu was also rampaging with her dragon/wyvern form, the wild pussycats, and the others were fighting hard Oswell. Mirko, however, was the only person who actually kept up with Izuku in terms of speed. "You're not too bad," Mirko stated. "You're not so bad yourself. You are actually keeping up with me in speed." Izuku smiled confidently. "Well, that's thanks to my quirk. I always thought in terms of running speed I was the fastest, but I never figured a student would be this fast and strong," she stated. "Well, thanks for the compliment, but don't sell yourself short. You're pretty amazing," Izuku stated. They then split up. However, Izuku got to a troublesome group, which also held Dabi in it. Izuku managed to dodge some spears that were shot at him, as he then destroyed Dabi's blue flames. "You villains never know when to give up," Izuku stated. "You think that little amount of so-called heroes can stop us? You're not even thinking straight anymore," Dabi stated. All of the villains surrounding Izuku attacked him all together. The pros noticed this and wanted to help him. However, no one would have been fast enough to help Izuku. Mirko also noticed this and sprinted at him as fast as she could. However, she too wouldn't make it. "Heh," Izuku stated with a confident grin as suddenly intense lightning shot from Izuku as it launched all of the approaching villains away. "Time to get serious," Izuku said silently as he held up his hand in front of Dabi's chest. Dabi looked at him in surprise. "Raging Volt," Izuku stated calmly as suddenly an enormous blast of lightning shot out of his hand as it blew a quarter of the villains away in just one blast. The pros and the chief were shocked by Izuku's sudden attack. However, they knew they had the upper hand after Izuku released that power. They quickly used the shock from that attack to their advantage as they attacked most of the villains off guard. It didn't take long for the pros to win the battle and take all the villains down. The harder part was placing Quirk sealing chains on them and dragging them to jail. But instead of doing that themselves, they called the police to where they were. They had to stay for some time since it was a bit hard to reach by car. Izuku walked towards Nijire. "You did great out there," he said as he held her close. "You reckless idiot, you just had to charge in right in the middle, didn't you?" she stated. "Well, I had fun though, and I didn't get injured, so I guess it worked well," Izuku stated. "Honestly, I'd first die of a heart attack before a villain has a chance to kill me," Nijire sighed. "Well, mostly because I won't let a villain hurt you anyway," Izuku stated with a smile. "Honestly, what to do with you?" she sighed as she then just smiled at him and hugged him. "Well, you knew what you were getting into when we started dating," Izuku teased. "Yeah, but honestly, even though you're so reckless at times, I still love you," she stated. "And I love you, Nijire," Izuku stated while still hugging her. Suddenly they felt tremors. "Shindo, is that you?" they heard Inasa ask. "Nope, I'm not doing anything," Shindo stated. However, after a little while a giant showed up. "No way. Is that really him?" the chief asked in fear. Izuku and Nijire had broken the hug. "Do you know that thing, chief?" Izuku asked. "Yes, I do," he stated terrified. "It's a comrade of All for One, the Gigantomachia," the chief stated. "Is he really that terrifying?" Izuku asked. "More than you know. He may be All for One's comrade, but in terms of defensive and offensive strength, he far surpasses All for One." Chapter 15. Final Part 2. The pros had finally defeated the villains. They also called to police to take the villains in. However, when they were waiting, another enemy appeared by the name of Gigantomachia. "You!" he stated, pointing at Izuku. "You took my comrade down," he stated. "What does he mean?" Izuku asked. "He means about the fight with All for One," Best Jeanist stated. "So how strong is this guy anyway?" Izuku asked. "Stronger than anything we've faced before," the chief stated. "Well, you have to be more specific," Izuku stated. "In terms of raw strength and defense, he far surpasses All for One. The only thing that kept All for One above him is because of multiple powers and having the right power," the chief stated. "So what was this quirk that defeated him?" Izuku asked. "We never found out. We saw the Gigantomachia defeated once before by All for One. However, we never found out what he used to win," the chief said. "Well, there is nothing we can do about it now. We'll have to beat it if we want to survive," Izuku stated as he took a fighting stance. Everyone else soon followed by getting ready. "I have no interest in weaklings," the Gigantomachia stated. "Well, we're not exactly weaklings," Shindo stated. Gang Orca then used his sonic waves. However, he smacked away like a fly together with the wild pussycats and Best Jeanist. Auntie Lady quickly grew bigger and tried holding him back. However, the Gigantomachia just grabbed her arms, pulled her closer and smacked her to the ground. He then grabbed her leg and slammed her face first into the ground as he slammed her from side to the other with ease. He then grabbed her throat as he tried to crush it. Izuku suddenly jumped in front of his face. "Lightning bolt," he stated as he shot it directly at Gigantomachia's eye, which was then crushed. Gigantomachia released Empty Lady from his grip as she then reverted to her normal size while coughing as she fell on her knees. "Thanks, that was close," she stated. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked as he got to knee Oswell. "Yeah, I'm fine now, just give me a minute," she stated, panting. Izuku then quickly grabbed her by placing his arms around her as he jumped away just in time. Once he jumped, a fist slammed into the ground where they sat on the ground just a second ago. Izuku landed next to Kamui Woods. "Take her and keep her safe," Izuku stated as he turned back around to the Gigantomachia. "We'll have to work together to beat this thing," Izuku stated. "Right," they all stated in unison. Shindo used his tremoring earth to bring the Gigantomachia off balance. Inasa then used his wind, as Endeavor and Todoroki used their flames to push the Gigantomachia into the air. Hawks helped Mirko high in the air as he used his feather to shoot her down like a meteorite to slam the Gigantomachia back into the floor. Eventually Hawks helped Bakugo in the air Oswell, as he, Izuku, Nijire, and Endeavor used strong moves Oswell. Nijire created 2 intense energy balls in her hands. She placed them together and shot them at Gigantomachia. Bakugo aimed both gauntlets at the Gigantomachia as Tamaki pulled the pins out with his tentacle fingers. Izuku created 2 lightning bolts and fused them in one as he created a raging lightning bolt. Endeavor used his most intense flames and shot his prominence burn at the giant. The attacks crashed into the giant as it created an enormous explosion and enough force to push everyone back, including the 4 that shot their moves. "Did we get him?" Bakugo asked as he felt heavy pain in his arms after shooting both gauntlets at once. The smoke cleared as suddenly a fist shot through it. No one would have been fast enough to dodge, so they all braced for impact. However, the hit didn't come. When they looked at why it didn't hit, they saw a lot of lightning shooting around. Then, they saw Izuku pushing the fist with all his might and strength. "Is everyone okay?" he asked. "Are you?" Best Jeanist asked. "Don't worry about me," Izuku stated. "We have to find a way to beat this thing," Izuku stated. "But what can we do? Your combined full power moves didn't even work," the chief stated. "There is a way," Bakugo stated as he then looked at Izuku. "You don't mean?" Izuku asked as Bakugo nodded. "But he never perfected that move," Todoroki stated. "All the more reason to make it work now," Bakugo stated as Izuku nodded confidently. "You'll have to buy me some time though," Izuku stated. "Do you have a plan?" Gang Orca asked. "I do. But getting the move ready takes some time," he answered. "Leave that to us," Mirio stated as everyone then stood in front of Izuku. "You just make sure you'll get the move ready," he added. All of the students and pros then rushed towards Gigantomachia. "So far I've made an enormous lightning bolt and tried to compress it, but maybe there is another way," he thought. Izuku placed his hands close to each other as he created a lightning bolt as small as his hands. Best Jeanist, Hawks, Mirko, and the chief were looking at him at what he was doing. Suddenly Izuku released his full power as intense lightning shot around. However, instead of reaching the ground, objects, or other people, the lightning flew directly into the lightning bolt. They were looking at him amazed by what he was doing. Eventually the lightning disappeared around Izuku, but the bolt between his hands looked insanely strong, as well as intense lightning around it. "Alright guys, it's ready," Izuku stated as everyone quickly jumped away, creating a path for him. Izuku aimed the bolt right at Gigantomachia and shot the bolt. The intense bolt flew towards Gigantomachia, who tried to block it with his hands. However, it became an intense clash of power. Izuku's move was certainly Pushinf. However, Gigantomachia was holding his own against that power. "Dang, he really is a monster," Izuku stated as he felt his bolt slowly being pushed back. "Come on guys, we have to support him," Todoroki shouted. "No, stay back," Izuku shouted, knowing that if the move explodes, they will be in danger. Everyone looked at him surprised. "Sorry guys, I'm going to be reckless," Izuku stated. "What are you?" Nijire started. "Reiko," Izuku shouted as then intense lightning shot down at Izuku. "Idiot! What are you doing? You'll kill yourself if you do that," Nijire shouted as everyone looked with wide eyes. "It's the only way to beat him," Izuku stated as he then channeled the lightning from Reiko in front of him. "Is he really doing what I think he is?" Hawks asked. "Yes, he's using the incredible power from his Reiko move, and he's compressing it just like that lightning bolt," Best Jeanist explained. Reiko's attack faded and everything that remained was a panting Izuku with an incredible strong lightning in front of him. "Lightning God Destruction Blast," Izuku shouted as his compressed Reiko shot an enormous blast of lightning which blew everyone away from just firing it. The lightning blast crashed right into the clash between Izuku's lightning bolt and the Gigantomachia. However, once the blast reached him, It easily shot through his defense. The Gigantomachia took the full blow as he was then pushed together with the lightning blast until he reached a far-off mountain. Izuku made the blast explode. However, once it did, the entire mountain disappeared as well. There was no sign of the Gigantomachia, and even from the air he was nowhere to be seen. Everyone reached Izuku. "Is it over?" Izuku asked, panting heavily. "Yeah, it is," Hawk stated with a smile. Izuku smiled back, then fell forward as he was too weak to even stand. Gang Orca then caught him on his back. "You were great, Izuku," he stated as everyone gathered around him with a proud smile. "Thanks, but it took all I had to pull it off. I am beat," he stated. "Yeah, I bet. Honestly, that were insane moves you pulled off there," Mirio stated. "Thanks, but I'd rather not use them anytime soon. They drain me like crazy, and the second one hurts a lot," Izuku stated. "Well, I don't know anyone as crazy as you to use such on a move on themselves," Nijire stated. "But then again, that makes you who you are, and I love just about everything about you," she stated. "Sure, tease a man that isn't capable of moving on his own for a while," Izuku stated as everyone started to laugh. "Honestly, you really were reckless, you know that?" Mandalay stated as she joined the group after recovering from Gigantomachia's hit. "Still, he did manage to save me," my lady stated as she walked towards him and kissed his cheek. "Hey, lips to yourself, he's taken," Nijire stated. "Izuku, don't let it happen like that," she then stated. "What do you want me to do? I can't even move my fingers. You want me to look her away?" he stated. Everyone then laughed as they kept on going like that. "Can we please go home?" Izuku asked. "Sure, Izuku, you've done a fine job today," the chief stated. "Thanks, sir," Izuku stated as he dozed off. Everyone walked back as the police had arrived at the scene to gather all the villains and take them in. Meanwhile, the pros were bringing the injured to a hospital, and Izuku back to UA. Class 1F feared the worst when they saw Gang Orca having Izuku on his back as his arms just hang there limply. "Don't worry, he's just asleep. He used everything he had to fight," Gang Orca stated as everyone then relaxed. Gang Orca placed Izuku on the couch as everyone sat around him. "Honestly, he's as reckless as ever, isn't he?" Nijire asked. "Why, what happened?" Azui asked. "He used his most powerful move called Reiko on himself to charge its power," Nijire stated. "Yeah, that was quite reckless of him," Mirio stated as he scratched his head. "Nah, he did great. Let's wake him up and tell him to do it," Aga Bakugo started as he was then shot in the back of the head by Nijire's Quirk. "You wanna F***king go?" he shouted. "I'll make your life a living hell," Nijire stated as her eyes turned dark. This gave Bakugo a cold shiver to his spine. "Honestly, you really don't want to make her angry if it concerns Izuku," Mirio stated, laughing awkwardly. "You think I'm scared of that bimbo?" Bakugo shouted towards him as she then appeared behind him. He quickly jumped behind Mirio. "Seems you are," Kaminari stated. "I will murder you," Bakugo hissed towards Kaminari. "Same goes for you," Nijire stated towards Bakugo. "Stop doing that," he stated, a bit in fear. Everyone started laughing. "Can you guys be silent for once? I'm tired," Izuku stated with still his eyes closed. "Shut up, you idiot. No one asked you anything," Bakugo stated. "Next time I'm blasting you away together with the villain," Izuku mumbled when leaving towards his room, a bit grumpy. Nijire followed him. When she got to his room, Izuku was sleeping while only his upper half of his body laid on his bed. "It's surprising he even made it to the bed," she stated as she walked towards him. She laid him in bed and pulled the blanket on him. "Sleep well, my hero." And that's a wrap for today's electrifying adventure, Legends. Huge shout out once again to My Hero Academia fan 132 for their incredible work. If you enjoyed the ride, smash that like button, drop a comment with your favorite moment, and don't forget to subscribe for more insane what-if scenarios. Your support keeps this channel alive, and I can't thank you enough for sticking around. Stay charged, stay awesome, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out, Legends.